Chapter 1. Shinichi, Shinichi. You little brat. What are you daydreaming about? Where is today's money? The sudden rude roar brought the pale and skinny boy back to reality. The tattered and ill-fitting clothes were draped over his body, and his black hair was an unhealthy yellow. He walked numbly to the low table, took out 2 coins from his dirty pocket and put them into the pottery jar on the low table. Only 20 coins? What a useless thing! The rude voice sounded again, but the boy named Shinichi did not react at all. After putting the money, he walked to the corner of the ruined temple in silence and squatted down. Then, more than a dozen children, big and small, dressed similarly to Shinichi, lined up and put all the money they had earned from begging into the pottery jar. Looking at the coins piling up in the pottery jar, the bald man sitting behind the low table showed a satisfied expression. The bald man was strong and sturdy. Although the hunting clothes he wore were not very luxurious, they were very different from the tattered clothes of Shinichi and other children. It was obvious that the man was a blackhead who controlled beggars. He relied on the orphan beggars under his command to beg every day to make money. Such people were not uncommon in the entire Matsudera prefecture. The bald man was called Ahei Saburo. He controlled 12 children. The oldest child was 15 years old and the youngest was only 5 or 6 years old. But no matter how old these children were, in Ahei Saburo's eyes, they were just tools for him to make money. While Ahei Saburo was counting the money, Shinichi and the other children received their own dinner, a small bowl of stale rice, covered with 2 wilted and blackened green vegetables. Eating such food every day, it is no wonder that these children look so haggard, but every child eats very anxiously, because if they don't eat, they may really starve to death. As Shinichi swallowed the rice in one gulp, his black eyes, which seemed to have no emotion, quietly looked in a certain direction. After dinner, Ahei Saburo went out with a handful of coins. As for Shinichi and his friends, a group of orphans who were not full at all did not have any mood to play, and they all found a place in the dilapidated temple to lie down and sleep. As the night gradually fell, the bright white moonlight fell, and a small figure quietly walked out of the dilapidated temple. His calm black eyes scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one, Shinichi opened his mouth and gently called, "UNER, UNER." Swish! A small shadow suddenly emerged from the bushes nearby. The next second, a ball of fur rolled into Shinichi's arms. With black and white fur, a red tongue, and a pair of sparkling eyes, the black Shiba Inu wagged its tail and barked at Shinichi affectionately, "Ah!" Stroking the little Shiba Inu, Shinichi's originally emotionless black eyes also revealed a hint of tenderness. He fumbled out a rice ball from his pocket and fed it to Enji. Shinichi raised his head, looked at the moon in the sky, and whispered softly, "It's been 3 years. 3 years ago, Shinichi was not called Shinichi, and he was not even in this country called Japan. At that time, he was still an ordinary student. He never thought that one day he would encounter a magical story that only novels and animations would encounter. He traveled through time." When Shinichi opened his eyes and saw his thin body and the language spoken by the people around him, which was completely different from his previous life, he realized that he had traveled through time. Unlike the protagonists in novels and animations, Shinichi did not have any golden fingers in the stories, and an ordinary college student in another world could not make any waves in a foreign country where he did not speak the language. As an orphan, Shinichi did not even have a surname, and he had no choice. By chance, he and a group of other orphans were recruited by Ahei Saburo as a tool to make money, and he spent 3 years in a daze. When Shinichi was teasing Yuanji, a figure quietly approached behind him. Crash! Shinichi, who was originally quiet, suddenly jumped up, turned around and threw the figure behind him to the ground, and then a cry of surprise rang out, "Wow! Brother Shinichi! It's me!" 5 minutes later, the little boy with a runny nose grinned with a big mouth missing a front tooth and chased Yuanji to play. Shinichi quietly watched the harmonious scene in front of him. After a while, the tired boy came to Shinichi with Yuanji in his arms. He sniffed and said to Shinichi, "Brother Shinichi, you are always like this. Your expression is too stiff. Look, even Yuanji doesn't dare to play with you when you look so cold. Can you smile more?" Perhaps touched by the little boy's carefree smile, Shinichi nodded, and the little boy happily took out half a piece of the dorayaki was stuffed into Shinichi's hand. "This was given to me by a kind grandmother this morning. Brother Shinichi, I specially left half for you. Be happy." Looking at the half piece of dorayaki in his hand, Shinichi felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. In the 3 years since he came to this world and became an orphan, he had seen too much darkness and evil. In 3 years, the bodies of 4 children were buried in the land behind this dilapidated temple. They were all children who tried to escape from here. Ahei Saburo cruelly controlled this group of poor children. In order to prevent the money-making tool from escaping, he used various means, coercion and inducement. There were even spies he trained among these children, who were always monitoring other children. Once someone wanted to run away, Ahei Saburo would let that child experience what it meant to be worse than death. In such an environment, these more than a dozen children lived in darkness and fear all day long, and lost the innocence and happiness that should belong to their age group. Instead, they were numb, but the only exception was Junbo in front of Shinichi. Although this child is only 5 years old, his cheerful personality is not affected by his companions around him. The smile on his face never fades, and his emerald green eyes are always full of vitality. It is hard to imagine that a lively and lovely child like Junbo would be an orphan beggar. In fact, the cheerful Junbo is more popular with the people than Shinichi and others. Junbo always gets the most from begging every day. Ahei Saburo is naturally kind to Junbo, the cash cow. Junbo actually says the same thing to Shinichi every day, "Smile, brother Shinichi, smile more, okay?" Among this group of orphans, Junbo's favorite is actually Shinichi. Although he is very cheerful, children's intuition is very sensitive. He subconsciously tends to judge who is really good to him. Compared with other jealous companions and Ahei Saburo who is greedy under his smile, the care and concern under Shinichi's cold expression is what Junbo likes the most. "Brother Shinichi, I heard a story from Grandpa Tanaka, the fishmonger, today. Grandpa Tanaka said that you can't go out alone at night, otherwise you will encounter a terrible man-eating evil ghost. The evil ghost is afraid of the sun, so it only appears at night. The evil ghost has long and sharp claws, and it can make a roar that is more terrifying than that of a beast." Junbo opened his little hands and pretended to be scary and frightened. "Evil ghost? It's scarier than encountering a ghost in this broken temple." Shinichi murmured as he looked at the broken temple behind him. In his heart, this broken temple is much scarier than the man-eating evil ghost, but he has been planning for 2 years. Soon, he will be able to escape from this hell. But Grandpa Tanaka also said that in addition to the man-eating evil ghost, there are also ghost hunters who will protect humans and defeat the evil ghosts to maintain peace. Junbo waved his little arms. Touching Junbo's hair, Shinichi said softly, "Junbo, can I take you to Kyoto in the future? There are so many delicious and fun things there, and there are food stalls selling candied haws everywhere on the roadside." Junbo's eyes lit up. "Okay. Let's go to Kyoto. Shinichi, don't regret it." Shinichi didn't take the story of the man-eating evil ghost to heart. Who would believe such a story that deceives children? But this story is inexplicably familiar. In my previous life, I seem to have heard a similar story in some anime recommendation. Well, what was it called? Ghost Hunter? But it doesn't matter. Chapter 2. It is not complicated to escape from this dilapidated temple. Shinichi has been preparing for this for 2 years. In these 2 years, he secretly saved 60 yen. With this money, Shinichi is sure to escape from Matsudaira Prefecture within 2 hours. It is also very simple to get rid of Ohira Saburo. He is a complete alcoholic. As long as Shinichi pretends to be full of gains on a certain day, Ohira Saburo who gets a lot of coins will definitely be happy to drink in the tavern all night. He is such a person. One night is enough for Shinichi to catch the last carriage to leave Matsudaira Prefecture. In fact, Shinichi has been working hard for this until this day. It is a quiet night. Ohira Saburo, who has not had any good income for several days, has a gloomy face. Because of his bad mood, he even kicked a child's leg yesterday, so that none of the children in the dilapidated temple dare to breathe loudly. Shinichi has been waiting for such an opportunity for a long time. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, as long as he takes out 10 yen tomorrow, it will definitely make Ohira Saburo excited. He will definitely not be able to hold back after not drinking for several days. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, he will be able to leave this hell. That's right. We must also take Junbo with us. This little angel-like child should not be ruined in this beggar's den for his whole life. While Shinichi was calculating, a thin child suddenly ran into the ruined temple in a hurry, and shouted to Ohei Saburo with an excited look, "Sir! Sir! Good news! There is a nobleman in a suit walking on the road alone, alone." Hearing this, Ohei Saburo, who was about to be furious, instantly calmed down and showed a happy smile. What did he hear? Wearing a suit? In this world, in Japan at this time, suits have been equated with being rich. Moreover, people wearing suits are generally rich people who think they have been influenced by foreign advanced culture. They are more arrogant than traditional rich people, but also more generous. Ohei Saburo seemed to see a lot of coins or even banknotes waving at him. He was very good at taking advantage of the arrogant and generous mentality of those rich people, and he was also sure that he could squeeze money from those adults with the help of his orphans. Junbo! Come here! It's up to you! Ohei Saburo shouted, and Junbo beside Shinichi jumped up immediately. Here I come! Brother Shinichi! Where's the rich man in a suit? Maybe I can beg for something good that we haven't eaten. Brother Shinichi, wait for me. I'll bring it back and eat it with you. Junbo's little face was filled with a happy smile, but Shinichi's heart was not happy at all. How could it be? This kind of thing actually happened. Damn it! The plan has to be postponed again. Thinking of this, Shinichi quickly sneaked out of the ruined temple, and the excited Ohei Saburo didn't notice Shinichi's little action at all at this time. He took the money tree he thought was useful and rushed to find the rich man in a suit. After hiding the yen that was originally taken out, and taking a look at Enji's nest on the way, Shinichi set out on the road back to the ruined temple. In fact, he could run away alone now. In fact, Shinichi would have been sure to escape from here alone if he hadn't met Junbo. With the bright moonlight, Shinichi walked step by step on the dirt road. He was still thinking silently when he suddenly froze. Bloody smell! A faint smell of blood suddenly rushed into his nose. How could there be a bloody smell here? How could it be? Shinichi's pace gradually quickened, and the bloody smell lingering in his nose became stronger and stronger, making people more and more sick. Pa! In a trance, Shinichi stepped into a small pit, which was full of sticky liquid. He looked down and saw that the dark red liquid exuded a strong stench under the moonlight. Pa! A shadow suddenly floated up from the small pit. It was a head. A child's head, only half of the head was left, and the eyes that had lost focus looked at the sky blankly. Pa! Shinichi sat on the ground with his buttocks, his heart in his chest beating violently, and his eyes were wide open because of fear. He knew this child, who was one of their group of orphans. How could he have half a head left? Is the blood in the pit his? Junbo! Suddenly, Shinichi stood up, as if he had thought of something, and ran madly towards the ruined temple. Ho! Ho! A strange sound came out of Ohei Saburo's throat. At this time, his eyes were already red. A long sharp whip pierced through his stomach and stretched out from his mouth. Hot blood gushed out wildly. Looking along the bone whip, a slender figure stood quietly in front of the ruined temple, wearing a straight and luxurious white suit, a black tie that was pure and gorgeous, and slightly curly black hair that was smooth and meticulous. Under the moonlight, the somewhat pale face had a handsome face that could be called a demon. The most attractive thing was the pair of scarlet eyes, which exuded unparalleled nobility and cruelty. Stupid human, even the lowest human, how dare you offend me? Dirty, despicable, the blood flowing in your veins makes me feel the most primitive disgust. The strange man said lightly, but his words made people shudder. But such lowly creatures like you can live freely under the sun, which is simply an insult, lowly insects. As he spoke, the man suddenly became excited, and the thorn whip connected to his arm suddenly rose up. Sizzle! The sturdy body of Ahei was instantly torn into a bloody rain, but the strange thing was that not a drop of blood rain fell on the man. At this time, in front of the ruined temple, countless broken flesh and blood were everywhere, broken limbs, internal organs of various colors, and completely shattered heads, turning this ruined temple into a hell. Plop! 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 The sound of the heartbeat rang clearly in Shinichi's ears. He watched the man in the suit tear Ahei into pieces, and saw the hell in front of the ruined temple. He seemed to be cast into a spell, and his whole body could not move at all because of fear. He felt unprecedented terrible pressure on that man. And the scarlet eyes turned slightly. The next second, before Shinichi could react, a huge force came. Almost instantly, Shinichi appeared in front of the man. Snap! The bones seemed to be broken, Shinichi's face was hideous, and he spit out blood. The thorn whip wrapped around his waist broke his waist. It's really dirty, pitiful, and weak. Human, what kind of eyes are you looking at? What do I see? Are you hating me except fear? Haha, interesting, you are the first guy among these lowly insects who dares to show hatred to me. How dare you? How dare you show such eyes to the noble Lord Musen? The man named Musen said calmly and coldly. But at this time, apart from the severe pain in his waist, Shinichi was left with only grief and anger in his heart. At the door of the ruined temple, the half-remaining body and the cute little face no longer had the cheerfulness and liveliness of the past, but only endless fear. Junbo, cough, ho! The blood flooded Shinichi's throat, making him make a meaningless sound. The man named Musen seemed to be interested. He seemed to want to hear what Shinichi was saying. The bone whip squirmed, and Shinichi's body was also pulled to Musen's side. The last wail of a lowly insect? Interesting. Musen's mouth slowly outlined a smile, revealing sharp fangs, but the next second, Shinichi, who he regarded as an insect, suddenly jumped up. Squeak! Musen was stunned, and the terrifying pupils in his scarlet eyes instantly stood up. Boom! Snap! The sudden invisible pressure crushed everything around him into powder. Blood, bleeding. A small drop of blood slowly dripped down Musen's weird face. Chapter 3. How many years have passed? 300 years? 400 years? Musen Kibutsu has lost count of how many hundreds of years it has been. For hundreds of years, except for that man, no human has ever made him bleed, not even the strongest human swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps who are called pillars. But now, this lowliest beggar among humans, this despicable creature that is worse than an insect, actually made him bleed? How is this possible? Boom! Snap! Plop! The hideous thorn whip burst out instantly, and countless sharp blades popped out from the thorn whip instantly. Puff! 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 Countless sharp blades instantly pierced Shinichi's body and tore it apart. Damn it! Surrounded by a strong sense of shame, Musen roared angrily, and the thorn whip wrapped with countless sharp blades danced violently. Boom! 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 The entire ruined temple was razed to the ground almost instantly. Snap! A thin hand holding a rusty ordinary dagger fell to the ground. Musen stared at the dagger that cut his cheek, expressionless. Although the insignificant wound healed within 0.0001 seconds, bleeding was bleeding, even if it was just a tiny drop. Human! Musen murmured, and his disgust for humans deepened again. In another moment, Musen's figure disappeared, as if he had never appeared here, leaving only a ruined temple that had been razed to the ground. The moonlight fell, and it was unknown how long it had passed. Under the ruins of countless bricks, tiles and rubble, a pool of blurred flesh and blood suddenly began to wriggle slowly. Blood vessels grew out at a very slow speed, and the white bone stumps and scarlet muscles grew out bit by bit, slowly, slowly. The stench of flesh and blood under the ruins of the ruined temple attracted countless flies, and the buzzing sound of wings was endless. Buzz! A fly luckily landed on a small piece of meat, and its slender mouth parts greedily licked the flesh. Bang! The gravel flew, and a white arm suddenly stretched out of the ruins, with sharp black nails, twisted blood vessels and bulging muscles on the back of the hand. The next second, boom! The ruins of the ruined temple exploded, and a violent roar sounded in the dark night amid the smoke and dust. Roar! Through the diffused smoke and dust, a pair of scarlet eyes could be vaguely seen. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, a figure bent over and half knelt on the ground, with tattered clothes on his body, almost only some strips of cloth were left. His chest rose and fell violently, and he let out a beast-like roar from his throat. His originally dark eyes had now turned scarlet, bloodshot, and there was no reason in his eyes. Thick blood vessels popped up on his skin exposed to the air, and sharp black claws grew between his fingers that were unconsciously bent into claws. His slightly opened mouth revealed sharp fangs that flashed with cold light. This look was very much like the monster that Junbo had mentioned before, the ghost. This ghost had an unusually young face. If Musen was still here, he would be surprised to find that the human who had just made him bleed was not dead. But at this time, Shinichi had no idea that he had become a legendary monster. Now he had no thoughts in his head, only a crazy and brutal killing intent, and a desire for human flesh and blood from the depths of his soul. He, or it, was a new evil ghost. The new evil ghost moved his nose and turned his stiff head. It seemed to catch the smell of blood in the air. Whoosh! At a certain moment, the evil ghost's body disappeared from the spot like lightning. Blood! Blood! Hungry! Blood! A stuttering and hoarse voice came out of the evil ghost's mouth, and the seemingly slender arms dug frantically in the ruins. Whether it was hard bricks or thick wood, in front of the black claws, they all broke like tofu dregs. Finally, after some digging, a bloody human limb appeared in front of the evil ghost. The strong bloody smell made the evil ghost's throat tremble, and the bloodshot in his eyes became more and more dense. Without any hesitation, the evil ghost held up the limb and opened his mouth wide to bite off a large piece of duozi. Ah! Ah! The sudden noise behind him attracted the attention of the evil ghost. He looked behind him with his fierce eyes. In the ruins, he saw a black Shiba Inu helplessly howling at the evil ghost. The face was still the familiar master, but the terrible aura emanating from the master made the Shiba Inu tuck its tail between its legs in fear. It could only howl at its master. It expected the master to come over and pick it up as usual, but the strong bloody smell around it seemed to doom this to be impossible. Sure enough, the next second, the evil ghost rushed to the Shiba Inu and grabbed the Shiba Inu's neck. The sharp black claws easily pierced the Shiba Inu's fur. The severe pain and the master's terribleness made the Shiba Inu whimper pitifully, and its 4 short legs twisted in vain in the air. Just as the evil ghost when the ghost was about to crush the Shiba Inu that disturbed it from eating, a glimmer of clarity suddenly flashed through its bloodshot eyes. No! No! Can't! An inexplicable sense of resistance rose in its heart, making the evil ghost extremely irritable. It was hungry. It wanted to eat human flesh. If it crushed this damn beast to death, it could enjoy the delicious human flesh. Roar! Kill! 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 A terrible roar came out of the evil ghost's mouth, but the sharp black claws could not exert any force anyway. Plop! The body of the little Shiba Inu fell to the ground, and the evil ghost also twitched and fell to the ground. The sharp black claws actually tore at its own flesh and blood. Soon its body was scratched into a bloody mess by the sharp claws, but strangely, the hideous wounds scratched by the black claws also squirmed with buds, slowly repairing themselves. Blood. Flesh and blood. I want it. No. I won't eat it. Eat it. Roar. Eat it. No. Two crazy thoughts were fighting fiercely in the evil ghost's brain. One was the brutal killing from the depths of the soul and blood, and the other was the only remaining trace of reason. Ah! The black Shiba Inu ignored its bloody neck and ran directly to its owner when it saw its owner lying on the ground struggling and twitching wildly. Looking at the owner's face full of purple blood vessels, the Shiba Inu stretched out its tongue and licked the owner's face anxiously, as if hoping to relieve the owner's pain. While the evil ghost was struggling violently, half a piece of dorayaki pancake suddenly rolled out from its tattered clothes. The dorayaki with a sweet smell just stopped beside the evil ghost's head. Suddenly, the evil ghost's body stiffened. Looking at the half-piece of dorayaki, the evil ghost stared at his eyes with all his might, the corners of his eyes even cracked, oozing out a trace of blood. The madness of the monster in his pupils was constantly dissipating, replaced by a clear mind full of pain. Ah! What came out of his mouth again was no longer a beast-like roar, but a human roar. The evil ghost turned back into Shinichi, it became him again. Staggering, enduring the hunger like a knife scraping and burning in the abdomen, Shinichi, who became a ghost, dug hard in the ruins. The bloody bodies under the ruins exuded the ultimate temptation to him. If Shinichi hadn't tried hard to suppress it, he would have pounced on them and bit them with his instinct as an evil ghost. After digging for an unknown amount of time, Shinichi finally saw the child he was looking for. However, after just one look, he closed his eyes, and tears of blood slid down from the corners of his eyes. Junbo. The little black Shiba Inu also whimpered sadly as he looked at the broken and thin body in the ruins. Chapter 4. In the dark night, a hungry ghost and an injured Shiba Inu walked aimlessly on the road one after the other. Perhaps he heard the whimper of Enji behind him. Shinichi stopped his numb steps, turned back and hugged Enji, stroked Enji's injured neck, and apologized softly, "I'm sorry, Enji, I'm sorry." Shinichi didn't know how he became a ghost. He even heard about this legendary monster for the first time from Junbo a few days ago. What does it feel like to become a ghost? It's hard to describe. The first thing Shinichi felt was the hunger that was scratching his heart and liver, and the extreme desire for human flesh and blood. Shinichi saw his current appearance from the reflection of the stream. His originally dark eyes had turned scarlet, and his pale and thin face had become fuller for some reason, and was unusually handsome. It seemed that this was what Shinichi should have looked like. In addition, Shinichi also had a pair of extremely sharp black claws and long fangs in his mouth. Becoming a ghost also gave Shinichi inexplicably powerful strength. He could easily tear apart a tree that was as thick as a man's embrace, and he could also run more than 10 meters in a second. But at the same time, Shinichi also felt a sense of weakness. The spreading sense of weakness was his body reminding him that he wanted to eat people. Only by eating people can he curb weakness and even become stronger. But Shinichi resisted his desire for flesh and blood. He chose to leave after burying all the bodies in the ruined temple. Ahei Saburo died, and his death was very broken. But even if he was still alive, he could not stop Shinichi now. The ruined temple that he had tried so hard to escape from became a ruin, but Shinichi's heart was gloomy. The promise to take the child to Kyoto could never be fulfilled. The smiling child would forever sleep in the small mound behind the ruined temple. Whenever he thought of this, surging hatred surged into Shinichi's brain. The man in a suit. It was him. The man who called himself Musen. It was him. He was also a ghost. Shinichi recalled that when his waist was crushed by the bone whip on the man's body, his brain felt severe pain and entered an inexplicable state. Everything in front of him seemed to be paused. Shinichi could even see the still dust particles in the air. He could feel and even see the internal organs and muscles in the body of the man called Musen. That man, no, that ghost. It may have several hearts and brains. It was in this magical state that Shinichi scratched Musen's face with the dagger hidden in his sleeve, causing Musen to bleed, and Shinichi's memories came to an abrupt end. Now thinking of the terrible aura surrounding Musen, Shinichi's soul actually emerged with an instinctive fear. No. Damn it! Why should I be afraid? No matter who he is, I will definitely make him pay the price. Shinichi roared irritably, and at this time, in the dark night sky, a ray of light began to emerge from the horizon, and the sky was bright. Zi. Like the sound of raw meat being burnt, Shinichi retracted his right hand in the sun like an electric shock. The intense pain stimulated his nerves. After only 1 second in the sun, Shinichi's entire right hand was now burnt, and the extremely sharp black claws became dry and brittle. Just like in the story, evil ghosts cannot see the sun, no matter how strong the ghosts are, even the ghost called Musen. Shinichi hugged Yuan and hid in a cave. The hunger in his stomach became stronger and stronger. Lying in the cave, Shinichi's consciousness began to become blurred because of hunger. There was always a voice in his heart that bewitched and urged him to kill and eat people. Whether in the past life or now, Shinichi's 3 views could not tolerate him doing such a thing as eating people. If he really ate people, what was the difference between him and the evil ghost in the story? He didn't want to become a monster. Shinichi closed his eyes. In a trance, he seemed to see the evil ghost named Musen. He stared with scarlet eyes, and countless sharp whips rose behind him, rushing towards him like an overwhelming force. He was like a mantis blocking the car, watching countless bone whips piercing his body in vain. Weak human, since you are lucky enough to become a ghost, then make good use of your identity. We ghosts are more perfect higher creatures than humans. Go. Kill humans as much as you want and eat more humans. The more people you eat, the stronger you will be. Even become the supreme existence. The bewitching voice echoed in Shinichi's ears. But at this moment, Shinichi felt irritated. He bared his sharp fangs and fought desperately against the invisible temptation and restraint. Get lost. I can't be a monster like you. And I can't eat people. Go to hell. Bastard. While resisting, a green light seemed to appear in front of Shinichi's eyes. With a roar, all the illusions in front of him snapped and turned into a pile of fragments. Bang. For some reason, Shinichi, who suddenly opened his eyes, felt as if something was missing from his body. He felt an inexplicable sense of relief, and even the strong hunger in his stomach faded a bit. At the same time, in a luxurious mansion in Shimane Prefecture, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up in the dark room, and the black vertical pupils were murderous. What's going on? This feeling of being out of control? Tamayo. Outside the room, the broken bodies of the owners of this luxurious mansion were scattered all over the ground, and the blood stained the floor red. Night finally fell, and Shinichi, who was almost driven crazy by hunger, took Yuanji out of the cave, trying to find some food to relieve hunger. But after wandering in the forest for a long time, whether it was fresh wild fruits, salmon in the stream, or even the rabbit that Shinichi caught and tore, as long as he swallowed it, the moment these foods reached his stomach, Shinichi would vomit violently and vomit these things completely. The little Shiba Inu Yuanji was happily biting the plump rabbit legs, and the wound on his neck also showed signs of improvement. Stroking Yuanji's little head, Shinichi felt a little disappointed. Could it be that ghosts can't eat anything else except human flesh? Is he going to starve to death? Or, try There seem to be bad people among humans, right? Is it? When the idea of eating people suddenly emerged, Shinichi was shocked. What was he thinking? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not to eat people. Not even evil people. Once the Pandora's box of eating people is opened, Shinichi cannot be sure whether he will completely degenerate into a bloodthirsty evil ghost. But the hunger in his stomach was getting stronger and stronger. How long could he hold on like this? On the small road at night, extremely hungry Shinichi walked aimlessly in silence. After a while, a light appeared on the road in the distance. A few minutes closer, Shinichi saw a wooden house on the side of the road. Is there anyone living there? Thinking of humans, Shinichi swallowed his saliva that was secreted quickly. No, he couldn't go. His hideous and terrifying appearance now would definitely scare the people there. Holding UNER, Shinichi was about to take a detour. Suddenly, a faint smell of blood entered Shinichi's nose. Extremely hungry Shinichi instantly distinguished what the smell was. It was the smell of human blood, or very fresh blood. And the source of the bloody smell was that wooden house. Chapter 5. It was getting stronger and stronger, the smell of human flesh and blood. Wait. There were other smells. Shinichi stopped and his face became serious. In the wooden house, there was not only the smell of human blood, but also a strange smell, a smell full of tyranny and cruelty, or in other words, the smell of the same kind, that is, ghosts. Yuji, stay here, don't follow me. Shinichi said softly after putting Yuji down, although he didn't know if Yuji could understand. The right hand that was burned by the sun during the day has almost recovered, and the newly grown black claws are still sharp. Shinichi took a deep breath and continued to walk towards the wooden house. In the dark night, the lights in the wooden house were extremely conspicuous. An ordinary hunter family lived here. A faint smell of gunpowder could be vaguely smelled in the air, but now the wooden house was completely like hell. Broken limbs, blood, and internal organs splattered on the floor, the head of a middle-aged hunter who died with his eyes open, a hunting rifle broken into 2 sections, and the figure on all fours like a monster in the center of the wooden house. A snoring sound that only wild animals can make when eating came from the figure. A woman's body, still steaming, was lying under it. The half-bloody face was still frozen with the terrified expression before death. This was the hunter's wife. Swish! Suddenly, the evil ghost who was eating turned his head. It was a thin and long horse face. The dark eyes were full of bloodthirsty murderous intent. In his mouth, which was almost open to his ears, he bit half of his arm. Blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. When he saw Shinichi, the horse-faced ghost was obviously stunned for a moment, and the arm he was biting in his mouth fell off, but the next second the horse-faced ghost arched his body, bared his sharp teeth, and asked fiercely, "Where did you come from? Don't you know that this is the territory of my lord Kerasuma?" Shinichi did not answer, but stared blankly at the hell in the wooden house. Under the swaying lights, the blood in the room made Shinichi's heart chill and longing. Oh, I was wondering what was going on. It turned out to be a new ghost, hee. The evil ghost Kerasuma felt the breath and emotional fluctuations emitted by Shinichi. After laughing, he used his hands and feet, like a flexible lizard, and rushed to Shinichi's side in the blink of an eye. His dark red eyes kept looking up and down at this newborn young ghost. It's really rare. There hasn't been a new ghost in Matsudaira County for 10 years, oh no, 20 years, right? Could it be that the adult came here? It's really exciting. It would be great if I could be appreciated by the adult, tut tut tut. Kerasuma sighed while circling Shinichi. Shinichi was also looking at the companion in front of him. There was no doubt that Kerasuma in front of him was definitely a real and powerful evil ghost. Moreover, based on instinctive judgment, this evil ghost named Kerasuma had eaten at least more than 10 people. The more people a ghost has eaten, the stronger its strength will be. The momentum emanating from Kerasuma made Shinichi feel oppressive. Kerasuma kept muttering to himself for a long time, but Shinichi didn't say a word, which made Kerasuma's eyes flash with displeasure, but when he saw Shinichi always looking at his food in the wooden house, Kerasuma showed a cruel smile, and a long black tongue suddenly stretched out and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Then, Kerasuma instantly rushed back to the wooden house and bit the bloody body. Soon, it came to Shinichi with half of its thigh bitten, and spit the thigh in front of Shinichi casually. Kerasuma grinned and said cruelly, "Since it is a new companion, these foods are a gift. Try it. This woman's flesh and blood are very delicious, much more delicious than her husband. You will definitely praise it." Looking at the large piece of blurred flesh and blood, Shinichi subconsciously clenched his fists, and the black claws unconsciously pierced his palms. His body trembled slightly because he was very angry. The evil ghost in front of him made Shinichi feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps it was because Shinichi was still standing from the perspective of humans. If he stood from the perspective of ghosts, Kerasuma's behavior was really generous, because ghosts are cruel creatures with a strong sense of territory. But Kerasuma did this more to tease Shinichi. After all, for new ghosts, the residual memory of being human will affect them and make them resist eating people. However, no matter how many residual memories there are, they cannot restrain the nature of ghosts. Kerasuma really wants to see what the new ghost in front of him will be like after being completely dominated by his nature. Kerasuma also saw Shinichi's fist clenching action, but he didn't take it seriously at all. He ate 23 people. His strength is not something a new ghost can challenge. On the contrary, he is more looking forward to seeing what Shinichi looks like after eating human flesh. Eat it, my kind. I am different from other ghosts. I am very happy to share food, even you can follow me, Lord Kerasuma, and follow me to enjoy more blood and human flesh. Kerasuma bewitched beside Shinichi. Staring at the human flesh in front of him, Shinichi's scarlet eyes trembled, and his pupils gradually condensed and erected into needles, and the sharp fangs in his mouth unconsciously revealed. Yes. That's it, bite it and enjoy it. Kerasuma said excitedly. But he was stunned the next second because Shinichi walked straight past him. Get out of the way. Kerasuma looked at Shinichi, who ignored his kindness in disbelief. His dark red eyes reflected Shinichi's back, and his nameless anger rose up all of a sudden. Veins popped up on Kerasuma's face, and his long black tongue slipped out from the corner of his mouth. Asshole! A weak chicken who has never eaten anyone dared to refuse my kindness. Really? Angry? Shinichi walked quickly, wanting to leave here quickly. Although he wanted to kill this disgusting ghost, he was no match for that guy in his current hungry and weak state. That guy had eaten at least dozens of people. But there is a saying that goes, it is easy to come but hard to turn back. Puff! Shinichi's body stiffened, and when he looked down, a long black strip had pierced his chest. The next moment, Shinichi's body lost control and was pulled back by a huge force. The force was so strong that Shinichi even heard the whirring sound of the wind in his ears. Without hesitation, he immediately raised his black claws and cut towards the black strip that pierced his chest. Ding! Soon, something that surprised Shinichi happened. His claws that could easily tear rocks only scratched a streak of sparks on the black strip. Bang! Before Shinichi could figure it out, he was thrown directly into the wooden house. The huge impact force made him smash a wall of the wooden house directly, and he rolled awkwardly on the open space. Sizzle! The black strip that was as hard as iron just now became soft and covered with saliva, which was extremely disgusting. Hiss! You don't know what's good for you. Since you don't want to accept my kindness, then just accept my anger. Kerasuma said cruelly. Shinichi staggered to his feet and shook his dizzy head. A wave of numbness spread from his chest. That tongue was poisonous. The wound on his chest was wriggling and the wound was slowly recovering. This was the powerful immortal physique of the ghost. Bang! Soon after Shinichi stood up, the long black tongue in Kerasuma's mouth attacked again, and the speed was almost as fast as lightning. Swish! Shinichi's consciousness flashed, and the long black tongue almost brushed his neck. Bang! 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 Shinichi's body quickly dodged Kerasuma's attack in the open space. This was not his own strength. A more appropriate adjective should be his instinctive talent. Ghosts also have different talents. Ghosts with low talents will never be appreciated by that adult even if they eat more people. Those who can serve that adult can only. There are those ghosts with the highest talent, the 12 demon moons. Kerasuma's face was completely dark. It had never thought that this ghost who had never eaten anyone could actually deal with it for so long. How could it be so fast? It could actually dodge its attacks every time. Kerasuma was completely shocked, and at the same time, endless anger and jealousy emerged in his heart. Talent. This new ghost must be very talented. Much stronger than it. It has been carefully hiding its whereabouts for more than 10 years, fearing that it would be discovered by the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. It has finally eaten 23 people, but now, it is being played by a new ghost. This is simply a great shame. Thinking of this, Kerasuma became even more angry, and the speed of the long tongue in his mouth became faster. Chasing behind Shinichi like a series of black lightning, splitting the ground into deep grooves one after another. Chapter 6. What? What is this? How did I do it? Shinichi was also very surprised at his performance. It was incredible that he could dodge so flexibly while being poisoned, and these dodges were almost all subconscious reactions. Shinichi seemed to be able to predict every attack of Kerasuma's black tongue in advance. In that case, then, try to fight back. Shinichi whispered, and a cold light flashed across the sharp claws on his fingertips. Whoosh! Kerasuma's black tongue passed by Shinichi's ear again. Taking advantage of this pause for a second, Shinichi bent his claws and chopped down fiercely. Ping! As expected, the claws and the black tongue collided with each other, making a sound of metal clashing. The battle between the two ghosts caused countless cracks and gravel on the ground, rumbling and raising a large amount of smoke and dust, and the sound of metal clashing and sparks continued. As time went by, Kerasuma's anger grew, and Shinichi also felt his body getting heavier. He could not hold on any longer. Since he became a demon, he had not eaten meat and was in a state of extreme hunger. The consumption caused by the battle was too great, and he could not hold on any longer. How could he be repaired? Arrogant bastard! Kerasuma's limbs and muscles swelled up. Bang! Its body hit Shinichi directly like a cannonball. Boom! Shinichi dodged easily, but a big hole was smashed into the ground under his feet. Bastard! 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 Little demon! You really pissed me off! Kerasuma suddenly retracted his black tongue, and his entire chin swelled up like a balloon. Danger! Shinichi's brain issued a warning, but Shinichi's hungry body did not keep up with the brain's reaction. When Shinichi wanted to dodge, it was too late. Blood Demon Art Tongue Poison Dance. Kerasuma suddenly opened his huge mouth. Poof! A large mass of black mist gushed out, and several long black tongues twisted wildly in the mist like flexible poisonous snakes. Swish! 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 Shinichi's body was instantly pierced by several black tongues, and the black mist also invaded Shinichi's body. Oh no! The wound immediately broke out with extremely severe pain, and the skin turned black and blue due to poisoning. Hee, arrogant little devil, you are finally caught, right? You run again. The black tongues tightly entangled Shinichi's body in circles. Because of weakness, Shinichi's wound recovery speed also greatly decreased, and dark red blood kept dripping down his body. Kerasuma tied Shinichi in front of him and taunted him. Go to hell! Monster! Shinichi spat in Kerasuma's face. Monster? Haha, you say I'm a monster? Then aren't you a monster too? Don't think that you can still consider yourself a human just because you haven't eaten humans yet. Ghosts are ghosts, you can't resist your nature, humans are just our food. I really can't understand why that adult would turn people like you into ghosts, and even have mercy on humans, am I right? When you saw those human corpses, I saw the pity and anger in your eyes, haha, I wanted you to accept the fact of becoming a ghost calmly, but now, I have changed my mind. Kerasuma showed a cruel smile on his face. Maybe Kerasuma had the idea of leading Shinichi back to the ghost way before, but after the battle just now, he regretted it. Shinichi's talent was so strong that it made it palpitate. Shinichi, who had never eaten humans, actually forced it to use blood ghost art. If he was allowed to eat enough humans, how strong would he become? Even, there is a possibility that he will become the 12 ghost moons serving that adult. Whether it was to prevent Shinichi's future revenge or to squeeze out a competitor in advance, in short, Kerasuma really wanted to kill Shinichi. Shinichi twisted his body with great effort, but Kerasuma's black tongue bound him tightly like steel bars. Coupled with Kerasuma's poison, it was very difficult for him to even move his fingers. Perhaps thanks to Kerasuma's poison, although Shinichi's body was paralyzed, his spirit was abnormally excited. At this time, Shinichi's brain was running fast. What is blood ghost art? This guy just shouted it out. From the name, is it a special skill that only ghosts can use? But I don't seem to have this skill. What's going on? Could it be that you have to be strong to a certain extent to have blood ghost art? But how can you become stronger? For ghosts, is it only eating people? Shinichi thought, and then he found that he had entered a blind spot. If he was right, then his only hope now was to eat human flesh and become stronger? But Kerasuma obviously would not give him another chance to eat people. Shinichi saw Kerasuma's murderous intention, but why didn't Kerasuma do it? Soon, Kerasuma answered Shinichi's question himself. It's difficult for a demon to kill another demon. Apart from the swords of the demon slayer core, the only thing that can kill a demon is the Sunday. Haha, the Sunday. Wu Wan laughed strangely, then used all 4 limbs to crawl back to the wooden house, and stretched out another black tongue from his mouth, rolling up the broken corpse on the floor of the wooden house. It seems that this evil ghost has not eaten enough. There are still a few hours before daytime. Wu Wan is going to find a place to deal with this companion. At that time, hiding in the dark cave, gnawing on the flesh and blood, watching the companion wailing and turning into ashes in the sun, it is really exciting to think about it. Ah! Ah! The sudden barking of a dog interrupted Wu Wan's reverie. When he came to his senses, Wu Wan found a little Shiba Inu blocking in front of him, barking at him. Where did this mixed-haired beast come from? Wu Wan didn't think about it, and raised a paw to flatten the Shiba Inu, but unexpectedly, the little Shiba Inu suddenly jumped up and bit Wu Wan's long black tongue. Ah! It hurts so much! Kerasuma let out a miserable howl, and the black tongue that bound Shinichi's body immediately retracted, swung wildly, and threw off the Shiba Inu that was biting on the black tongue. The little Shiba Inu was thrown to the ground and rolled several times, rolling to Shinichi's side, then turned over, stepped on the ground with his limbs, and continued to bark at Kerasuma, and his throat also made a gurgling bass roar from time to time. How is it possible? A dog can bite me? No. There is something wrong with this dog. Kerasuma looked at Enji with a gloomy face, and soon it found something wrong. The body of the little Shiba Inu was wrong. Under the shiny fur were strong muscles, claws and teeth were emitting sharp cold light, and the most important thing was that the pupils emitting red light, this familiar breath. What? How did this dog become a ghost? Is that adult crazy? Kerasuma couldn't help but swear. But the demon-like Enji didn't care what Kerasuma was thinking. He only knew that the ugly monster in front of him had hurt his master. That's right. Master. The little Shiba Inu turned around and barked anxiously in Shinichi's ear. But Shinichi seemed to be in a coma, and his body didn't move. Damn it! No matter what you are, you'll die with this little devil! Kerasuma roared, opened his huge mouth, and two black tongues burst out. Yuanji bared his teeth and rushed towards Kerasuma to protect his master. Although Yuanji was very brave, he was far from being Kerasuma's opponent. Biting Kerasuma's tongue with all his strength could only make Kerasuma feel pain but could not cause any harm to him, so Yuanji was soon caught by Kerasuma's black tongue and his spine was crushed. Hearing Yuanji's painful whimper, Kerasuma grinned, "A beast is a beast. It seems that it is related to that little ghost. It's just right that I can have a companion on the way to the underworld." Puff. Before Kerasuma finished speaking, he felt his tongue suddenly numb, and the smelly blood spurted out from the cross-section of the tongue like a fountain. Pa! The half of the black tongue that fell on the ground twisted and twitched wildly. That is, my tongue. Kerasuma's brain was a little out of order, but soon, the severe pain was transmitted to the brain, and Kerasuma confirmed that it was his tongue. Ah! My tongue! Opening his right hand and shaking off the sticky and smelly blood on his hand, Shinichi looked at the howling Kerasuma expressionlessly. Asshole! Asshole! Do you know how hard I worked for my tongue? It took me 10 years to grow 4 tongues. Angry! I'm so angry! Go to hell! Kerasuma was furious, blood demon art tongue poison dance full open. At this time, Shinichi's state was a bit strange. One of his eyes flashed with a green light. Looking at the tongue poison dance, Shinichi did not mean to dodge. Instead, he arched his body, raised his arms, crossed his arms to block in front of him, slightly opened his mouth to reveal sharp fangs, and whispered, "Blood demon art blood rage." Shinichi's blood demon art blood rage is different from Nezuko's blood rage. Everyone pay attention to the difference. Chapter 7. Blood Demon Art Blood Rage. Boom! Shinichi's body instantly burst out with a fierce high temperature, and the exposed skin almost instantly turned slightly red. The surrounding air fluctuated because of the temperature radiated from his body. Blood vessels burst out on the surface of Shinichi's skin. It seemed that what flowed in the blood vessels was no longer blood, but boiling magma. The toxins of Kerasuma in the blood instantly disappeared under this high temperature. Boom! Shinichi raised his right foot and stepped on the ground, and the ground cracked instantly. Swish! Kerasuma only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a red figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tongue poison dance missed, so fast. How is it possible? How can this kid also know blood demon art? Bang! A red fist suddenly hit Kerasuma's face, and half of Kerasuma's face was directly blown up like a watermelon, and broken bones and flesh flew all over the sky. Then, punch after punch, in just a dozen meters, hundreds of red fist shadows hit Kerasuma's body. Ah! No! Stop! Stop! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Kerasuma was like a powerless sandbag, and his entire body was smashed into pieces. Boom! The last powerful punch directly pierced Kerasuma's chest and nailed it hard into the ground. Zzz. The heat on Shinichi's body gradually dissipated, and the green light in his eyes gradually dissipated. Looking at Kerasuma lying on the ground like a dead dog, Shinichi subconsciously looked at his hands, the power just now, and the figure in his mind. Who was it? Blood demon art blood rage. By squeezing all the energy in the blood to make the blood extremely boiling, it can stimulate the body's speed and strength in a very short moment, and also increase the body's surface temperature. Is this the blood demon art? It feels like opening the death door in a certain anime. However, I am a ghost now, so I can't die. Shinichi said self-deprecatingly. Master Shinichi, I have told you everything you wanted to ask. You are a magnanimous person. Please forgive my previous rudeness. I am willing to follow you until death. With your talent, you will definitely become the lower moon of the great 12 demon moons in the future. Oh no! Master Upper Moon! Kerasuma, who was almost beaten to death, begged for mercy from Shinichi in fear and flattery. In order to survive, it did not care about its own face. Since it could not beat him, it would kneel and lick him decisively. Kerasuma, how many people have you eaten? Click. Kerasuma's heart trembled. Master, Master. Speak. 10, 23 people. 23 people, that's 23 lives. Kerasuma raised his head and showed an ugly smile. Master Shinichi, it's natural for demons to eat humans. This is our nature, our instinct. Why do you resist? As long as you eat humans, you will find out how wonderful it is. It's, ah! Kerasuma suddenly screamed because a hot hand pressed down on his head. Enough! You can go to hell now. Hearing the strong killing intent in Shinichi's voice and feeling that Shinichi would never let him go, Kerasuma suddenly became crazy again, laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha! Bastard! What do you think you are doing? You are a ghost. Why are you pretending to be noble? No matter what you are thinking. You are a ghost. Sooner or later you will eat people. This is our nature. You may be able to endure it for a day or two, but you may not be able to endure it for a lifetime. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Can you do it? Do you think you are those swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps? Are you a ghost? In their eyes, you are also a ghost, a man-eating ghost. They will want to kill you when they see you, and what can you do? Ha ha ha, it's this look that makes you look at me with displeasure, right? I ate 23 people, but the best ones were still the 2 girls. Tisk tisk tisk, the meat was tender, and their blood was so fragrant, just like aged wine. Start eating from their hands and feet, and let them clearly see themselves being eaten bit by bit. It's really wonderful. A blue vein popped up on Shinichi's forehead. Snap! Kerasuma's head was immediately crushed in half, and the yellow-white brain fluid flowed all over Shinichi's hand, but Kerasuma's remaining half of his mouth was still chattering. It's useless. In addition to the swords of the Demon Slayer Corps, only sunlight can kill us demons. Even if you are angry now, you can't kill me. Ha ha ha, is it uncomfortable? Really? I don't think so. Blood Demon Art Vitality Absorption. Shinichi said in a low voice. Puff. A green branch-like thing pierced his palm, stretched out, and then quickly pierced half of Wuhuan's head. Ha ha ha, what the hell is that? No. What is that? Take it away. Take it away quickly. No. Stop it. Sir. Let me go. Don't. When the green branch pierced after entering Kerasuma's body, its body suddenly began to tremble violently, and then, starting from its limbs, the flesh and blood continued to wither and dry up, like a decayed mummy. But Shinichi's face showed a hint of redness. He could feel that a pure energy was transferring to his body along the branches in his palm. Gurgle. The original intense hunger gradually disappeared. Shinichi closed his eyes, and a figure appeared in front of him again. It was a back figure, wearing a green haori, with a long sword hanging around his waist. In that person, Shinichi seemed to see 2 extreme scenes. One end was a hell burning with endless flames, and the other end was a forest full of vitality. Blood Demon Art Blood Rage, Blood Demon Art Life Absorption. Just after seeing this back figure, Shinichi's mind appeared out of thin air. Who is this person? Blood Demon Art, is he a ghost? Click. Kerasuma's body gradually shrank, and finally turned into a pile of dry slag and was blown away by the wind. Shinichi also opened his eyes. When he sucked Kerasuma's vitality, he also saw Kerasuma's life before he became a ghost. There was nothing to say. It was a story of an extremely cowardly scum. He relied on a mouth that hurt people and deceived countless people. He even helped human traffickers to abduct more than 10 children for money. This kind of scum deserves to go to hell. Ah! Yuan-Er's cheerful cry brought Shinichi back to reality. Shinichi gently stroked Yuan-Er's head. Yuan-Er would become a ghost. This was something he didn't expect. What was going on? Suddenly, Shinichi thought of his hand being burned by the sun in the cave before. When he tore off the charred flesh, Yuan-Er licked his hand. Could it be because of this? However, no matter what, at least Yuanji is healthy now. Shinichi was originally worried that Yuanji would eat people after he turned into a ghost, but when collecting the bodies of the hunter family in the wooden house, Yuanji was not interested in human flesh and blood, but was interested in the half-piece of dorayaki in Shinichi's arms. After burying the bodies of the hunter couple and bowing to the simple tombstone, Shinichi said softly, "The ghost has gone to hell, please rest in peace." In the dilapidated wooden house, Shinichi found a few old clothes that could be worn, and he was finally able to change the rags on his body, but I don't know if it was the influence of his previous life. Shinichi has never been used to the heavy clogs. Fortunately, there is a pair of high-quality deerskin boots in the wooden house, which makes Shinichi less worried. With Yuanji, Shinichi left this place before dawn. In the dark cave, Shinichi touched his stomach and thought to himself. Since he absorbed the vitality of the evil ghost Kerasuma, Shinichi's hunger disappeared for several days. It was not until today that he felt a little hungry. This made Shinichi realize one thing. He didn't seem to worry about eating people. Compared with the extreme resistance to eating people, absorbing the vitality of those cannibalistic ghosts seemed to be more acceptable. Moreover, this seemed to improve his strength. After sucking Kerasuma dry, Shinichi clearly felt that his strength and speed had improved. He even vaguely felt that he could last a little longer after opening the blood ghost technique blood burst. In this case, Shinichi's eyes became firm. He seemed to have a goal. Hunting ghosts. Absorbing ghosts. Becoming stronger, and then, finding the man named Musen and revenge. By the way, Shinichi also asked a lot of information before Kerasuma died. Now Shinichi also has some understanding of the environment he is in now. Chapter 8. For thousands of years, it has been said that after sunset, there will be a terrible monster wandering in the world. They are called ghosts. Ghosts feed on humans, are immortal, and can recover to normal no matter what fatal injuries they suffer. They can continue to survive even if they are chopped into pieces. Only the sunlight in the daytime can completely kill ghosts. There are ghosts in the world, so naturally, there are also a group of human swordsmen whose mission is to kill evil ghosts. They gather together and form an organization called the Demon Slayer Corps over thousands of years. Although they are not recognized by the government, they are still carrying out ghost hunting missions to this day, guarding the peace of the world and frightening countless evil ghosts. The Demon Slayer Corps has a powerful weapon, the Sun Wheel Sword, which is a weapon forged with magical materials and seems to be equipped with the energy of the sun. When the swordsmen use the Sun Wheel Sword to cut off the head of the ghost, the immortal ghost will turn into ashes on the spot. From Kerasuma, Shinichi learned a lot and roughly understood the world today. In addition, Shinichi also learned an important piece of information. It seems that the birth of evil spirits all originated from one person, or from that person's blood. It was that person's blood that created countless evil spirits today. As for who that person is, Kerasuma dared not say that person's name anyway. But Shinichi had a rough guess. He thought of the pair of dark red eyes that night, the man named Musen. Run! Run! In the dark forest, a figure fled frantically in the bushes. With the moonlight, you can see the figure who frequently looked back in fear. There were several sharp horns on his forehead and sharp fangs in his mouth. It was an evil spirit. But what makes people puzzled is, what is behind the evil spirit? It can actually scare an almost immortal evil spirit like this. Where did this monster come from? It's so scary. They are all ghosts, but that bastard can kill other ghosts. Run! We must leave here before dawn. The sharp-horned ghost muttered in fear. Bang! The sudden explosion scared the sharp-horned ghost. Countless smoke and dust rose in front of it. The huge shock wave directly knocked it to the ground. When the sharp-horned ghost stood up again, a figure with an astonishingly high temperature all over his body had walked out of the smoke and dust. The exposed skin glowed red, the black pupils condensed into a vertical line, the sharp fangs slightly exposed the lips, the black claws on the fingertips flashed cold light, and the right hand was holding a bloody head. An inconspicuous green branch in the palm of the hand was inserted directly into the broken evil ghost head. Blood demon art life absorption. In the horrified eyes of the sharp-horned ghost, the evil ghost head in Shinichi's hand quickly shrank, and was finally crushed into a pile of debris by Shinichi. This sir, please don't, please. I will never dare to eat people again, let me go. The sharp-horned ghost trembled and begged for mercy frantically. Ah! Before the sharp-horned ghost could react, a black lightning struck it directly from behind. Ah! Sizzle! Sizzle! The sharp-horned ghost let out a piercing howl and struggled frantically. The small figure was hanging tightly behind the evil ghost, and the demonized little Shiba Inu opened his mouth and bit the evil ghost's back with his sharp teeth. Crack! As Shinichi stepped down, the evil ghost's dry body turned into ashes, and Shinichi's reddish skin gradually returned to its original state, and the branches in the palm of his right hand also retracted. The fifth one. Shinichi silently calculated in his heart that it had been more than a month since he turned into a demon. During this period, he and Enji had already killed 5 demons. Ah! Enji, with blood on the corner of his mouth, stuck out his tongue and turned around in front of Shinichi, looking happy and asking for credit. Perhaps it was because Enji was contaminated with Shinichi's blood that he turned into a demon. An inexplicable connection was established between Shinichi and Enji from then on. Shinichi could feel Enji's thoughts and voice. Of course, although Enji was very smart, he was just a little Shiba Inu after all, so Shinichi could only hear simple thoughts such as happy, master, hungry, bored, itchy teeth, etc. However, even so, the cooperation between the demon and the dog was perfect, and they easily killed 5 demons. A small bonfire was simply lit, roasting the rabbit caught by Enji. Shinichi looked at the greasy rabbit meat being licked by the flames, and his mind was a little empty. Of course, roasted rabbit meat was not for him to eat. After turning into a ghost, Shinichi could no longer eat any food, not even water. Only Enji was not affected, wagging his tail and circling around the fragrant rabbit meat. Enji's situation is a bit special. Rather than saying that Enji has become a ghost dog, it is better to say that Enji is a Shiba Inu who has gained ghost abilities. Shinichi's ghost blood seems that it is just attached to UNER's body. It will only be activated during battle, so UNER can still eat normally and walk under the sun. These 2 points alone make Shinichi envious. Relying on the blood ghost art vitality absorption, Shinichi can obtain energy by hunting other ghosts, so he doesn't have to eat. But in the past month, Shinichi has become less and less clear about his own position, and he will feel a little confused from time to time. Is he still a ghost or a human? While Shinichi was in a daze as usual, UNER had already eaten the whole roasted rabbit, and now he was lying on Shinichi's legs and rolling around to ask for play. Let's take it one step at a time. Shinichi sighed secretly after coming to his senses, and stretched out his hand to rub UNER's round belly. The sun rises, and the warm sunlight awakens the earth and the villagers of Beijing village. This is an ordinary small mountain village at the foot of the mountain. Dozens of families living here rely on Beijing mountain behind the village to make a living. As for why this mountain is called Beijing, it is because there was once a famous white ancient well on the mountain. It is said that the well water there is sweet and delicious, and the tea boiled with the well water is wonderful. It was even favored by daimyo in the Heian period. However, the White Ancient Well has been dry for hundreds of years, and the rumor of Beijing is ultimately just a story told by the old people in the village. Hey, Yamada, are you going into the mountains today? Oh, I have to go into the mountains. My family's food is almost gone. If I don't go into the mountains, my wife and children will starve to death. But there are mountain ghosts on the mountain. Hayakawa, Maeda, Matsui. None of them have come back from the mountain. The only one who escaped back, Hirain, has gone crazy and shouts that he has seen ghosts all day long. Then what can I do? The police in the police station don't dare to go up the mountain. I have no choice. At the entrance of the village, two men dressed as woodcutters were talking with sad faces. As woodcutters who make a living by cutting wood, not being able to go up the mountain is equivalent to cutting off their livelihood. Although there has always been a legend about mountain ghosts on Shirai Mountain, in the recent short period of time, more than a dozen people in the village have gone up Shirai Mountain and never returned. The elderly said that it was the mountain ghosts. It was at this time that the two woodcutters with sad faces saw many young men in the village gathered together and were walking towards this side in a mighty manner. Most of these young men were holding various weapons in their hands, including hatchets, bows and arrows, darts and even long naginatas. A woodcutter felt something was wrong and quickly stepped forward to stop them, shouting to the young leader, Jiro. What are you doing? The young Jiro replied proudly, Mr. Yamada, we have heard the story of ghosts on the mountain for a long time. That was just a story told by Grandpa Heiji to fool the children. We think the attacks on the mountain must be some wild beasts. We are ready and will solve this hidden danger for the village today. Don't worry, Mr. Yamada, everyone will be able to go up the mountain freely soon. The woodcutter Yamada looked at Jiro with a childish face, angry and anxious, and scolded, Nonsense! Let's not talk about whether there is really a mountain ghost. Even if it is just a wild beast, how can you guys solve it? Go back. Don't get involved. This is our adults' business. When the scene was noisy, no one noticed that on the small road at the entrance of the village, a little Shiba Inu was shaking its tail and listening to something with its furry ears erected. In the dark cave, Shinichi opened his eyes and digested the news he heard through Enji's body. Shirayama, mountain ghost? Shinichi pondered, weighing the truth of this news. In more than a month, Shinichi hunted 5 evil ghosts, and the information was almost all heard by Shinichi on the roadside like today. But Japan has had many ghost stories since ancient times, so most of the news about evil ghosts Shinichi heard was inaccurate. Could it be that what he heard this time was also false? On Shirayama, was it the beast or the evil ghost that harmed people? Chapter 9. A sunny noon. Northwest-west. Northwest-west. Eliminate the demons entrenched on Shirai Mountain. Quickly. Quickly. A hoarse voice broke the silence of noon. A big black crow with flapping wings actually spoke human words. This is a crow, a special crow trained by the Demon Slayer Corps. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps has his own crow partner. The crow is also an important messenger for the team members to pass messages to each other and for the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to issue demon hunting missions. And below this quacking crow, several figures are rushing on the road at a fast speed. They are wearing white haori, and under the haori is black, which looks like a special uniform for school students. A sheathed long sword is hung on the belt around each person's waist. The long swords are of different lengths, shapes and colors. They are the legendary members of the Demon Slayer Corps whose mission is to hunt evil demons. The long swords hanging around their waists are also the legendary demon-killing weapons, the Sunwheel Sword. Hearing the urging of the crow, the team members, led by the leading Wu-class swordsman, sped up again. The wind on the road blew the white feathers of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, revealing the big character printed on their uniforms behind them. Senior Kawachi. Everyone is very tired. Can we take a break? If this goes on, everyone will not be able to bear it. A young team member asked the leading Wu class swordsman. There is a strict level division in the Demon Slayer Corps. The members are divided into 10 levels from high to low, namely A, B, C, D, E, F, G, Sin, Ren, and Aoi. The higher the level, the stronger the strength of the members. Above the A-class swordsman is the most important combat force of the Demon Slayer Corps. They are the powerful swordsmen called pillars. It is very difficult to become a powerful pillar. There are 2 conditions to become a pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps. After becoming a A-class swordsman, you need to kill more than 50 evil ghosts, or kill a 12 demon moons to become a pillar. Hanoi, a member of the Wu class team, looked back at his companions. Sure enough, several Xin class and Ren class swordsmen were already exhausted and panting. Hanoi had no choice but to let everyone rest for a while. In order to prevent his own crows in the sky from disturbing his companions' rest, Hanoi took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and began to feed the crows. Several young and immature members of the Demon Slayer Corps took advantage of the rare break time to joke with each other. I'm so tired, I feel like my legs are almost numb. Yet, Shirayama is too far away, and I don't know how many demons there are there, and whether there are enough for us to kill. Don't brag, Shinta, everyone knows that when you first went on a mission, you were scared to the point of peeing your pants by a demon, and you shouted for your mother, ha ha ha. Iron me. Baka. You actually exposed my past. Kawachi shook his head subconsciously as he watched his companions quarreling. His personality also destined him to not fit in, because when he encountered an evil demon when he was a child, Kawachi, who survived by chance, also lost all his relatives and his tongue. Since then, Kawachi can no longer speak. With a strong hatred for demons, Kawachi joined the Demon Slayer Corps, and after 3 years of hard work, he has now become a powerful Wu-level swordsman. Because he can't speak, Kawachi's personality has always been very cold. However, although Kawachi can't speak, his observation ability is very sharp. At this time, his eyes are all focused on another person who is alone like him. Under the grayish-green haori, the thin body looks like it can be blown down by a gust of wind. The wrinkled face and grey hair are so conspicuous. The uniform wrapped around the body is obviously different from the style of other team members. It looks older and more old-fashioned. The only new thing on this old man's body may be the dark green handle of the sun wheel sword on his waist. Kawachi doesn't understand why an old team member who has retired for decades on the road strongly demands to join their crusade team. Obviously, this old man doesn't even have the strength to draw a sword. For this old man named Moriki, people of his age should be trainers, right? After all, it is rare for a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps to live to this age. But now Hanoi's eyes towards Mr. Moriki have changed. The high-intensity rapid march along the way made even a Class E swordsman like him feel a little tired, but Mr. Moriki's breathing was not disordered. At this time, Mr. Moriki was holding the sun wheel sword and resting with his eyes closed. My intuition is not wrong. I can feel that the person who is truly suitable for the breath of the forest has appeared. Forefathers of the previous generations, please bless me and the breath of the forest. The inheritance of the breath of the forest must not be cut off from now on. Mr. Moriki held the sun wheel sword and muttered to it. As time passed, the majestic the sun gradually began to set, and the sunlight that could destroy any evil spirits gradually dimmed. The day was gradually replaced by the night. After the sun completely set, Hanoi and other team members arrived at Beijing village as quickly as possible. At this time, Beijing village had fallen into chaos. Many elderly villagers ran out of their homes and called for their families in various places in the village. Hanoi couldn't speak, so he gestured to a XIN level team member to ask what was going on. After asking, he found out that it was the young people in the village who organized themselves. A large group of people rushed to Beijing Mountain with all kinds of weapons. The villagers who stayed in the village were stamping their feet anxiously, and many elderly villagers cried, "Mountain ghost!" These children are confused. There are really mountain ghosts on the mountain. Isn't this a sin? This is bad. I just asked other people in the village. At least more than 20 people entered Beijing Mountain. If they have any accidents, the ghosts on Beijing Mountain will be difficult to deal with. Hanoi's partner, Wu-level team member Hatamoto whispered. Hawaii also realized the seriousness of the problem, so he immediately made appropriate arrangements. Together with Mr. Moriki, there were a total of 8 team members, divided into 4 groups, entering Beijing Mountain from 4 directions to start searching. Once the traces of ghosts were found, they should not fight to the death, and quickly pass the message to notify other team members. Hawaii gestured, "Everyone be careful, and I wish you victory." Then, several members of the Demon Slayer Corps dispersed at the entrance of Shirai village and quickly ran towards the gloomy mountain behind the village. In the middle of the night, the moonlit Shirai mountain did not become more beautiful, but rather eerily scary. The vitality of the mountain forest seemed to be completely deprived, and the entire Shirai mountain was shrouded in a faint deathly aura. Old man Moriki leaned over and grabbed a handful of soil on the ground, his grey eyebrows wrinkled. A Sin-level swordsman behind the old man was also very nervous at this time. The Sun-wheel sword was held in his hand early, and he looked around vigilantly, fearing that an evil ghost would suddenly jump out and attack. "Hey! Grandpa! Don't run so far! Be careful of ghosts attacking you!" The young member of the Demon Slayer Corps saw that Grandpa Moriki had walked a long way away, and hurriedly reminded him. In his opinion, although Grandpa Moriki's will to hunt ghosts was worthy of respect, he was old after all, and he would definitely not be able to resist ghosts. He didn't know why Senior Kawachi agreed to let Grandpa Moriki join their team. Grandpa Moriki once again pressed his already somewhat withered palm on a big tree, closed his eyes, and a faint green light flashed in his palm. After carefully sniffing the air, Shinichi stopped by a stream and roughly judged the direction. "Enji, it's up to you." "Ah!" UNER shouted happily twice, and then jumped down from Shinichi's shoulder. At this moment, the ghost blood in UNER's body was quickly activated. The next second, UNER rushed into the dense forest beside the stream like a black lightning. Relying on telepathy with UNER, Shinichi quickly received the information perceived by UNER, "I smell a bad smell." This is UNER's inner voice. It seems that there are indeed ghosts on this mountain. Shinichi subconsciously moved his finger joints, and the black claws on his fingertips flashed with cold light. But just when Shinichi was about to leave, UNER sent another message, "There is the smell of other people, the smell of humans, a very powerful smell." "Others? Are there humans going up the mountain?" Shinichi was a little surprised. Chapter 10. Ghost? Really, there really are ghosts. Dead, all dead, everyone, woo. Under the withered tree roots, a young man with his hands on his head was kneeling on the ground and sobbing. His clothes were not only tattered, but also stained with blood. There was a hatchet broken into 2 pieces next to his thigh. "Senior Hanoi! There are people here!" The sudden voice above his head scared the young man kneeling on the ground and jumped up directly. He grabbed the half-broken hatchet and waved it wildly, while shouting hysterically, "Come on! Come on! I'll fight you! Die! Die! Pa!" The hatchet rolled to the ground. He was just an ordinary person. Judging from his clothes, he should be one of the young villagers who broke into Beijing Mountain today. Hanoi easily subdued this young villager whose spirit was on the verge of collapse. Soon, Kawachi heard a very bad news from the villagers who had barely calmed down. Of the 28 people who broke into Shirai Mountain, only 1 escaped. The others were killed by the mountain ghost. The young villagers who escaped could not help but tremble all over when they recalled the horrible scene. And that ghost was at the Shirai ruins on Shirai Mountain. After getting the information he wanted, Kawachi's eyes became solemn. He signaled another team member to comfort the young villager who was still emotionally unstable, and he stretched out his hand to call his own crow. The crows of the Demon Slayer Corps members have all undergone very special training, and each crow is unique. Therefore, these crows are also easily affected by their partners and show various personalities. For example, Kawachi's crow is very calm, and it can also understand Kawachi's sign language. After understanding Kawachi's meaning, the crow spread its wide wings and soared into the sky. At the same time, on the other side of Shirai Mountain, Shinichi walked quietly through the forest. What made Shinichi feel weird was that the environment of the entire Shirai Mountain was very weird. How to describe it? Normal forests should be full of vitality. Even at night, you can hear the activities of many small animals. But now Shirai Mountain is only dead silent, but these trees grow very densely. A sudden strong smell of blood rushed into his nose, and Shinichi quickly dodged and rushed into a bush. Sure enough, in the bush, he saw a horrible human corpse. Like twisting a twist, the whole body was twisted into an extremely bloody appearance. The miserable appearance of the corpse made Shinichi, as a ghost, feel a little nauseous. Judging from the strong smell of blood in the air, this person should have been killed tonight, that is, the ghost is nearby. Shinichi squatted on the ground, and suddenly, his brain issued an extremely dangerous warning. The hair on his neck stood up instantly. Subconsciously, Shinichi lowered his head and dodged forward. Swish! Snap! A flash of knife light passed by, and a tree as thick as a thigh was instantly cut into 2 pieces. Without thinking, Shinichi quickly retreated and distanced himself. In a blink of an eye, he was more than 10 meters away. It was during this gap that he saw who attacked him. To be precise, they were 2 people, not ordinary people. Shinichi could feel that the 2 humans holding knives were emitting very strong momentum fluctuations. What made Shinichi even more nervous was that the long knives in the hands of the 2 people were colored long knives. Their blue blades emitted an inexplicable fluctuation, which felt as sharp as sunlight. Like sunlight? Wait, black clothes, sun blades containing solar radiation, could these 2 people be the Demon Slayer Corps? Seeing the familiar clothes on the 2 humans holding knives and guarding against him, Shinichi instantly thought of the information he had obtained from Kerasuma before, and also guessed the identities of the 2 people in front of him, members of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is tricky. How come we ran into the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinichi took a step back. If it was really the Demon Slayer Corps, it would be bad. You know, he is a demon now. If he ran into the Demon Slayer Corps, wouldn't it be like a deer running into a hunter's house and running into the muzzle of a gun? While Shinichi was on guard, the 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps in front of him were also very nervous, because Shinichi looked like a demon that was not easy to deal with. The speed of his dodge just now was so fast that the 2 of them could not react. In addition, the human corpse on the ground was in a very miserable state of death, so the 2 young members of the Demon Slayer Corps could not help but be nervous. Takashi, I will hold him from the left, and you will be on the right. Okay. Shinyu, be careful. This demon should not be so easy to deal with. We have to fight hard. The 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps looked at each other, both grasped the Nichiren swords, and then, one on the left and one on the right, suddenly killed Shinichi. Hey! What's going on? I don't want to have anything to do with you Demon Slayer Corps. Shinichi quickly dodged when he saw this, but the 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps were chasing him. It should be said that the Demon Slayer Corps is worthy of being the Demon Slayer Corps. The 2 members who burst out with all their strength quickly flanked Shinichi from the left and right. The 2 members cooperated very well, and the 2 Nichiren swords were faster than one, sandwiching Shinichi in the middle. And Shinichi didn't have the intention to tangle with the Demon Slayer Corps. In other words, his purpose of coming to Shirai Mountain should be the same as that of the Demon Slayer Corps, all to get rid of the demons on the mountain, but even if this was really told to the members of the Demon Slayer Corps in front of them, it is estimated that they would not believe that demons would help humans hunt their accomplices. You drank so much shaku and you were confused. Swish. Ping. While blocking a Nichiren sword with his claws, the Demon Slayer member Jinayu seized the opportunity and slashed at Shinichi's right arm fiercely. The sharp Nichiren sword instantly cut into Shinichi's flesh and blood, making him feel a piercing pain. Good opportunity. Water breathing first form water surface slash. Demon Slayer Raiwichi shouted in a low voice, holding the sun blade horizontally. A ray of light blue light shone from the blade of his sun blade, and like ripples spreading on the calm water, the wave-like attack went straight to Shinichi's neck. Iron me! Don't go too far! Boom! The red air wave exploded out of thin air, and the originally cold air was rapidly heated by the high temperature. A scalding hand blocked Raiwichi's full-strength sword. The black claws pierced into the water-blue ripple attack and tore it hard. Crack! Raiwichi was shocked. Water surface slash was torn apart. Bang! Before Raiwichi could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The man's body was kicked out like a cannonball, and crashed into a big tree with a bang, and spit out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. Raiwichi! Damn it! Go to hell, evil ghost! Seeing his companion seriously injured, Shinyu was furious, holding the Nichiren sword with all his strength, and continued to kill Shinichi madly. But a swift figure like black lightning pounced on Shinyu in an instant. Ah! Enji, baring his sharp teeth, roared at Shinyu viciously. Perhaps Shinichi's subconscious unwillingness to hurt humans influenced Enji, so Enji, who pounced on Shinyu, did not take the opportunity to attack and bite off his neck. But whoosh! What a ghost thing! Get out of here! Shinyu would not appreciate Enji's kindness. He subconsciously threw away the demonized Shiba Inu that pounced on him, climbed up in a mess, and held the Nichiren sword again with one hand. Stop! I have no intention of being an enemy of your Demon Slayer Corps. The purpose of my coming here is the same as yours, all to hunt evil ghosts. Shinichi growled. Shinyu held the Nichiren sword tightly with both hands, his face fierce. What a joke! You are a ghost. A man-eating evil ghost. Evil ghosts like you are absolutely unforgivable. All ghosts deserve to die. For my lost family, go to hell. Before he finished speaking, the sharp blade slashed at Shinichi again. Chapter 11. Shinichi, who activated the blood demon art and blood blasting state, was extremely fast. Shinichi's attack could not even touch the corner of his clothes, but this behavior of avoiding the attack in a panic made Shinichi feel extremely frustrated. The demon blood in his body was boiling, and the invisible anger was also accumulating. The reason why he could endure it until now was entirely because he sensed the deep hatred for evil demons emanating from Shinichi. Perhaps because they were full of hatred for evil demons, Shinichi did not really want to attack Shinichi. But people have a limit to their tolerance, let alone demons. The Demon Slayer Longji, who was kicked away by Shinichi in anger just now, is still lying beside the tree and can't stand up. Finally, at a certain moment, ping! The black claws and the blue sun wheel sword collided with each other countless times, flashing countless sparks. Puff! The sharp Nichiren sword pierced Shinichi's palm, and hot blood continued to flow out of the wound, making a sizzling sound on the Nichiren sword. But taking advantage of this opportunity, Shinichi firmly grasped the Nichiren sword that Shinyu had stabbed. Enduring the severe pain in his palm and the chilling breath from the Nichiren sword, Shinichi's expression was a little ferocious. He opened his mouth and roared at Shinyu, "Stop it!" Looking at the sharp fangs in Shinichi's mouth, Shinyu's forehead also had veins bulging, and he also used all his strength. Dream on! Sizzling! As the man and the ghost were in a stalemate, Shinichi could feel that his hot blood was slowly cooling down, and the power of the violent blood was gradually fading, but he had no way to get rid of the entanglement of the stubborn demon slayer in front of him. What should he do? Wait. Where is NG? Why didn't I hear NG's voice from just now? Jinayu was also gritting his teeth and holding on. He could also feel that the strength of the evil ghost in front of him was gradually weakening, and the hot breath emanating from his body was slowly weakening. Hold on a little longer. Hold on a little longer. Soon it will be done. Swish. 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 At this moment, something strange happened. In the lush forest, several black shadows rushed out of the air, so fast that they even made a whistling sound in the air. At the same time, Shinichi's brain also received a crazy warning from Yuanji. Asshole! Let go! Danger! Shinichi yelled at Jinayu subconsciously, but Jinayu didn't move at all. Don't try to play tricks. Go to hell! Puff! Before he finished speaking, Jinayu's body trembled suddenly, and the sound of a sharp blade entering the flesh suddenly sounded. His hand holding the sun wheel sword slowly lost strength, and the scene in front of him began to blur. With a clang, his sun wheel sword fell to the ground. Disappearing, passing away, a ray of green light flashed in Shinichi's eyes. He seemed to see the green vitality on Shinyu's body fading away quickly. Lowering his head, he saw a hemp rope dripping with blood emerging from Shinyu's chest. Yes, hemp rope. A hemp rope pierced through Shinyu's chest. On that hemp rope, Shinichi felt an extremely terrifying, extremely strong breath of ghosts. Powerful. Powerful. Very, very powerful. Stronger than the evil ghosts Shinichi had encountered so far. Compared with the evil ghost controlling this hemp rope, the strongest evil ghost Kerasuma that Shinichi had encountered before might not even be as good as a finger of this ghost. Everything happened in a flash. When Shinichi reacted, got rid of the stalemate, and rushed behind Shinyu to cut the hemp rope, it was too late. Shinyu's body was suddenly pulled away from Shinichi by the hemp rope like a rag bag. The two looked at each other for the last time. In the eyes of the dying Shinyu, there was still endless hatred. He hated Shinichi until his death, or hated the demons. So fast. It was not just one hemp rope that appeared out of thin air, but 4 or 5. In addition to Shinyu, the injured demon slayer Ryokai was also tied up by hemp ropes, and his partner Yuanji was covered in blood and flesh, lying on the ground and making weak cries, but the demon blood in Yuanji's body was constantly repairing his injuries. Yuanji. Then, without waiting for Shinichi to react, the hemp ropes quickly retracted like snakes in the air as if they had life, and Shinichi, who was standing in place, seemed to be directly ignored. Stop right there! Shinichi was shocked and angry, and he stomped on the ground to chase after him. Unfortunately, it was raining cats and dogs. His heart suddenly trembled, and his muscles were numb as if struck by lightning. The sudden fatigue swept over his body in an instant. Damn it, it's time to bleed. No. We must not let that guy go. Those 2 demon slayers will definitely be in danger. Forcibly suppressing the fatigue in his body, Shinichi ran to chase after him, but the next second his body paused for a while, and his eyes looked at the azure sun blade on the ground. Hawachi, do you smell it? This fragrance a bit like barley tea? The Hatamoto behind Kawachi sniffed the air suspiciously. Since they were getting closer and closer to the Shirai ruins, the faint aroma of barley tea in the air became stronger and stronger. Kawachi held the handle of the Nichiren sword with one hand, and looked around vigilantly. Not to mention the tea fragrance in the air, the abnormally quiet environment was enough to make Kawachi palpitate. It was at this time that footsteps sounded behind Kawachi, and Kawachi's hand holding the handle of the sword immediately tightened. Fortunately, there were only 2 team members who came from the south after receiving the news from the crow, and the 4 demon slayers met here. Senior Kawachi, are we not late? Kawachi shook his head. After a while, another demon slayer team member came over anxiously. Senior Kawachi, Mr. Moriki said he had something important to do, so he asked me to meet up first, and he will be there soon. Sure enough, Mr. Moriki was on something, and Hanoi had expected it. However, he also believed that Mr. Moriki was very skilled, so he was not very worried about him. But what worried Hanoi was that there was no news about the other two team members, Longji and Jinayu. So Hanoi gestured to ask the two team members near Jinayu if they had any news about them. Longji and Jinayu? We didn't meet them on the road. As soon as we received the news from the crow, we rushed here without stopping. A member of the Demon Slayer team shook his head to indicate that he had not encountered the two. Kawachi frowned. Logically speaking, the group of Shinyu and his team was the closest to him, and the crow must have notified Shinyu and his team first. But now that everyone else has arrived here, there is still no news about Shinyu and his team. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Suddenly, a strong smell of blood suddenly penetrated into Hanoi's nose. Everyone present smelled the sudden smell of blood, and their faces changed drastically. Kawachi waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow, and then he took the lead and ran in the direction where the smell of blood came from. At the same time, the sound of the crow flapping its wings was heard in the sky, southwest direction. Southwest direction. Shinyu encountered a ghost. Shinyu encountered a ghost. That's Jinayu's crow. Beside the ancient Beijing ruins, on a wide open space, in the ground, extremely thin and long hemp ropes stood upright, like steel bars, and on these dozens of hemp ropes, dark red viscous liquid kept dripping along the hemp ropes. It was blood. Human blood. Looking up along the hemp ropes, I'm afraid even the bravest humans would be scared. I saw dozens of humans strung together like candied haws on the hemp ropes. The hemp ropes penetrated their bodies from bottom to top. Most of the humans had lost their vitality, and a few of them were still twitching occasionally. After a few hits, their blood stained the land below. Most of these people were wearing long or short shirts made of coarse cloth, and there were some weapons such as axes and hunting knives scattered under their feet. They seemed to be the young people from Beijing village who rashly broke into Beijing mountain. Creak. Suddenly, the seemingly rotten water-drawing tool beside the ancient Beijing began to turn. As if in response, a hemp rope suddenly began to twist violently and stretched rapidly. A young man who was still alive and pierced on the hemp rope was like a doll. Snap! Snap! Ah! The young man screamed miserably. His body was broken and torn apart like a twist under the violent twist of the hemp rope. Blood splashed down the hemp rope like a waterfall. A lot of blood suddenly rushed to a wooden table that suddenly appeared beside the white well. On the wooden table, a dark red teapot glowed with a strange light. A hemp rope was stretched into the pot, and blood flowed into the teapot along the hemp rope. Right in front of the wooden table, a burly figure sat quietly, wearing a dark grey jacket, loose black hair, a black beard on the chin, black lines on his face, and on the golden sclera. What was even more strange was that its left eye seemed to be engraved with some words. Looking closely, it was the word "Si." Hey! Are you disturbing me at this time? You ruined this pot of good tea. Damn it! Crack! A teacup in his hand was instantly crushed into powder. Chapter 12. Are Shinyu and the others in danger? Hanoi was a little anxious. He was worried about the safety of his two companions, but the increasingly strong smell of blood made Hanoi unable to get away. There must be a very powerful evil ghost in the direction where the blood smell came from. The blood smell was so strong and fresh. The evil ghost must be slaughtering humans. It must be stopped. The dense bushes in front blocked the way of several people. Hanoi did not hesitate and directly pulled out the sun wheel sword. He stepped on the ground with one foot and held the handle horizontally. He silently said in his heart, "Wind breathing 3 types Siren wind tree." The whistling whirlwind wrapped in the sword light instantly shattered the bushes blocking the road, and the scene behind the bushes was completely reflected in everyone's eyes. That is... what? Even though they were mentally prepared, when the hell-like scene appeared in front of them, several members of the Demon Slayer team couldn't help but take a breath. I saw dozens of straight hemp ropes with blood gourd like humans piercing through them. The ground under my feet was completely stained with scarlet blood. Beside the ancient white well, there were several corpses that were no longer recognizable as human beings and were twisted into a twist. What the Demon Slayers were most concerned about was probably the burly figure sitting by the white well with his back to them. That kind of aura was definitely an evil ghost. Swish, swish, swish. All the members drew out their Nichiren swords in unison, their muscles tensed, and pointed at the sitting evil ghost with high alert. And the evil ghost also turned his head very cooperatively and looked at the ghost hunters who came for him. There are words. There are words in the eyes of this ghost. Kawachi's eyes widened instantly, and his right hand holding the knife was so strong that it turned white. What did he see? There were words in the right eye of the evil ghost. What does this mean? The ghost in front of him is one of the 12 demon moons. The 12 demon moons are the 12 strongest demons under the command of the legendary demon king Musen. Each of them is extremely powerful, and the number of humans they have eaten is countless. They are divided into upper and lower strings. In the hundreds of years since the establishment of the Demon Slayer Corps, the strongest swordsmen are called pillars. Over the past 100 years, countless powerful pillar-level swordsmen have appeared, but no pillar has ever been able to kill any upper string demon. The number of lower string demons that have been killed is also extremely rare, and how many pillars have sacrificed in the past 100 years? It's a big trouble. The right eye of that demon is engraved with Si, which is obviously a lower string demon moon, and it is the 4th lower string demon. This kind of demon, I'm afraid only swordsmen of level A, B, and C can barely deal with it, but the strongest swordsmen here are only 2 level E swordsmen, myself and the Hatamoto. Kawachi's hand holding the knife can't help but sweat. Demon Slayer Corps? I haven't seen them for more than 10 years. It seems that I have been careless recently. I actually exposed my whereabouts in Shirai Mountain. It's not easy to find a suitable environment for brewing tea like here. It's really a pity and infuriating. In this case, the last pot of good tea will be brewed with your blood. The bearded evil ghost muttered to himself. Lower string demon. You are a lower string demon. A nervous voice sounded from behind Kawachi. The demon slayer Hatamoto asked bravely while holding the handle of the Nichiren sword with trembling hands. Hearing this, the evil ghost smiled strangely, revealing his sharp fangs. The one who is about to kill you is the lower string 4, Winder. Boom. As soon as Winder finished speaking, several hemp ropes suddenly sprang out from the bushes behind him. On the hemp ropes, 2 swordsmen wearing the uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps were tied, and one of them had already lost vital signs. Makoto. Ryokai. The Demon Slayer's eyes widened. They recognized their other 2 companions at a glance. The hemp rope stained with the blood of the Demon Slayers floated to the mouth of the windlass. It stretched out its tongue and licked it. Well, you are worthy of being a demon hunter. The blood after training is much more delicious than those woodcutters and farmers. Windlass said with satisfaction. Damn it! Such a scene obviously angered the other demon slayers. Kawachi knew very well that they were definitely not the opponents of this lower string demon. The only thing they could do now was to delay this lower string demon as much as possible and survive as much as possible until the support of the demon slayers arrived. Just now, his left hand quietly behind his back had sent a signal to the crow in the sky, urgently requesting support. Coincidentally, Kawachi clearly remembered that before they came to Shirayama to perform the mission, they met the flame pillar on the road. The flame pillar seemed to be performing a mission nearby. What does this mean? As long as they are fast and hold on long enough, maybe they can hold on until the crow brings support from the flame pillar. Thinking of this, Hanoi's heart instantly became firm, and there was a hint of determination and fearlessness in his eyes when he looked at the wheel. It's getting closer, very close. That powerful the evil spirit was getting closer and closer. who had recovered from his injuries, ran quickly in pursuit of the breath left on the hemp rope. Shinichi followed closely behind Yuan, carrying a rag-wrapped Nichiren sword on his back. With one claw, he tore through the lush vines blocking the road, and Shinichi's vision suddenly became wider, but suddenly, Shinichi's pupils shrank suddenly, and the whole person stopped immediately. Following his gaze, he saw a figure lying on the ground not far in front of him, or a corpse. Blood mixed with countless broken internal organs spilled on the ground. The whole person was intact except for the head, and the body was completely torn. The cause of death was very similar to the corpse Shinichi had seen before. The blood at the corner of the mouth had begun to dry, and his eyes were still filled with fear and confusion before death. The smell of blood was still strong at the tip of his nose. This person might have been brutally killed just 10 minutes ago. Shinichi realized the severity of the situation in an instant, but before he could think about it, Enji suddenly howled in one direction. The fierce fighting sound not far away immediately attracted his attention. He turned his head and took a last look at the miserable corpse. A ray of green light flashed in Shinichi's eyes, and then he ran towards the sound of the battle. Strong! Too strong! We are not its opponents at all. A member of the Demon Slayer team shouted desperately. He tried his best to barely split the hemp rope that attacked him. At the moment when the sun wheel sword and the hemp rope came into contact, he felt that his sun wheel sword was like splitting a diamond, and the tiger's mouth was even cracked. But there were more than a dozen hemp ropes like this around the lower demon. These hemp ropes seemed to have life, attacking the Demon Slayer team members from all directions. What was even more terrifying was that the demon named Windless was watching the show the whole time, without moving his body at all. He even had the mood to fiddle with the tea set in front of him. In just 2 minutes, Windless brutally killed 2 of the 5 members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Only Kawachi and Hatamoto, who were both E-class swordsmen, could barely hold on. The hemp rope erected high behind Windless had strung 2 broken members of the Demon Slayer Corps like trophies. In addition to Kawachi and Hatamoto, there was also a Sin-class swordsman, Yoshihira, wielding the Sun Wheel Sword. But to him, everything around him was like hell. Not to mention the terrifying hemp rope, the name of the lower string demon alone was enough to scare him. He had only been in the Demon Slayer Corps for a year, and he didn't have the courage to face the 12 demon moons. The miserable bodies of his companions on the hemp rope constantly stimulated Yoshihira's nerves. Ping! The hemp rope whipped his Nichiren sword fiercely, and the terrifying force made Jipping unable to hold his Nichiren sword anymore. The Nichiren sword was whipped away in an instant. This desperate scene became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Jipping's eyes were full of fear, and he turned around and ran subconsciously. I can't beat it. It's impossible to beat it. I don't want to die. No. But no matter how fast Jipping was, he couldn't be faster than the hemp rope of the Windless. Puff! It was as easy as piercing tofu, and the hemp rope instantly pierced Jipping's chest. Jipping! Damn it! Water-breathing Type 2 water wheel. Seeing another companion die tragically, Hatamoto's body quickly spun, and the Nichiren sword he held tightly in his hand was like a surge of water, and a swift blow immediately split a hemp rope that wanted to sneak attack. But what made the Hatamoto despair was that after splitting one hemp rope, 3 or even 4 more hemp ropes were added. There were more and more hemp ropes besieging him and Kawachi, and their physical strength was rapidly fading. The sun wheel sword collided with dozens of hemp ropes, splashing countless sparks. Kawachi's forehead was full of fine beads of sweat. The hand holding the sun wheel sword was extremely numb. The desperate use of wind breathing had already brought his body and internal organs to the brink of collapse. Every time he breathed, his trachea seemed to be cut by a knife. The gap between ordinary swordsmen and the 12 demon moons was too big. Kawachi finally understood why the demon slayers could become pillars directly after killing one of the 12 demon moons. Watching the 2 demon slayers struggling desperately, the Windless showed a cruel smile. Beside him, on the windlass of the water-drawing tool beside the white well, a pair of wooden gears were creaking and rotating. The blood-soaked land behind him was also slowly creeping, and a swift hemp rope sprang out from time to time. Blood Demon Art, strangle the magic rope. Since the two little bugs from the Demon Slayer Corps are interested in splitting the hemp rope, let them split it for fun, just as a show to entertain them while making tea. Anyway, for it, wanting to kill these little bugs is just a thought. Thinking of this, the windlass snapped his fingers, and a hemp rope floated from behind. A demon slayer with his head down was tied up tightly. It was Ryokai who was captured with Mayaku. He had already woken up, but after waking up, he had to face the desperate scene in front of him. He was caught by a lower-ranked demon. Chapter 13. Winder raised a finger, and the black nails immediately extended. Swish! The sharp nails cut open Takashi's throat in an instant, and scarlet blood gushed out immediately. The body twitched in vain for a few times, and Takashi lost his breath of life. Fresh and hot blood flowed into the teapot along the hemp rope. After a moment, a strange aroma of barley tea filled the teapot. Winder closed his eyes and drank a cup of blood intoxicatedly, then showed a satisfied smile. Under the moonlight, the fangs stained with blood looked particularly creepy. As expected of the Demon Slayer Corps, the blood quality is indeed excellent. Just a few small fish are so delicious. I don't know how sweet the blood of those pillars will be. Winder licked his fangs, and his golden pupils were full of bloodthirsty murderous intent. Okay, let's not waste time. Little Shrimp has had enough fun and has had his tea. It's time to eat. The windlass stood up, and the wooden gear beside him also floated up. Looking at Kawachi and Hatamoto who were still fighting desperately, he clasped his hands together and clapped them fiercely, and shouted, "Blood Demon Art, strangle the rope snake!" Instantly, the hemp ropes that had been chaotically besieging Kawachi and the others paused for a second. Then, dozens of hemp ropes gathered together in an instant, and the fibers twisted and gathered. A hemp rope of more than 10 centimeters appeared, as if it had really turned into a big snake, whistling and whipping Kawachi and the other two, as fast as lightning. Boom! Countless cracks were drawn out of the earth in an instant. Kawachi and Hatamoto barely avoided it, but such an attack was just an appetizer. The windlass still clasped his hands together, smiling cruelly, and the wooden gears around him spun rapidly. The next second, the earth trembled. Boom! A rope snake suddenly jumped out from behind Hatamoto. Kawachi's eyes were red with anger. He wanted to warn Hatamoto loudly, but he couldn't make a sound. He could only watch Hatamoto caught off guard and was instantly entangled by the rope snake. Crack! Blood flew, and Hatamoto's body was instantly twisted and torn apart. Wind-breathing 8th form first fierce wind slash. Blood gushed out of Kawachi's mouth and nose. With his body about to collapse, Kawachi tried his best to send a final blow to the windlass. His body was like a gust of wind, and he dodged the two rope snakes in an instant. He raised his sun-wheel sword and rushed straight to the windlass neck. Naive! Facing Kawachi's desperate attack, the windlass just laughed sarcastically, without any intention of dodging. Boom! The earth trembled, and another rope snake broke out of the ground in front of Kawachi and suddenly pulled towards Kawachi. At the same time, two rope snakes behind Kawachi rushed towards him. Crack! The Nichiren sword, with its last bit of strength, finally cut into half of a rope snake and lost all its power. Kawachi sighed inwardly and closed his eyes unwillingly. Is this the best he can do? In front of the powerful lower string demons, can the demon slayers only hold on for just a dozen minutes? Can the flame pillar still come? I'm afraid it's too late. What a pity. If he could be stronger, he could delay a little longer until the flame pillar arrives. Mom, Dad, Brother. Forest breathing 1 type iron birch slash. Crack. Just as Kawachi closed his eyes and prepared to face death, an old but powerful voice suddenly sounded in his ears. followed by a series of shattering sounds. Plop! Kawachi fell to the ground, opened his eyes in surprise, supported by the Nichiren sword, raised his head with difficulty, and saw a not-so-tall figure standing in front of him. The old green Haori was gently blown by the breeze, the green blade of the Nichiren sword in his hand was shining, and there were countless hemp rope fragments under his feet. Even though he was already full of white hair, the eyes of Mr. Morimo were particularly firm. What's going on? Where did this old man come from? Lulu was furious, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The old man in front of him who looked like he had half a foot in the coffin just broke his rope snake with one blow? Kawachi's chest rose and fell violently, and blood kept pouring out of his mouth. He was very excited. He wanted to remind Mr. Morimo not to sacrifice in vain. This lower rank ghost was too strong. Everyone couldn't die here. At least one person had to go back and tell everyone the situation here and tell everyone the specific information about this lower rank ghost. Lulu stared at old man Senmu fiercely, his fangs bared. Old man, it's amazing that you can hold a knife at your age, but I don't want the old and sticky blood in your body. Go away. I'll spare your life. It can be seen that Lulu really dislikes the old man Senmu. Although the old man Senmu broke one of his rope snakes with one move, Lulu still didn't take the old man Senmu seriously. Spare me life? Haha, it's a very familiar sentence, but it's true, after all, it's the 12 demon months, if who wouldn't be afraid of this powerful ghost? When he was young, Mitsuyo Moriki would choose to run away when he saw you for the first time, because he was a complete coward and a pitiful person, a selfish coward who didn't care about his companions. Old man Moriki slowly raised the green Nichiren sword, his face full of loneliness. But looking at the Nichiren sword in his hand, the old man's expression became firm again. Mitsuyo Moriki has been running away all his life. He has been sharpening the sword for more than 50 years, but he can't erase the cowardice engraved on the blade. But today, Mitsuyo Moriki, who is already an old man, doesn't want to run away. I just want to kill another ghost. Looking for death. If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Lulu didn't want to listen to the old man's chattering in front of him, and clapped his hands, blood demon art strangling rope snake. Swish! Swish! 2 rope snakes that had been accumulating power for a long time instantly pounced on Grandpa Morimo. Kawachi behind him wanted to help, but now he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Faced with the attacking rope snakes, Grandpa Morimo was not panicked at all. He held the sun wheel sword upright in front of him and took a deep breath. A trace of redness appeared on his somewhat shriveled face. An invisible force instantly flowed through his old body, and those dry and old muscles and blood vessels were instantly awakened. Breath of the Forest One Form Iron Birch Slash. With a light shout, the sun wheel sword that was originally standing in front of Mr. Senmu instantly slashed horizontally, and the green light was bright. It seemed a simple horizontal slash, but if you stand in front of this horizontal slash, you will instantly feel that the horizontal slash seemed to be a row of golden iron birch that covered the sky and the sun, rushing towards you in an overwhelming manner. Bang! The surging rope snake hit the indestructible iron birch, countless air waves burst out, and the earth trembled for this. The windlass widened his golden eyes in disbelief. This old man! He actually blocked its attack? Old thing! I want to see what you will do next. Windlass sneered, and his hands clasped together to the sides, his hands formed into claws, blood demon art scattering meteor hammer. Pop! The 2 rope snakes exploded instantly, dispersing into dozens of thinner hemp ropes. These hemp ropes drilled into the ground instantly, and when they came out of the ground again, each hemp rope was wrapped with a bucket-shaped hammer head the size of a watermelon. The windlass hooked his finger lightly, and suddenly dozens of meteor hammers hit Grandpa Senmu all over the sky. Boom! Every blow of the meteor hammer can smash a big hole on the ground. If it hits a person's body, the consequences are unimaginable. Grandpa Senmu was not stupid enough to really use the sun wheel sword to catch this thing. Fortunately, after the hemp rope turned into a meteor hammer, although the power was greater, the speed was correspondingly slower. Grandpa Senmu easily quickly dodged more than a dozen hammers. While dodging the meteor hammer, Mr. Morimo was also constantly closing the distance with the windlass. As long as he could get close, there would be hope of beheading the evil ghost. He rolled sideways again and took the opportunity to slide to the left front of the windlass. The windlass still stood there without moving. It was unknown whether it was too confident or too stupid. In any case, this was an opportunity for Mr. Morimo. The emerald green sun wheel sword instantly slashed horizontally and rushed straight to the windlass neck, but the windlass laughed sarcastically. Before Mr. Morimo's sun wheel sword approached its neck, the windlass suddenly clapped its hands, and the wooden gear floating next to it turned wildly, and even sparks were faintly emitted, blood demon art strangling the magic rope. Swish! 6 thin hemp ropes instantly emerged from under the ground, slashing towards Old Man Senmu, and completely blocking the old man's retreat from 6 directions. Old Man Senmu's dry hands holding the sun wheel sword tightened in an instant, and he suddenly stepped on the ground, and the hot breath that was almost visible to the naked eye came out of the corners of his mouth. Breath of the forest form 4 dandelion dance. Before the words fell, a layer of green light flashed across the old man's body, and then, a scene that surprised Lulu happened. I saw that Old Man Senmu's body suddenly jumped up lightly. Whenever the hemp rope was about to be pulled over, his body dodged as lightly as a dandelion being blown away, at an extremely fast speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, as if he was really dancing. Nanny! At the moment when the windlass was surprised, a flash of knife light passed by, and the windlass could no longer stand still calmly. It rolled sideways in a panic without caring about its image, and thus avoided the dangerous knife. Chapter 14. A few drops of cold sweat oozed out of the black-lined face of the windlass. It had never expected that the dry old man in front of it would have such strange and fierce moves, and even almost made it flip over. Logically speaking, an old man of this age should never have such strength. Humans are different from ghosts. The lifespan of ghosts is almost endless. Their bodies will not age. They can continuously enhance their strength over a long period of time, but humans cannot. Humans' short life is destined to be incomparable to ghosts. Although the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps who practiced breathing techniques are very strong, as the stronger swordsmen grow older, they will age, their muscles will degenerate, and their breathing will fail. Ghosts will become stronger and stronger, while those human swordsmen, including those rumored to be the strongest pillar-level swordsmen, will only become weaker and weaker after reaching their peak. But the wind wheel felt a completely different aura from the old man in front of him. In the eyes of the wind wheel, the aura around the old man Moriki was getting stronger and stronger. His dry muscles were getting fuller and fuller, and his breathing was getting stronger and stronger. He was like a shriveled sponge, constantly absorbing water and growing stronger. No, there is something wrong with this old man. Is it his breathing method? The forest breathing? I have never heard of it. Is it a new method of the Demon Slayer Corps? The windwheel looked fierce and looked at the old man opposite carefully. As a demon who has lived for nearly 100 years, the windwheel has witnessed the replacement of the lower moon demon moon many times. Unlike the upper moon demon moon that has remained unchanged for almost 100 years, the competition between the lower moon demon moons is particularly fierce. 2 or even 3 bloody battles for replacement may occur in just a few years. In addition, there are also many lower moon demon moons who died in the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps. It can be said that becoming a lower moon demon moon and keeping the position of a lower moon demon moon. From the time he became a lower moon to today's lower moon, the windwheel has always been cautious enough. It is different from other demons who crave power and killing. It has ambition, but it cherishes its life more. The windwheel knows that if it wants to become stronger, it must eat more people, gain more favor from the adult, and get more blood, but all this must be based on its own survival. So all along, the wind wheel has been deliberately hiding its tracks, and will not kill wantonly to attract the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps. Quietly and steadily becoming stronger is its purpose. From the team sent by the Demon Slayer Corps to hunt ghosts this time, it can be found that the wind wheel has indeed done this. No one expected that the ghost on Chirai Mountain would be a lower moon demon. Thinking of this, the windless couldn't help but think of another ghost, a lower-ranked ghost below it. That ghost didn't seem to be keen on wanton killing and status, but indulged in playing house, and even wasted the blood given by the adult. But the strange thing was that the adult actually tolerated its behavior, which was incredible. Although it was unclear why the adult was so fond of it, the windless didn't dare to imitate this behavior. The moves of Mr. Morimoa became more fierce, and the windless couldn't help but have a little retreat. It's not that it can't beat Mr. Morimoa, it just doesn't want to waste energy on this shriveled old man. Suddenly, something happened on the battlefield, and Mr. Morimoa's originally swift attack suddenly stopped for a moment, and it was at this moment that the windless seized the opportunity. The whistling meteor hammer smashed straight towards Mr. Senmu's head. At the critical moment when the meteor hammer was only 0.01 centimeters away from Mr. Senmu's forehead, Mr. Senmu raised the sun wheel sword in time to block the fatal blow. But the terrible impact of the meteor hammer still knocked Mr. Senmu back and crashed into a big tree with a bang. Mr. Senmu also spit out a large mouthful of blood, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, supported the sun wheel sword, and barely stood up, looking at his arm holding the sword. Under the clothes, the bulging muscles seemed to be full, but in the end it was just the effect of Senzi's breathing. He was really old. Old man. I see your weakness. Now, I regret it. You have to die here with these little bugs. Lulu smiled cruelly, hooked his fingers lightly, and dozens of meteor hammers whistled and smashed towards Mr. Senmu. Ahem, I will fight to the last moment for the sake of Mori's reputation. The old face of Mr. Mori was full of determination. Die. Swish. The eyes of the windless suddenly blurred, and a lightning-like black shadow suddenly pounced on its face, followed by a sharp pain. It was precisely because of this interruption that the meteor hammer that was originally smashed at Mr. Mori lost control and was easily avoided by Mr. Mori. When the windless was frantically pulling off the black shadow on his face, a small Shiba Inu with shiny fur bared its teeth and howled at it. The face of the windless was full of wounds and saliva from Enji's bite. Where did this beast come from? The furious windless threw Enji to the ground, and a heavy meteor hammer smashed at Enji. But the little Shiba Inu Enji had already turned into a demon, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was as fast as lightning. He easily dodged the attack and quickly went behind Windless. Before Windless could react, a blue sun blade stabbed directly at its back. Ping! The harsh sound of steel clashing. A ghost hand firmly grasped the blue sun blade. Windless had a ferocious expression, baring his fangs at the figure who attacked him. The hand holding the handle of the sun blade also had sharp black claws, bloodshot eyes, and fangs showing at the corners of his lips. The one who attacked him was actually a ghost? Shinichi held the Nichiren sword with all his strength. Using all his strength, veins popped out on his forehead, but the Nichiren sword in his hand was as if it was stuck in a boulder and didn't move at all. You are a ghost too. How dare you hold the Nichiren sword? What do you want to do? Windless roared, exerting force with his arm, and directly swung Shinichi and the Nichiren sword away. Bang! Shinichi's body directly hit a tree as thick as a bowl, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. But the special physique of ghosts made Shinichi stand up again quickly as if nothing had happened, grabbed the Nichiren sword, and looked at Windless. At this time, Windless was awkwardly pulling off Enji who was entangled with it, and with a click, it tore Enji's small body apart and threw it away. In the short moment of the fight, Shinichi also saw the words in the eyes of the wheel. According to the information he had learned from the evil ghost Kerasuma before, the bearded ghost in front of him was obviously one of the legendary 12 demon moons, and it was also the existence that countless evil ghosts longed to become. The 12 demon moons are indeed very strong. Their strength, speed, and reaction are far beyond my reach. I am not its opponent. Shinichi realized the gap between himself and the wheel in a few seconds, and it was not an ordinary gap. But even so, Shinichi did not turn around and run away. He just fled in embarrassment when facing the 12 demon moons. Then, would he still be able to take revenge on the guy named Musen? Moreover, Shinichi did not think that he could successfully escape from the hands of the lower-rank demon in front of him. In this way, the two demons with different strengths confronted each other. With golden eyes, Lulu glared at Shinichi, who was holding a knife in front of him. You actually attacked the superior with the knife of the Demon Slayer core. You little devil, do you know what you are doing? Today, I will wipe out you for that, master. Blood Demon Jutsu Axle. Lulu raised one hand, and the ground under Shinichi's feet suddenly cracked into several large cracks, and several black shadows rushed towards Shinichi's face. Blood Demon Jutsu Blood Rage. Shinichi did not dare to be careless. Despite the fatigue on his body, he burst out the Blood Demon technique again. The boiling blood instantly stimulated every blood vessel and every muscle in Shinichi's body, and the temperature of the skin surface rose sharply. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air. Shinichi, who relied on blood rage to greatly improve his physical strength, narrowly avoided Lulu's attack. As the smoke and dust dissipated, he also saw clearly what had just attacked him. Several stone pillars as big as millstones were slowly rotating in the deep pit created. The first strike failed, and the windlass could not hold back. The wooden gear beside him made a clacking sound, and cracks appeared on the gear, and finally broke into a pile of fragments. As the wooden gear broke, the ground under the windlass also trembled. Swish! 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 Thin hemp ropes suddenly broke out of the ground, spreading towards the windlass like a snake and quickly wrapped around its limbs and joints. In the blink of an eye, the hemp ropes wrapped around the windlass to form a set of hemp rope armor. Blood Demon Art Rope Armor. Buzz! The invisible airwave spread out with the windlass as the center. Feeling the boiling blood in his body, Shinichi's chest rose and fell, and his hands holding the knife trembled slightly under the pressure of the windlass's momentum. It was not fear, but the class gap from the evil demon bloodline. Swish! Shinichi was the first one who couldn't help but take action. He didn't have any skills at all, and he couldn't imitate the moves of the two demon-slaying swordsmen. He held the Nichiren sword purely because it could cause damage to demons and kill them. So Shinichi's attack method was also very direct. He swung the long sword and chopped it straight towards the windlass. Chapter 15. Ping! The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out in the forest, and Shinichi's pupil shrank. A pea-sized gap appeared on the sharp blade of the sun wheel sword, while the rope armor on the arm of the windlass only showed a faint mark. Windlass smiled cruelly, and before Shinichi could react, he stretched out his big hand and directly grabbed the blade of the sun wheel sword, and pulled it back with force. Unexpectedly, Shinichi was dragged directly in front of Windlass. At the critical moment, Shinichi decisively let go of the sun wheel sword, bent his fingers, and the black claws on his nails suddenly grew, and 5 claw lights rushed directly to the face of Windlass. Clang! There is no doubt that Shinichi's attack was easily blocked by Windlass again. Relying on the strong rope armor on his body, Windlass could basically ignore Shinichi's attack, but Shinichi had to withstand the violent attack from Windlass. The move of the Windlass is also very simple, which is a big and powerful fist and foot attack. Although the speed is not fast, the power is extremely terrifying. Shinichi has to dodge its attack in a panic. But in addition to the Windlass, there are several flexible and terrifying strangling ropes and meteor hammers around Shinichi. Suddenly, puff! Shinichi was not careful, and a hemp rope pierced his thigh, causing his movement to stagnate. Crack! A crisp bone fracture sounded, and the hot blood flowed past Shinichi's eyes. He widened his eyes, and blood vessels popped up on his face. Looking down, the thick arm of the windlass pierced Shinichi's chest at this time. Subconsciously, Shinichi raised his hands and grabbed the arm of the windlass tightly, making it impossible for the windlass to pull out his arm for a while. Don't be afraid of death, tell me, what made you do such a bold act? Seeing that Shinichi was still struggling, the windlass was also interested and asked casually. Hot blood flowed out of Shinichi's mouth along the trachea, staining his fangs red. Hearing what the windlass said, Shinichi barely raised his head and said with a ferocious smile, "For revenge, to kill all of you evil ghosts without leaving a single one alive. Including that Musen." The moment he heard that name, the golden pupils of the windlass instantly shrank, and a sense of extreme fear surged in his heart. The strength in his hands also unconsciously increased. Crack! Blood rained down, and most of Shinichi's chest was directly torn apart by the windlass. "How dare you? How dare you? How dare you call that adult's name in front of me? You are so brave!" The windlass tone suddenly became hurried. The whole ghost looked shocked and angry, and looked very angry. At the same time, it was also shocked that in addition to the 12 demon moons, there were actually ghosts who could call that adult's name directly without being cursed. Go to hell! Windoral no longer hesitated, and rushed towards Shinichi, who was twitching on the ground like a cannonball, with the demon holding the Nichiren sword that Shinichi was forced to let go. Ah! Bang! The little Shiba Inung, who had just recovered his body with the ability of demonization, hit Windoral with all his strength and successfully knocked him away halfway, but in an instant, Enji was chopped into two by the furious Windoral with a sword. But before Windoral could catch his breath, a green blade had already rushed behind him. Forest breathing third form Thorn. Puff! The sharp Nichiren sword actually penetrated Winderla's indestructible rope armor directly. Ah! You damn bugs! Are you done yet? Get out of my way! Windoral roared, swung the Nichiren sword and chopped it back. Old man Morimo had been accumulating strength for a long time, so he would not easily let go of this rare opportunity to attack. He ignored the long sword that was splitting him head-on, and instead, he held the sun wheel sword with more force. A turquoise light shone in his eyes, and a unique breath of life condensed on old man Morimo's body. Breath of the forest type 2 willow of vitality. Old man Morimo shouted in a low voice, and the blade of the sun wheel sword that stabbed into the body of the windlass shone with a dazzling turquoise light. Puff! The windlass slashed and the sun wheel sword deeply cut into old man Morimo's shoulder, and blood flowed like a stream, but old man Morimo did not waver at all, and the turquoise sun wheel sword in his hand shone more and more dazzlingly. In a blink of an eye, green willow branches actually emerged from the wound that the windlass was stabbed with. At the same time, the windlass also felt that its own power suddenly began to lose strangely. What the hell? Old man! Get out of my way! In fear, Lu kicked at the chest of Mr. Mori with all his strength. Mr. Mori, who was hit hard, had to let go of the sun wheel sword and flew backwards to the ground. What's wrong with these branches? Lu hurriedly pulled out the sun wheel sword that pierced his body, but the willow branches that emerged from his flesh and blood became more and more numerous and dense. Even if Lu tried his best to pull them out, he couldn't stop them. Lu was very shocked because those branches seemed to be constantly absorbing his strength and even curbing his body's ability to repair. The wounds stabbed by the sun wheel sword were slow to heal. Can't recover. Under the tension, a drop of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the windlass. It raised its head. At this time, the bright moon above its head had begun to set in the west. It would be dawn soon. Kessu! I can't get entangled with these insects. I have to go. Get out of here. As soon as he said it, the windlass covered the wound that was still sprouting branches and turned around and ran. With the strong physique of the waning ghost moon, it could easily jump more than 10 meters in one step. But the windlass had just run a few dozen meters away when it was startled by the whistling sound of breaking through the air from behind. Although it reacted in time, its movements were more than several times slower because of the restraint of the wound willow branches. Puff! Caw! Cough cough! A large mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of the windlass mouth, and a sharp sun-wheel sword pierced through his neck. The violently thrown sun-wheel sword pierced through the windlass, and its power remained undiminished, nailing the windlass's entire body to a thick old tree. At the same time, Shinichi, who was covered in blood, bent his body, and his body still maintained the throwing posture. Panting, Shinichi gasped, barely raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and his clothes had just been torn apart by the windlass. At this time, it was clear that Shinichi's broken chest was constantly squirming with flesh granulations, and even his internal organs were clearly visible. "You, this bastard! What did you do to my NG?" Because his entire chest was torn apart, Shinichi's angry roar was like the hoarse sound of a broken hair dryer, and blood foam was still emitting, but it was also this appearance that made Shinichi look like he had just returned from hell. Not far from Shinichi, the little Shiba Inu was breathing weakly, and the life energy of the body cut by the Nichiren sword was becoming weaker and weaker. Since he inexplicably turned from a human into an evil ghost, Shinichi's spiritual sustenance was almost only revenge. Besides, NG was the only companion left, but now. The throat of the windwheel made a cracking sound. It grabbed the Nichiren sword that pierced its throat with both hands, slowly exerted force, and pulled out the blood-soaked Nichiren sword bit by bit. Its golden eyes stared at the figure dozens of meters away, and it deeply imprinted the appearance of this traitorous ghost into its mind. Boom! Stop! Shinichi roared with extreme anger. The windwheel ran away again. Chapter 16. I'm not afraid. It's just that there's no need to waste time on a few weak bugs and a traitorous little devil. The purpose of becoming one of the 12 demon moons is not to fight these bugs. I want to become stronger. To eat more people. To get more appreciation from Master Musen. There's no need to waste time here. I have to leave. Windlass thought to himself, and then chose to leave here quickly, but as soon as Windlass turned around, a violent hurricane suddenly rose on its side. Breath of the Wind 1-type dust whirlwind slash. Crack. Unprepared, Windlass was pierced through the body again by a slash from top to bottom. He gritted his teeth, and the wind breath he launched with overdrawn strength made his whole body suffer from the pain of thousands of cuts, but thinking of the sacrifice of his companions and his family members who died because of the evil spirits, Hine's eyes were bloodshot, and he opened his mouth and roared silently. The sudden surge of power in his body even made the Windlass unable to break free for a while. Damn human! You are looking for death. Let go! The Windlass roared in embarrassment. At the same time, the willow branches growing on its wounds had all withered, and the Windlass's wounds were recovering at a very fast speed visible to the naked eye. But facing the roar of the Windlass, Nei did not waver or fear at all. The hands holding the knife used up all their strength, and they were deadly. Several hemp ropes suddenly rushed out from the ground under his feet, piercing Hine's body fiercely, but Nei still did not let go. Ruri was really anxious. Damn Demon Slayer core! Go to hell! Before Ruri finished his roar, the furious Shinichi rushed in front of him, Blood Demon Art Blood Rage 2nd degree. Boom! Visible hot red air waves surged around Shinichi's body, and his originally fair skin was already red. On the exposed skin, blood vessels burst out. Due to the extremely high temperature, those blood vessels all exuded orange-red like magma. At a glance, it seemed that Shinichi had more flame patterns on his body. His eyes were completely occupied by scarlet red, and Shinichi roared wildly and swung his fists. The speed was so fast that only after images could be seen. Bang! 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 Ruri was trapped in the river and passively took all of Shinichi's punches. Ah! With the last roar, bang! A hot fist completely smashed the rope armor on Ruri's chest. Asshole! Shinichi's fist smashed into the chest of the windwheel in the eyes of horror. Blood demon art life absorption. The slender branches that emerged from Shinichi's palm instantly grew like a venomous snake in the body of the wind wheel, and a powerful suction force instantly began to devour the vitality of the wind wheel. No! No! It shouldn't be like this. How could I be hurt by you bugs? I am the lower string. The fourth lower string, wind wheel. These words. Let's talk about it in hell. Forest breathing 1 type iron birch slash. The green blade light flashed across the neck of the windwheel like a startled wild goose. No. Snap. Boom. A head full of unwillingness fell down together with a thick old tree. Old man Moraimo half bent his body in a bow step, the Nichiren sword in his hand was stained with blood, and he maintained the posture of drawing the sword. However, a breeze blew, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably. In an instant, the originally strong body of Old Man Moraimo quickly shrank down, and in the blink of an eye, Old Man Moraimo became a little old man in his twilight years. Plop! Kawachi could no longer hold on, his hand slipped powerlessly from the handle of the Nichiren sword, and the whole person knelt directly on the ground. The scene in front of him kept blurring, and a sharp buzzing sound rang in his ears. The original pain in his body also disappeared, and there was only a little numbness. Kawachi was a little dazed. Was he going to die? However, it seemed that the lower demon was also killed, right? Ah, it's great, everyone didn't sacrifice in vain, Dad, Mom, Jiro, I did a good job, right? In a trance, Kawachi seemed to see his family members smiling at him gently in the dazzling light. With the corners of his mouth raised, Kawachi slowly lowered his head. The tattered Haori behind him was slowly blown by the breeze, revealing the blood-stained word under the Haori. On the other side, Shinichi staggered and pulled his fist out of the windless chest. He had forced the second blood burst, and his body had reached a limit. If he had not just absorbed a lot of vitality from the windless, Shinichi would have fallen down because he could not bear the power of the blood burst. In a daze, Shinichi also saw a person's life. It was the end of the Edo period, when the shogunate regime was aging. In an ordinary merchant family in Chiyoda Castle, more than a dozen fully armed samurai threatened the merchant family with long swords, making them the merchant's family handed over all the tea garden deeds. Even though the merchant begged hard, the warriors were not moved at all. After beating the merchant, they forcibly took away the merchant's ancestral 100-acre tea garden. The merchant, whose entire property was taken away by the warriors, did not have the courage to resist. Instead, he took out all his anger on his wife, who also came from a samurai family. In a drunken rage at night, he picked up the tool for fetching water from the well at home and smashed his wife to death. The irrational merchant did not even let go of the children who came when they heard the noise. Because the children's crying was too harsh, he strangled all his children with the well rope for fetching water. In the end, he sat among the corpses and laughed wantonly. It was also on that night that the pungent smell of blood attracted a man dressed in aristocratic gorgeous clothes. The merchant could not see his face clearly, but only knew that the man had a pair of scarlet eyes. That night, a restaurant in Chiyoda Castle was attacked by unknown forces, and dozens of people died tragically. The most miserable deaths were the more than 10 samurai who were having dinner at the highest level. Their bodies were twisted like twisted dough sticks, and their heads were smashed into fine meat paste like being smashed by a giant hammer. This is the life of Lulu, a despicable businessman. He resented those samurai, his wife, and his colleagues who watched him go bankrupt but did not help him, but he never thought that all this was caused by his greed. He greedily wanted to make war money when the rebellion broke out in the south, and he borrowed money everywhere for this. His virtuous wife couldn't bear her husband being rejected, so she returned to her home and asked her samurai father for help. In the end, the businessman borrowed a large sum of money from more than a dozen wealthy samurai families, but the ambitious businessman ended up losing all his money. All his tea and property were looted by the rebels, and he went bankrupt completely. The virtuous wife wept and went to her father for help again. With the full help of her father, she barely calmed down the anger of the samurai who wanted to chop the merchant into pieces. She only took away the merchant's tea fields as a price. However, the greedy merchant did not appreciate his father-in-law's kindness. Instead, he resented his father-in-law, thinking that his father-in-law had betrayed everything he had and allowed the samurai to rob his ancestral property. As a result, he also resented his wife. The windlass with only his head left was still shouting no. It shouldn't be like this. How could I? How could I be beheaded? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't die. It's so hard to get to where I am today. It's not easy to become one of the 12 demon moons. I don't want to die. But as his neck gradually turned to ashes, the sound of the windlass's roar became smaller and smaller. Before he was on the verge of death, the memory of his previous life suddenly appeared clearly in front of him. Gradually, the windlass was stunned. He had forgotten everything. He only remembered that he had to keep living, climb up, and become a noble 12 demon moons. But the scenes in front of him. What have I done? Yumiko. No, I. A tear actually appeared in the corner of the windlass's eyes. A beast like me deserves to go to hell. After saying the last sentence, the windlass's head completely turned to ashes, the fourth of the lower strings, destruction. Chapter 17. When the sinful life of Lulu came to an end in Shinichi's eyes were immediately shrouded in darkness, and his body was extremely weak due to overdrawn. Plop. With a clear sound, Shinichi fell to the ground and lost consciousness. In the bloody and broken battlefield, only Mr. Moriki could barely move. After struggling for a while, Mr. Moriki stood up with difficulty with the support of the Nichiren sword, and walked towards the direction where Shinichi fell. Looking at Shinichi's fangs slightly exposed at the corners of his lips, Mr. Moriki's eyes were deep and silent. At this moment, a black feathered crow flapped its wings and landed gently on the ground. In front of it was Kawachi, who lowered his head and lost his breath. Looking up at the master who had lost his warmth, crystal tears overflowed from the corners of the crow's eyes. The crow who had been with Kawachi day and night had already regarded Kawachi as a relative and partner. He is a brave boy. Without him, we can't take down the lower string demon. This crow, can you pass on a message and request to the current lord on my behalf? Old man Morimo came to Hanoi at some point and said solemnly. As the moon completely set, the dawn gradually rose, and the sky was bright. Ga! Ga! The lower string 4 was destroyed. The lower string 4 was destroyed. A huge crow flapped its wings, shouting loudly, and flew into a large mansion. Under the eaves, the black-haired boy kneeling on the treading rice raised his head, gently put down the book in his hand, listened to the sound of the crow outside, and the thin boy stood up, walked out of the room, stretched out his hand, and a crow landed steadily on the boy's arm and began to repeat what he had just said. Lower moon 4? That's great. Killing one of the 12 moons will definitely give you more confidence. The black-haired boy said happily from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, a clear and melodious voice sounded behind the black-haired boy, "My lord, His Excellency the Water Pillar is waiting for your reception." The black-haired boy turned around with a smile, and looked at the beautiful young girl with smoky purple eyes. He was also his wife, and said softly, "Tianyan, don't call me so seriously. By the way, I just got the news that the swordsman successfully killed a lower moon demon." "Really? That's really good news to cheer everyone up." Tianyan replied happily. "Yes, but there are also several very brave young swordsmen who lost their precious lives." The black-haired boy's expression became a little gloomy. However, the breath of the forest, which was once thought to have disappeared, has appeared again, and there is also an incredible thing. Breath of the forest. Tianyan showed a puzzled expression. Obviously, she had never heard of this breathing method. Crack! A wooden stick was stepped on and broke with a crisp sound. In the dense forest, a figure as swift as fire was flying quickly. The speed of this figure was so fast that people could not see its appearance clearly. They could only vaguely see the flying cloak like a surging flame. As the sun gradually rose, the contemporary flame pillar Rengoku Makijiro became slightly anxious. As soon as he received the news from the crow, he rushed to Shirai Mountain frantically. As a flame pillar, he naturally knew the strength of the 12 Kizuki. Although he also believed in Kawachi and the others, after all, those young people were only low-level swordsmen and could not be the opponents of the 12 Kizuki. Although Rengoku Makijiro had tried his best to come here, even without counting the consumption, and used the breath of fire many times to speed up his journey, when he arrived at Shirai Mountain, the sun slowly rose. As soon as he stepped into Shirayama, Rengoku Makijiro caught the smell of blood in the air with his extremely keen perception. He determined a direction, pressed the sun wheel sword on his waist, and swish! The figure of the flame pillar disappeared directly on the spot. Ahem, I am really old. Even with the breath of the forest, I am no longer able to fight the 12 demon moons. However, fortunately, someone who can truly inherit the breath of the forest has appeared. The hunched old man Moraimu stood up with difficulty and looked at Shinichi, who was lying on the ground unconscious. Ancestor, is all this the arrangement of fate? Old man Moraimu sighed, but suddenly, the old man's face changed and he turned around abruptly. In the shadow of the bushes, a hideous figure let out a low roar, and in the darkness there was only a pair of eyes full of tyranny and hunger. This is a hungry evil ghost that has been lurking on Beijing Mountain. Before the windless came, the disappearance of woodcutters and hunters on Beijing Mountain was caused by it. But after the windless came, out of fear of the superior, this evil ghost can hide. But the strong smell of blood from the battle last night was too tempting for this hungry evil ghost, and the windless suddenly disappeared, so the evil ghost could no longer bear it. Old man Moraimu slowly clenched the sun wheel sword in his hand. And his face became serious. Although his body was very weak now, if it was just an ordinary evil ghost, it would not be a big problem. Taking a deep breath, the unique forest breathing method began to operate in old man Moraimu's body, and the evil ghost in the bushes could not hold back. It was about to dawn, and it was really hungry. With a ferocious mouth, the evil ghost's body immediately pounced on old man Moraimu like an arrow. Old man Moraimu quickly raised the sun wheel sword, but before the first form of forest breathing was formed, an orange-red figure suddenly caught up with the evil ghost behind him, and the speed of that figure was even faster. Breathing of flame type 2 rising flame. With a sharp shout, the sun blade covered with orange-red flames instantly rose at an incredible angle, without any resistance at all. The flying demon didn't even have time to react and was beheaded by a single blow. Snap! The broad hand easily sheathed the sun blade, and the demon was reduced to ashes. Rengoku Makijiro raised his head and looked at the old man Moriki wearing the old-fashioned uniform, and asked loudly, "Old man, where is the lower moon?" Looking at Rengoku Makijiro's outfit, the white cape with flowing fire patterns, the straight demon slayer core uniform, the somewhat messy but unusually energetic golden hair, the ends of which were stained with bright red, the rough eyebrows and the face full of righteousness, plus the wide-open orange eyes, it is easy to be associated with an owl. You are the pillar of the demon slayer core. Rengoku Makijiro grabbed the handle of the Nichiren sword and answered loudly, "Yes. I am the flame pillar of the demon slayer core." Rengoku Makijiro. The crow with a red feather on its tail flapped its wings desperately, and white foam almost came out of the corners of its mouth. It finally caught up with its owner Rengoku Makijiro. Soon, Makijiro, who was holding the crow on his arm, understood everything. "Old man, it turns out that the lower moon 4 has been killed by you? It's amazing." Chapter 18. On Shirayama. A line of black-clad figures were busy. They were wearing uniforms similar to those of the Demon Slayer Corps, but with a big hidden character written on the back, and white striped masks and hats on their faces. They were the hidden department of the Demon Slayer Corps, a department that was specifically responsible for handling the aftermath of the battle. Most of them were composed of members who had no swordsmanship talent, and many swordsmen who had lost their combat ability did not want to retire and took the initiative to join. The hidden department was mainly responsible for medical care and evacuation in the Demon Slayer Corps. Although the members of the hidden department had low combat effectiveness, they made outstanding contributions to hunting evil ghosts in their own way. Without the struggle of the hidden department members, the Demon Slayer Corps would not have been able to easily fight against powerful evil ghosts. Kawachi's body was carefully moved to a stretcher by the hidden department members, and the other sacrificed swordsmen were also carefully and respectfully collected by the hidden department members. There were also many innocent villagers who were brutally killed by the Windless, and they were also collected by the hidden department members. When a member of the hidden team passed by a stretcher covered with a black tarpaulin, he suddenly heard a faint breathing sound under the tarpaulin. With the blood oozing from the edge of the tarpaulin, the member of the hidden team immediately realized that there was a seriously injured person on the stretcher. Out of instinctive duty, the member of the hidden team immediately took out his medicine box to treat the injured person. But just as the member of the hidden team reached out to lift the tarpaulin, a skinny but powerful hand grabbed his wrist first. Old man, what are you doing? Please let go of your hand and let me treat this injured person. The member of the hidden team was puzzled. The one who grabbed the member of the hidden team was the old man Senmu, who was wrapped in some bandages. At this time, the old man Senmu was holding a weak little Shiba Inu in his hand, and his hand was faintly emitting a faint green light, but in the dazzling sunlight, the green light was not noticeable. This is my disciple, not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Please don't bother him. I have treated his injuries and he needs to rest now. The hidden team member was a little excited when he heard this and raised his arms to protest. Old man. We are not only serving the team members. It is also our duty to help other humans who are hurt by demons. Please don't say that. However, Mr. Mori did not refute, but just smiled and shook his head. The hidden team member wanted to say something, but a big hand behind him patted his shoulder. Young man of the hidden team, your help is needed there more. Let me talk to this old man. Seeing that it was the order of the flame pillar, the hidden team member had to leave here to help. Before leaving, he angrily glanced at the speechless Mr. Mori. Rengoku Makijiro put one hand on the handle of the Nichiren sword and walked to the side of Mr. Moriki. He first looked at the old uniform on Mr. Moriki, and then tried to start a conversation. Old man, were you also a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps? Old man Moriki looked down at his uniform, with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, but finally shook his head with a wry smile. No, I was just a cowardly deserter. Killing a lower string, old man, your record is enough to look down on most of the younger generations of the Demon Slayer Corps now. Old man Moriki just sighed with regret. Seeing the lonely look on Mr. Moriki's face, Makijiro said no more and turned the topic to the stretcher on the ground. Old man, the one on the stretcher is a demon, right? Swish! Makijiro clearly felt a flash of sharp momentum, and the hand of Mr. Moriki, who was originally stroking the little Shiba Inu in his arms, paused for a second. You are really a powerful swordsman with the name of the pillar, with a very keen perception. However, Lord Flame Pillar, why didn't you take action when you knew there was a demon under the stretcher? Makijiro's hand on the handle of the Sun Wheel sword couldn't help but tighten half a point, but finally released the handle. I received the Lord's crow, although it is unbelievable, the Lord agreed to your request and wished that the breath of the forest could be famous again. Hearing the word Lord, a picture flashed in Mr. Moriki's eyes, but it was small. The generous Lord in his memory might have died long ago, and the curse of the Yubayashiki family. Although he didn't know which Yubayashiki was the lord of the current Demon Slayer Corps, Mr. Moriki was not surprised that the Lord would agree to his request, because every Lord of the Demon Slayer Corps was equally generous and great. Please rest assured. I, Moriki Mitsudamu, swear on my life that this child will inherit the breath of the forest and become a powerful swordsman. Makijiro did not answer. In fact, he was just following the orders of his lord. At the same time, he was probably the only one who knew about old man Moriki's request. Train a demon to become a swordsman? It sounds like a joke. What kind of creature is a demon? Cruel, tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and cannibalistic, these are the nature of demons. In the eyes of all the demon slayers, chopping off their heads is the final fate of all demons. However, out of respect for the Lord, even though the Lord is only a teenager, and the information from the crow that confirmed that the demon helped the demon slayers kill the lower string, and the last inheritor of the forest breath, Mr. Moriki Mitsuyo, swore with his life, Makijiro acquiesced to this and was willing to keep this secret. In that case, old man, I look forward to a powerful swordsman rising in the Demon Slayer Corps in the future. However, the Lord asked me to ask you one last question. Killing a lower string is enough to get the title of pillar. Are you really unwilling to accept the title of pillar? Old man Morimo lowered his head, looked at the green Nichiren sword in his hand, and finally shook his head. No, I don't deserve the title of pillar. From the moment I abandoned my companions, I was just a shameful deserter. I understand, old man, we will meet again. It hurts. The head seemed to be split in two. In the chaos, Shinichi felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone was chopping his head with an axe. Just as Shinichi was struggling, a green light suddenly appeared in front of him, dazzling and blinding. When the green light gradually faded, the back figure appeared in front of Shinichi again, wearing a turquoise haori, casually tied black hair, and a sheathed long sword hanging on a simple belt around his waist. However, this time, the back figure slowly turned around, and Shinichi also saw the man's face clearly. He had a very handsome face, and was very young, with a pair of emerald green eyes that were extremely bright. While Shinichi was looking at this man, the pair of emerald green eyes were also looking at him. Who are you? In the end, Shinichi couldn't hold back and asked loudly, but as soon as Shinichi finished speaking, cracks suddenly appeared on the man's face, and the handsome face was covered with cracks like porcelain that was about to break. The emerald green light in the two eyes suddenly extinguished, and in a moment, a scarlet light lit up from the pupil. Boom! It seemed that there was an invisible wave of air surging around the man. Is this violent blood? Chapter 19. It was noon in Takinogawa village. On the road with few pedestrians, an old man with a hunched figure was walking slowly, pulling a cart covered with a black tarpaulin. The green haori that had experienced a great war was already quite tattered, but Mr. Morimo did not discard the haori. Instead, he carefully washed off the blood and traces of battle on the haori. After all, for him, the feelings carried by this haori were too deep and too important. Because he was pulling a cart, Mr. Morimo was not walking very fast. Many people took the initiative to greet Mr. Morimo along the way, not for anything else, but because half of the real estate in the entire Takinogawa village belonged to the old man's Morimo family, even though he was the only one left in the Morimo family. Who would have thought that the old man who was wearing tattered clothes and pulling a cart would be the richest man in Takinogawa village? Crunch, crunch, crunch. The wooden wheels made a harsh sound of rotation with every step forward of Mr. Senmu. Soon, Mr. Senmu pulled the cart to a pharmacy and looked up at the plaque on the medicine jar, Butterfly Medicine House. In the living room, the owner of the medicine house, an elegant middle-aged pharmacist, was carefully mixing the medicine. After hearing the sound of the wheels outside the medicine house, the pharmacist seemed to remember something, and quickly put down the medicine in his hand, took out a large bag of already mixed medicinal materials from the medicine cabinet, and then hurried out. Mr. Senmu, it's you. Did you have a smooth trip? the pharmacist said to Mr. Senmyo with a smile while carrying a large bag. Old man Mori also responded with a smile, I encountered some troubles on the way, but it was not serious. It was still smooth. It seems that Yao Shinjun has already prepared what I want for me. Pharmacist Butterfly Yao Xin shook his head embarrassedly, this is not prepared by me, but Miss Rukawa asked me to prepare it before. Oh? Really? It's really hard for this child. Old man Mori took the big bag handed over by Butterfly Yao Xin with some emotion. The rich aroma of medicinal materials immediately penetrated into the nose, making people can't help but he was shocked. Yao Shinjun is still as reliable as ever. You are complimented. Just as the two were talking, a kimono woman carrying a basket of vegetables came over from the street behind. Is it Mr. Mori? You are back. Old man Mori turned around. It turned out to be Yuji. Are you back from buying vegetables? Hudi Yao Xin's wife Yuji first bowed to old man Mori Mu, and then enthusiastically invited old man Mori Mu to have lunch together, but old man Mori Mu naturally declined. Behind Yuji were two figures, one big and one small, both wearing kimonos with floral patterns. The two girls inherited the genes of their parents' beauty and looked very cute and beautiful. After not seeing you for such a long time, Kane has become more obedient and sensible, and Shinobu has grown taller. Kane and Shinobu Kauji heard that they were praised by their elders, so they should naturally return the favor. However, compared with her sister Kane's gentleness, Shinobu Kauji, who is only 8 years old this year, is obviously a little lively and impulsive. After thanking Grandpa Mori, Shinobu's big violet eyes curiously looked at the cart pulled by Grandpa Mori. While Grandpa Mori and the Yaoxin couple were talking, Shinobu came to the side of the cart, and soon Shinobu found that the tarpaulin covering the cart was slightly undulating somewhere, as if there was something underneath. Children are very curious. In order to explore what was under the tarpaulin, Shinobu stretched out her little hand without thinking and wanted to uncover the tarpaulin. Shinobu's actions were naturally seen by Grandpa Mori throughout the whole process, but for some reason, Grandpa Mori did not stop her. Instead, he continued to talk to the Yaoxin couple about the interesting things that happened recently in Takinagawa village. What's in here? Curious, Xiaonan muttered as she pinched the corner of the tarpaulin. Suddenly, in a flash, a large mass of something suddenly rose from the tarpaulin, suddenly drilled out of the tarpaulin, opened its mouth and barked at Xiaonan. Ah! 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 Xiaonan was frightened by the sudden shock and sat on the ground, and several people who were talking nearby were also startled. Xiaonan! Kane was the first to react, and hurried to help Xiaonan who was about to cry on the ground, and the others realized what happened later. On the cart, a black and white Shiba Inu with smooth hair and bright eyes was curling its tail and barking at Xiaonan. Butterfly Yaoxin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that something had suddenly happened. It turned out to be a little Shiba Inu. However, he still severely criticized his little daughter. It was very bad behavior to rummage through other people's things casually. She should apologize to Grandpa Moriki. And Mr. Senmyo would naturally not. In fact, he deliberately didn't remind her just now, just to scare this impetuous little girl. After all, he often visited Butterfly Medicine House and knew that Xiaonan was different from her sister Kane. She was a lively child, but sometimes she would be naughty. After saying goodbye to Butterfly Medicine Nobunaga's family, Mr. Mori continued to drag the cart and walked along the road. The little Shiba Inu followed behind him with his tail wagging. He turned at 2 intersections and then passed through a dense bamboo forest. Mr. Mori returned home. Deep in the bamboo forest, an ancient house was quietly located. 2 large lanterns were hung high beside the gate of the house, and outside the gate, a figure had been waiting for a long time. The green kimono was dotted with bamboo leaf patterns, and the brown hair was simply tied into a bun with 2 bamboo hairpins. Although the delicate face was childish, the expression was mature and steady, which was inconsistent with the girl's age. Mr. Mitsuyo, you are back. Thank you for your hard work. The girl bowed meticulously to Mr. Moriki. Mr. Moriki looked helpless. China, I told you not to be so serious. During this period, the mansion has been taken care of by you. You have also worked hard. China, an orphan picked up by Mr. Moriki 5 years ago, is only 14 years old this year, but now she is in charge of the entire Moriki family's industry. In the past 5 years, she has successfully turned the Moriki family, which only had Mr. Moriki left, into a famous wealthy family in the entire Takinagawa village and even in Kitadashima County. In the huge Moriki mansion, in addition to China, there are only a few servants hired to help clean and cook. In fact, before China, Rukawa, took over the Moriki family industry, there were only Mr. Moriki and her in the entire Moriki mansion. After declining the servants' help in pulling the cart, Mr. Morimua personally pulled the cart into the mansion. Rukawa Chinana led the way with a small lantern in front, but she, who was always calm, looked back from time to time at the cute little Shiba Inu. Well, maybe girls can't resist this kind of cute furry animal. The two people and the dog avoided other servants and soon came to a room that had been prepared. After opening the door and entering, they were immediately wrapped in a large area of dense darkness. The only source of light was the lantern in Rukawa Chinana's hand. He pressed a switch in the room without panic, and the darkness in front of him was instantly dispelled. Above his head, the dazzling light bulb emitted an orange-red light, illuminating the entire room clearly. At this time, Mr. Moraimu also turned around and looked at the tarpaulin covering the cart. The little Shiba Inu also excitedly howled under the tarpaulin. Its owner was about to wake up. Give up the idea, the new character is not the heroine. Chapter 20. Who are you? Swish. The scarlet eyes opened instantly, and what he saw was a dark and oppressive feeling. Shinichi began to struggle subconsciously. Swish. The black tarpaulin was instantly torn by a pair of sharp claws. Under the horrified eyes of Rukawa China, a demon broke free from the tarpaulin. The first moment he saw the light again, Shinichi's scarlet eyes instantly locked onto the two people and one dog not far from him in the room. The old man of the Demon Slayer Corps? Well, I seem to have cooperated with him when dealing with the 12 demon moons before. The woman in the blue kimono, I don't know, but she seems to be trembling, shaking her tail. Wait. NG. Shinichi's eyes, which were originally full of vigilance, immediately burst into surprise when he saw Moriki's intact NG. That's great. NG is fine. On the other side, just as Shinichi saw, Rukawa Chinana was shaking slightly uncontrollably. In fact, it was not her fault. After all, even if Mr. Moriki had told her stories about ghosts before, this was the first time that Rukawa Chinana had seen a ghost. Whether it was the deterrent power that Shinichi emanated from or the appearance of his fangs and claws, she felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. But at this time, Shinichi didn't care about Rukawa Chinana's feelings. He just squatted down and teased Madoka eagerly, stroking Madoka's belly. Unlike Rukawa Chinana's fear, Mr. Moriki looked at Shinichi with more scrutiny, as if he was thinking about something. After ignoring the two people and interacting with Madoka, Shinichi was completely relieved. He and Madoka were in tune with each other. At present, it seemed that Madoka was indeed very healthy. According to the vague information conveyed by Madoka, the two people in front of him were not enemies, but half friends. It was also that old man who saved Madoka with a strange, green light? In this case, Shinichi was not going to stay here. Although this old man saved NG, he also helped the Demon Slayer Corps kill a lower-ranked demon, and both sides were even. But what made Shinichi even more uncomfortable was the fearful look that Rukawa Chinana tried hard to hide. This made Shinichi realize that no matter what he did, in the eyes of humans, his ferocious appearance with fangs and claws looked like a terrible evil demon. Just like the two demon slayers encountered on Shirai Mountain, they drew their swords and killed each other as soon as they disagreed. Even if he understood that the members of the Demon Slayer Corps hated evil demons, he could understand it, but Shinichi just couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. From the moment he became a demon, he had passively drawn a line between himself and humans. "NG, let's go." Shinichi greeted softly, and little NG immediately called out twice happily, and then easily jumped more than 1 meter high on the spot, and successfully stood on Shinichi's shoulders, and Shinichi turned his head and walked towards the door. Rukawa Chinana looked at the scene in front of her in astonishment. From beginning to end, the guy brought back by Lady Mitsuyo didn't say a word to the two of them. Is he going to leave just like that? She quickly looked at Grandpa Moriki. But Grandpa Moriki was also very calm. He was still looking at Shinichi. It was not until Shinichi walked to the door and held the door handle that he slowly said, "Young man, wait, it's noon outside, the sun is very bright, and there is no shade outside this room. Quiet." Shinichi slowly let go of the door handle and slowly turned his head. A hint of danger shone in his originally calm scarlet eyes. "Old man, what do you mean?" Shinichi slightly showed his fangs. Old man Moriki said calmly with a smile, "It's nothing, just a reminder. From your appearance, you don't want to sunbathe, young man. You threaten me." Shinichi's expression suddenly darkened. It felt bad to be threatened. "Old man, you saved NG, I am very grateful for that, but I also helped your Demon Slayer Corps kill a lower rank demon. We are now even. I told your people before that my goal is also to kill demons, but it seems that your Demon Slayer Corps does not appreciate it. In this case, let's keep our distance from each other from now on. I don't want to be an enemy of your Demon Slayer Corps, but this does not mean that you can threaten me at will." Shinichi's dissatisfaction was expressed very clearly in his words, and old man Moriki also replied, "Young man, don't get me wrong, I am not threatening you, on the contrary, I have something to ask of you. In addition, I am not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Strictly speaking, I am just a deserter of the Demon Slayer Corps." "What?" Shinichi was a little stunned. "Escape, deserter?" Old man Moriki ignored Shinichi's surprise and continued in a low voice, "That was the nightmare of my life. Because of my cowardice, I killed so many of my companions. I am not worthy of the name of the Demon Slayer Corps, and I have also tarnished the Nichiren sword in my hand. Young man, I really have something to ask of you. I want you to inherit my breathing method, become a swordsman, join the Demon Slayer Corps, and let this Nichiren sword get its due status." As he said this, Mr. Moriki turned around and grasped the emerald Nichiren sword that was placed horizontally behind him. And Shinichi had a black question mark face at this time. No, what did he just hear? Inherit what breathing method to become a swordsman? Who? Who became a swordsman? Me? Pointing to the nose, me? Old man, you are really good at joking. Do you know what I am? I am a ghost. A ghost. A ghost that the Demon Slayer Corps wants to get rid of as soon as possible. You actually said that I, a ghost, can become a swordsman. Are you old and confused? Although Shinichi didn't want to ridicule, he couldn't hold back what Mr. Mori said. A ghost as a swordsman? Isn't it just like asking a bear to help a bald man cut trees? But Mr. Mori's serious expression didn't seem like a joke. Seeing that Shinichi was still looking down on him, he turned around and told Rukawa Chinana beside him, "Chinana, go and ask the kitchen to make some desserts and tea. Yes, remember to remind them to ask for the kind of pastry called dorayaki." Rukawa Chinana bowed slightly, "Okay, Master Mitsuyo." Then he took 2 steps at a time and hurried out of the room. The moment Rukawa Chinana opened the door, the dazzling sunlight penetrated into the room through the crack of the door. Shinichi's scarlet pupils shrank slightly, suppressing the discomfort in his heart. It seemed that the old man didn't lie to him. It was indeed noon outside. "Prepare tea? Old man, are you very sexy? Do you know that this is a provocation to me, a ghost? After becoming a ghost, I can't even drink water except human flesh." Shinichi chuckled, and seeing that it was noon outside, he temporarily gave up the idea of leaving with Yuanji, and decided to stay a little longer and leave after the sun sets. "That's not necessarily the case. Speaking of which, young man, you haven't answered me yet. Are you willing to help me pass on this sun-wheel sword?" Old man Morimo knelt down on the tatami in the room, and also motioned Shinichi to sit down, but Shinichi was not used to this sitting posture. He sat cross-legged on the ground and put Yuanji on his knees to tease him. "Isn't my refusal obvious enough? Let me be a swordsman, old man, you should continue to dream. Speaking of which, it should be about the same time, young man, you should feel uncomfortable, right?" "What? No. You." Chapter 21. Shinichi suddenly covered his chest, a strong feeling of suffocation swept through his trachea, and it seemed that something was violently surging in his chest, and the sound of his heartbeat appeared clearly in his ears. Veins popped out on Shinichi's face, neck, and forehead. He supported himself with one hand and held his collar tightly with the other hand, gasping for breath. The little Shiba Inu was frightened by the change of his master and was anxiously shouting around him. You! What did you do?" Grandpa Morimo slowly began to tell a story. More than 400 years ago, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps who were determined to slay demons created a breathing method, and successfully used the powerful breathing method to eliminate countless evil demons. In the early days of the breathing method, a large number of powerful swordsmen and countless powerful breathing methods emerged. And the forest breathing that has been passed down from generation to generation in our Mori family also originated from that time. However, hundreds of years later, I have become the last heir of the forest breathing. Young man, what I want to tell you today is the ancestor who created the forest breathing. There was a trace of sadness in the eyes of old man Morimo. He remembered the time when he first heard this story, which was also the happiest time of his life. Opposite to old man Morimo, Shinichi's strong sense of suffocation was slightly relieved, but a feeling of fatigue gradually spread in his body. That ancestor was not an excellent swordsman at first. On the contrary, when he was young, he was more like a playboy who was uneducated. Until the day he became an adult, his character changed dramatically. He not only accumulated a fortune in just 1 year, but also revitalized the family, making the Mori family a famous wealthy family in Kyoto Prefecture. Once again by chance, the ancestor learned that there were creatures called evil spirits in this world. At that time, the ancestor, who had already achieved success and fame, resolutely gave up his comfortable life and chose to become a swordsman. Then he created the forest breathing method within a year. Speaking of this, Mr. Morimo showed a proud look on his face, but it soon became dim. But it was when the ancestor was at his most high-spirited that a disaster occurred. On a snowy night, the ancestor disappeared on the road to slay demons. When the ancestor returned to the family, he had already fallen into a demon. What? Became a demon? Shinichi, who originally didn't care about this story at all, heard that the ancestor of the Moriki family had become a demon, and his eyes widened immediately, not caring about the fatigue in his body. Yes, the pride of the Morimo family, the genius ancestor became a ghost. On the night he returned to the family, the entire Morimo family was massacred by the ancestor, leaving only the ancestor's 2 children hiding in the cellar. At that time, the Morimo family had reached the brink of extinction, but it was also on that night that the ancestor who had fallen into a ghost disappeared. When the ancestor reappeared, it was more than 10 years later. The ancestor's 2 children had grown up and pulled the Morimo family back from the brink of extinction. But one night, the ancestor who had fallen into a ghost returned to the family again. However, that night, the ancestor did not kill anyone. Instead, he passed on the forest breathing that he had created throughout his life to his descendants within the next year, and told his descendants to pass on the forest breathing from generation to generation. The ancestor himself, on a night, used this sun-wheel sword to kill himself. The last words before his death were to atone for his sins. Grandpa Morimoa pulled out the emerald green sun-wheel sword from the scabbard with a sad tone. Shinichi stared at Grandpa Mori in a daze. Why does this story sound so outrageous? The ancestors who became demons passed down the breathing method to their descendants? Grandpa Mori continued, the Mori family has kept in mind the teachings of their ancestors. For hundreds of years, the entire family has taken slaying demons as its mission. Every generation of Mori children will join the Demon Slayer Corps. For hundreds of years, the blood of the Mori family has been all over the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. It's just that perhaps we, the descendants, are incompetent. No Mori child can truly inherit the forest breath of our ancestors, so even those Mori children who are qualified to become pillars are unwilling to truly be named Mori pillars. Things are unpredictable. The once prosperous Demon Slayer family is now left with only me, but fate may have been predetermined. Young man, before I entered the coffin, I finally met someone who can truly inherit the forest breath, and that's you. Young man, you are the chosen one. Boom. Shinichi's head suddenly felt a sharp pain, and in his mind, the figure wearing a green haori flashed by. What? Could that person, no, ghost, be the ancestor of the Moriki family? How is this possible? I thought this was written by Xiao Tell Me? Who would believe this outrageous? Shinichi's heart was shocked. Although he didn't want to believe it, the figure that appeared in his mind for no reason was not an illusion. Mr. Moriki didn't tell the story anymore, but let Shinichi think for himself. At this moment, the door of the room was knocked gently, and Rukawa Chinana walked into the room with a full plate of dorayaki with a rich and sweet aroma and a large pot of tea. Soon, Rukawa Chinana placed the dorayaki and tea. Rukawa Chinana also thoughtfully prepared a small plate with fragrant meat rice in it. This was prepared for Enji. Seeing that his master was fine, Enji happily wagged his tail and ate happily from the small plate. Seeing Enji's furry little head, Rukawa Chinana swallowed it, but finally couldn't resist the temptation and touched Enji's little head. The tea was wafting with a faint fragrance. Old man Moriki picked up the teacup and gestured to Shinichi, young man, try it. After saying that, he drank the tea in the cup. Shinichi, who was still struggling with his conscience, was confused. He subconsciously followed the old man Moriki and drank the teacup. The tea tasted slightly bitter and a little sour. It was not good to drink. Shinichi frowned immediately, it's really hard to drink. But soon Shinichi was stunned. He didn't vomit. He just drank a cup of tea? Shinichi looked at the teacup in his hand and widened his eyes. How could it be possible? He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a long time. Becoming a ghost means that it is impossible to eat any food except human flesh, but now, he can actually drink a cup of tea. Experiencing the feeling of being a human again, Shinichi was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. He directly lifted the whole teapot and poured the tea into his mouth in big gulps. Although it didn't taste good, it felt good to be able to drink something. After drinking the whole pot in one breath, Shinichi wiped his mouth with satisfaction. It's hard to believe, what kind of tea is this? Grandpa Morimoa held the teacup and smiled as he said, this is wisteria tea. For ghosts, wisteria flowers are quite disgusting. Even a certain concentration of wisteria glycosides can poison some weak ghosts. Pa! The copper teapot fell to the ground, and the satisfied expression on Shinichi's face froze. Wisteria tea. Chapter 22. Shinichi looked at the teapot that fell to the ground, his face was very ugly, and the invisible anger began to radiate from his whole body. Old man, you'd better give me an explanation. Mr. Morimoa put down the teacup, stood up, smiled and hooked his finger at Shinichi, full of provocation. Asshole! Shinichi was like a lit barrel of explosives. In anger, he raised his fist and hit Mr. Moraimu. He saw that the old man and the lower windlass had a fight back and forth before, and he thought that he would not be killed by his punch. This old man is too hateful. Bang! A skinny palm easily caught Shinichi's punch. Shinichi was stunned. He was very sure that his punch just now was strong enough. Even if it couldn't smash the rock, it could at least leave a mark on it. But why did the old man in front of him look so relaxed that he didn't even shake his body? Shinichi was very surprised, but Mr. Moraimu would not give him time to react. He saw Mr. Moraimu's palms closed instantly, firmly grasped Shinichi's fist, stepped back with his right foot, and pulled. Shinichi immediately felt a huge force coming from his fist, and his body was pulled forward uncontrollably. Mr. Moraimu's hunched body bent and twisted at an incredible angle, and changed his posture in an instant, leaning against Shinichi. Bang! Shinichi staggered and hit Mr. Moraimu's back, but it was not over yet. Mr. Moraimu raised his right foot and kicked back. Shinichi's feet instantly lost balance, and then his arms felt a huge pulling force again. His eyes blurred, and the whole person seemed to lose balance. When Shinichi reacted, he had already fallen to the ground in embarrassment. It took Shinichi only a few seconds from punching to being knocked down. When he got up again, he didn't realize what had just happened, but a strong sense of shame and anger immediately filled his brain. In an instant, Shinichi's eyes became even more scarlet. Come again! Shinichi roared and rushed towards Mr. Moriki again. Mr. Moriki did not refuse and smiled and motioned Shinichi to attack again. Just like that, bang! 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 The dull sound of flesh falling on the floor continued to echo in this room. Later, even Rukawa Chinana, who was watching on the side, couldn't bear it. It was too cruel. She hurriedly hugged Xiao Yuanji and left the room. The full Yuanji was heartless. It seemed that he felt that Mr. Moriki had no ill intentions, so Xiao Yuanji ignored his master who was being beaten like a sandbag. I don't know how long it has been. Shinichi's eyes are red, and he stands there panting unwillingly, while the old man Moraimu in front of him is still calm. Are you coming again, young man? My old bones can still hold on. It's you. Did you do something to me before? Just like that wisteria tea. I can feel my strength weakening. This is you. Shinichi is not stupid. In the fight just now, he has long discovered that his own strength and speed have weakened countless times. He has always relied on the speed and strength after the ghost transformation to hunt other evil ghosts. Once his strength and speed advantages are not obvious, he will be no different from an ordinary boy who doesn't know Kung Fu in front of old man Moraimu. Old Master Mori looked at Shinichi who was full of reluctance and said, Young man, tell me, why did you help us deal with the lower string for that night at Chiratai Mountain? You also hate demons, right? Shinichi sneered, of course. I hate demons as much as you do, but I'm afraid that in their eyes, I am no different from those man-eating demons, right? Old man, why do you think those swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps will accept a demon as a swordsman? So, don't think of me learning any bullshit breathing method, my own strength is enough. Old Master Mori sighed and looked at Shinichi deeply, but no matter how powerful your power is, it still belongs to the power of the demon, not your own power. I don't care what power it is, as long as it is enough for me to take revenge. Then do you want to be a ghost for life? Young man, don't you want to experience the feeling of being a human again? As soon as old Master Mori finished speaking, the whole room fell into silence. Shinichi's scarlet eyes stared at Mr. Mori, can you make me a human again? Shinichi's voice trembled a little. If possible, he didn't want to become a demon hated and feared by humans. But facing Shinichi's expectant eyes, Mr. Mori shook his head slowly, no, I can't turn a demon back into a human. But... Mr. Mori suddenly said, but Shinichi's disappointed expression froze. Is there still hope? Although I can't make you return to your human identity, I can make you feel human again. Boom boom. Grandpa Mori's words exploded in Shinichi's heart like a thunderbolt. How to do it? He immediately asked. Grandpa Mori smiled and pointed to the teapot on the ground. Aren't you now? Young man, you should know that wisteria flowers can drive away evil spirits just by smell. How can evil spirits drink wisteria tea containing essence? As he said, Grandpa Mori handed Shinichi a mirror. Shinichi looked down at the mirror in his hand. The familiar yet unfamiliar face in the mirror made him a little dazed. The face in the mirror was much softer than the hideous appearance reflected in the stream at the beginning. The originally protruding blood vessels disappeared under the skin, and the sharp fangs were no longer hideous, but looked sharper than ordinary people. The terrible and tyrannical aura that had been shrouding his face was completely dissipated, and the bloodshot in his pupils was also completely dissipated. The scarlet eyes rarely looked much softer. The black claws on the fingertips also faded a lot. At first glance, Shinichi now doesn't look like a ghost, but more like a handsome and arrogant boy. Shinichi looked at himself in the mirror with a complicated look, and suddenly a piece of dorayaki with a sweet smell blocked his sight. Try it, and experience the feeling of being a human again, and then tell me your choice, young man. In the spacious ancestral hall of the Moriki mansion, Rukawa Chinana held Enji and walked to the side of Mr. Moriki, who was kneeling quietly in front of a pile of tablets. Rukawa Chinana asked softly, Mr. Mitsuyo, did Mr. Shinichi agree? Hearing this, Mr. Moriki looked at one of the many tablets in front of him. On that tablet, the words Moriki Koto were engraved. The choice of the ancestors will not be wrong. This child will truly pass on the breath of the forest. Chapter 23. Master Mitsuyo, I remember you once said that it is very difficult to practice forest breathing. In the end, most of the disciples of each generation of Mori will choose to practice other breathing methods as an auxiliary. Why are you so sure that Master Shinichi will succeed? Under the eaves, Rukawa Chinana asked Grandpa Mori in confusion. An old man Mori looked into the distance, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, because Shinichi is too similar to the original ancestor, but this child is more perseverant than the ancestor. The ancestor admitted that he committed countless crimes after he fell into a demon, which is why the ancestor chose to commit suicide. And Shinichi, this child has never hurt any human being even after becoming a demon, so I firmly believe that he will truly inherit the forest breath of the ancestor, and even complete the final form that even the ancestor himself has not succeeded in cultivating. After listening to this, Rukawa Chinana nodded and said seriously, I understand. Old man Mori seemed to have thought of something again, and looked back at Rukawa Chinana with a trace of reluctance in his eyes. The Mori family's 100-year-old duty is to kill evil spirits, which means that everyone in the Mori family is you may be in danger, but you are different, Chinanai. You have your own name. You are not a Mori family member, and you have no responsibility to gamble your life for the Mori family. Child, everything I said before counts. The Mori family's current foundation depends on you. You can take away all the foundation of the Mori family at any time. This is the reward you deserve. When Rukawa Chinana heard this, her originally calm face tightened instantly, and the whole person suddenly knelt on the ground and said excitedly, Mr. Mitsuyo. Please don't say such things. If you hadn't brought Chinana back to the family in Kyujen town, Chinana would have become a ghost in the wasteland. From the moment you brought Chinana back, the Mori family, Chinanai is not afraid of sacrifice. Chinanai is willing to contribute everything for the Mori family's duty of slaying demons. Please don't drive away Chinanai, Mr. Mitsuyo. Plop. The little girl kowtowed heavily on the floor very hard. Hey! Mr. Moriki quickly helped Rukawa Chinana up. His eyes were complicated. He really felt sorry for this child, although Rukawa Chinana always regarded herself as a servant, but in the heart of Mr. Moriki, he also regarded her as his own granddaughter. If possible, Mr. Moriki was willing to pass on the Moriki family to Rukawa Chinana, and let her become Moriki Chinana. But whether it was the Moriki family's duty to slay demons, or Rukawa Chinana herself, they were unwilling, because for Chinana, the surname Rukawa was equally important, and it carried her thoughts for her parents who cared for her very much. In that famine year, her parents would rather not eat for many days and save the last food for their children. The scenes under the eaves were heard clearly by a figure hiding behind the door. It was still daytime, and he couldn't walk out of the door. Shinichi stroked Enji, who was lying on his knees, with one hand, and held a piece of dorayaki that had cooled down with the other hand. Listening to the conversation outside, Shinichi's face did not change. Instead, he opened his mouth and bit off half of the dorayaki in one bite, chewing hard. Although I don't know how Mr. Moriki did it, Shinichi can eat food now. Of course, it is limited to dorayaki. Perhaps it is because he is still a ghost. Other foods, whether meat or noodles, are all tasteless like wall skin in Shinichi's mouth. Although he can swallow it, it is extremely torturous. But dorayaki is different. I don't know if it is the influence of the past. Shinichi can taste the faint sweetness of dorayaki. Of course, it is only a very subtle sweetness, but just this is enough. He hasn't tasted anything for a long time. So at Shinichi's request, the dorayaki in his hand was a special version. If ordinary people took a bite, they would be choked to death by the sweetness. The water used to mix the dough was high concentration sugar water, half of the bean paste filling was sugar, and a lethal amount of sweet honey was sprinkled on it. But even with such a sweet and greasy calorie bomb, Shinichi chewed it with big mouthfuls, and even thought it was not tasty enough, and was ready to sprinkle some white sugar on it. Speaking of which, Shinichi also felt that everything was a bit dreamy. He actually agreed to learn his forest breathing from Mr. Moraimu, which was simply incredible. Shinichi couldn't figure out why he agreed. Was it because Mr. Moraimu allowed him to eat again? But Mr. Moraimu also clearly said that he couldn't turn himself back into a human being. Although it was a bit regretful, Shinichi was also a little fortunate. If Mr. Moraimu really said that he could turn him back into a human being, then Shinichi might hesitate. Although it was shameful to become an evil ghost, Shinichi couldn't deny that becoming an evil ghost also gave him considerable power. Whether it was a powerful force or not, the amount of blood and powerful blood demon art, all of which made Shinichi, who was originally just an ordinary thin beggar, have the power to fight against the powerful 12 demon moons. Shinichi was not sure whether he could have such a strong power after practicing breathing after turning back to human. He never thought he was a genius. It's good now, just try it. Even if it can't be practiced into the forest breathing, at least it is worthy of the kindness of Mr. Moriki who saved Yuanji and let him taste the taste. Thinking of this, Shinichi stuffed the last big piece of dorayaki in his hand into his mouth, then clenched his fist, feeling the power that was constantly recovering and increasing in his body. After absorbing a lot of vitality from the fourth lower string whirl, Shinichi could clearly feel that both his body and strength had increased a lot. Calculated by the first evil ghost Kerasuma at the beginning, Shinichi's strength before fighting the whirl after opening the blood burst could be equivalent to 8 or 9 Kerasuma. Now Shinichi can be equivalent to more than 20 Kerasuma. However, Shinichi was not excited. Instead, he loosened his fists and had a solemn look on his face. He had become stronger, but in reality, he was not as strong as the fully powered Ruri. The fourth lower string, Ruri, its strength was probably equal to 50 Kerasuma. If it weren't for Ruri's carelessness, coupled with the desperate consumption of Old Man Moriki and a group of demon slayers, that night, perhaps they could not kill Ruri at all. Only the fourth lower string has such strength. How strong are the 3, 2, and 1 above the fourth? There are also upper strings that are superior to the lower strings, and their strength is even more unimaginable. And at the top, the ancestor of demons, Musen, who created all demons, how strong is it? Shinichi opened his mouth slightly, and his face, which had been much softer, became visibly ferocious, with sharp fangs exposed from his lips, and the claws on his fingertips extended by half a centimeter. Musen! I will definitely kill you! Chapter 24. At night, a crescent moon hangs in the sky, and the cold moonlight fills the earth. In the bamboo forest outside the Morimo mansion, Shinichi, who has changed into a training suit, stares at the old man Morimo across from him. What? You want me to sit there in a daze holding a pot of weeds? Shinichi points to a pot of green, grass in his right hand. Old man Senmu said seriously, no, it's not daze, it's meditation. The breath of the forest comes from the breath of the forest, or it comes from the infinite natural breath. If you want to practice the breath of the forest, the most necessary point is to understand the sound of nature. From a small grass to a towering tree, they also have life, and they breathe all the time. Calm down and meditate, listen to their breathing, and truly integrate your breathing with them. Shinichi's mouth twitched. You said it so nicely, but don't you think it's stupid to sit there holding a pot of weeds? This is not a weed, it's the Kailing grass passed down from generation to generation in our Senmu family. It's very useful. Every generation of Senmu children relies on it to feel the breath of the forest. Young people, slowly comprehend it. Just like that, Shinichi sat stupidly in the bamboo forest holding this pot of Kailing grass, his scarlet eyes staring at the green grass in the pot. An hour passed, and Shinichi felt nothing. 2 hours passed, and Shinichi still felt nothing. 3 hours passed, and Shinichi felt a little itchy at the root of his teeth, and his fangs stretched unconsciously. 4 hours passed, and Shinichi felt that he had been fooled. He was very angry and wanted to teach that old man a lesson. 5 hours passed, and Rukawa China brought a large plate of dorayaki with various lethal sweet products and a large pot of wisteria tea. Shinichi felt that for the sake of dorayaki and wisteria tea, his resentment towards Mr. Moriki was slightly reduced. Just like that, a day passed, and Shinichi carried a pot of Kailing grass but got nothing. Time passed slowly, and 6 days passed. Shinichi was still sitting in the bamboo forest holding a pot of Kailing grass in a daze, but the Kailing grass in his hand had been replaced twice. After the previous Kailing grass withered, Mr. Moriki took Shinichi to the Moriki family's planting site to replace another batch. However, when Shinichi saw the Qiling grass growing randomly in the backyard of the Morimo mansion, his teeth itched again. What is the difference between this Qiling grass in the yard and weeds? Isn't it just growing in this yard? Late at night on the 7th day, it was still the cold moonlight, under the silver light, in the bamboo forest. Yuji is also a traitor. He was bribed by someone after a few meals. Now he is almost eating like a ball. He doesn't look like a Shiba Inu. He will soon become a pig. Shinichi looked at the Qiling grass in his hand with a sullen face and a gloomy expression. The breeze blew past, the green leaves swayed slowly, and a drop of dew near the morning slowly condensed on the leaves. Of course I know that you plants can breathe. The 9-year compulsory education in my previous life is deeply imprinted in my soul. To explain it scientifically, what is your respiration, but what use is it to me? Shinichi muttered to himself at the Qiling grass in the flower pot. Even ghosts have appeared in this world, what is science? I am just an ordinary person, not a genius. Whether it is the power of ghosts or the breathing method, to me, they are only things that exist in stories and novels. But when all this really happened to me, I don't know how to deal with it. It's not wrong to pursue power for revenge. I seem to understand the power of ghosts and the breathing method these days. The two are not contradictory. For me, what really bothers me is the prejudice that is as big as a mountain in people's hearts. Even if I practice the breathing method, I am afraid that it will not change my identity. In the eyes of many people, I will still be an alien, a ghost. One day I am a ghost, and I will be branded with this mark for the rest of my life. Wait! Why am I chatting with a pot of grass? I have been here for a long time, and my brain has been corrupted by that old man," Shinichi said with some self-mockery. But suddenly, he felt a chill in his palm. Shinichi looked down and found that it was the dew on the leaves of the Kyling grass dripping on his palm. When the cold touch of the palm of the hand was transmitted to the brain, a sudden chill swept over Shinichi's body, and a green light seemed to pass before Shinichi's eyes, and then a strange feeling sprouted in his heart. Everything was so magical and incredible. Shinichi could clearly feel a different breath every time he breathed. It was not a smell, but a special breath, like a soft and tough breath. This feeling. Shinichi was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the pot in his hand that was swaying slightly in the breeze. Kyling grass, is it you? I seem to really hear your breathing. In the distance of the bamboo forest, beside a clear stream, under a sturdy willow tree, old man Sen Mu, who was originally hunched over, slowly straightened his back after a breeze passed by, with a relieved smile on his face. I knew this child could do it. The countless green branches hanging from the sturdy willow tree swayed in the wind, and seemed to be happy for old man Sen Mu. Before dawn, Shinichi returned to the closed room. In the room, Mr. Moriki had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Shinichi walk in, Mr. Moriki smiled and picked up a cup of wisteria tea. Did you hear it? Shinichi gently put down the Kyling grass in his hand. Yes, I heard it. It's incredible but wonderful. They seem to be guiding me. I can vaguely feel that behind their breathing, there is a magnificent vitality. Mr. Moriki put down the teacup and said with emotion, Shinichi, you are better than I thought. You are right, that is the call of the forest's breathing, and the breath of the forest contains the magnificent and endless vitality. Shinichi looked at Mr. Moriki, and for the first time he felt that Mr. Moriki looked so pleasing to the eye. So, next, can you teach me the real breathing method and swordsmanship? This is also the question I want to ask you. Are you really ready to practice the forest's breathing? Shinichi, tell me your true thoughts. Mr. Moriki asked back. Shinichi pondered for a moment, and finally nodded heavily. I am willing. Please teach me. Mr. Mori's smile disappeared, his expression became serious. He stood up solemnly, took down the horizontal sun-wheel sword on the wooden table behind him, and drew the sword out of the sheath, the green sun-wheel sword that has been passed down for 100 years. The breath of the forest has a new successor. Chapter 25. Forest breathing focuses on listening to the sounds of nature, connecting every blood vessel and every muscle in your body with nature, and fighting with the majestic vitality behind the breathing method. In the bamboo forest, old man Morimo held a wooden sword and explained to Shinichi. There are 11 types of forest breathing, created by our Morimo family ancestor Morimo Shunichi. Except for the final type that only exists in the records, the other 10 types of swordsmanship are all extremely powerful. However, we descendants are dull, and even the most outstanding Morimo children can only comprehend the first 8 types. Shinichi frowned slightly when he heard this. What about you, old man? At this point, a trace of loneliness and sadness flashed across old man Morimo's face. My comprehension is also poor, and I can only comprehend 7 types of swordsmanship. What? Even you, old man, can only use 7 sword moves? Shinichi was really a little shocked. He knew the old man's strength very well. If it weren't for his old age and physical weakness, the strength of old man Morimo would not be lower than that of the windless. Old man Morimo smiled and shook his head. Some things are destined. Shinichi, you are different from us. I believe you are the one who can really carry forward the breath of the forest. Now, I will show you the first 7 forms. As soon as the voice fell, old man Morimo took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Buzz! The invisible air wave blew the fallen bamboo leaves on the ground. In Shinichi's scarlet eyes, he could sense that a large amount of majestic vitality was rapidly gathering towards the body of old man Morimo. Strips of shriveled muscles and old blood vessels, majestic vitality washed over the body of old man Morimo. The muscles became full again, and the blood vessels became round again. In just a moment, the originally hunched body of old man Morimoa gradually stood up. The pale hair moved without wind, and a touch of green light flashed in the somewhat turbid eyes. He stepped forward with his right foot, bent his body, and made a standard sword drawing and slashing posture. Shinichi, who was standing next to him, suddenly felt a strong fighting spirit, and the sound of metal clashing seemed to ring in his ears. Mori no breathing first form iron birch slash. Old man Mori shouted, and the wooden sword instantly slashed horizontally, hum. The blade was wrapped in green light, and in a trance, the green blade light was wrapped with an indestructible momentum like a tidal wave. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever the blade light went, countless green bamboos were broken. The following contains the author's annotation. First form iron birch slash, an instant horizontal slash infused with vitality, wrapped in the breath of the world's hardest tree, the iron birch, indestructible, unstoppable. Before Shinichi could react, old man Morimoa flashed and appeared in front of a rather thick green bamboo, and stabbed out with a wooden sword, breath of the forest type 2 willow of vitality. Puff, puff. Many illusory green branches suddenly emerged from the thick green bamboo where the wooden sword was cut, swaying gently like willow branches. At a certain moment, the green bamboo instantly lost its color as if it had withered, and then revived again at a certain moment, regaining vitality. Type 2 willow of vitality, communicates with the power of nature, uses vitality as a guide, and stabs the blade containing vitality into the body. For the enemy, it will be a nightmare of absorbing vitality, and for comrades, it will be a powerful aid to help comrades. Swish! The blade flashed, and Mr. Morimoa rushed out like a sharp sword, Mori's breath type 3 thorn. The brown wooden sword instantly turned into a green light, and pierced into a huge rock in an instant. Stone chips flew, smoke and dust dissipated, and the ordinary wooden sword had been deeply pierced into the rock, leaving only the handle. Type 3 thorn, the blade pierces straight, and the attack is pierced at an extremely fast speed, like a thorn spike, extremely sharp, and the modified type thorn wrap, multiple stabs around the enemy at an extremely fast speed, making the enemy seem to be surrounded by countless thorns. Pulling out the wooden sword from the rock, Mr. Morimoa closed his eyes slightly and swung a slash, but the force was not strong, and the surrounding green bamboo was shaken and shook, and countless bamboo leaves fell. I saw that Master Morimoa stepped hard on the ground, and the whole person actually flew up nearly 10 meters high, and a green light flashed, Mori no breathing fourth form dandelion dance. In the air, Master Morimoa's body was like a dandelion dancing in the wind. Although it was gentle, it left dozens of afterimages. When Master Morimoa fell, there was not a single bamboo leaf on his body. Fourth form dandelion dance, the body swayed like a dandelion, dodging the enemy's powerful attack with incredible posture and speed. This is not over yet. Master Morimoa suddenly jumped up, holding the wooden sword with one hand, the blade tilted upward, the tip of the knife against the ground, and instantly raised it diagonally. Mori no breathing 5 form Kangzua breaking the air. The green slashing the strike actually went up and cut off countless bamboo branches from high places. Type 5, bamboo breaks the air, a volley strike from bottom to top, standing like a bamboo growing in the air. After slashing out with a knife, Grandpa Senmu turned the wooden sword around, held the sword with both hands, bent his thighs, and stood firmly like a horse stance, breath of the forest, type 6, strong grass, wind hurricane strike. Swish, 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 swish. Countless green slashes spread wildly around Grandpa Senmu like a hurricane, and the entire bamboo forest was like a hurricane with knife light blowing. Countless green bamboos were shattered and broken, and Grandpa Senmu's body was like the tough grass in the hurricane, seemingly swaying, but not moving at all. Type 6, strong grass, wind hurricane strike. Countless hurricane-like slashes swung around with himself as the center, as strong grass. After using the 6 types of swordsmanship in succession, Mr. Morimoa panted slightly, and the wooden sword in his hand also had many cracks. After a moment, Mr. Morimoa raised the wooden sword to the front, holding it tightly with both hands, and wow! A dazzling green light that was almost visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from the wooden sword. Breath of the Forest 7th type Wooden Dragon Sky Flying Slash. As Mr. Morimoa's voice fell, he leaped into the air and slashed. The endless dazzling green light seemed to really transform into a roaring forest dragon with claws and fangs. Boom! After a deafening roar, countless smoke and dust were stirred. Shinichi stared at the front, and the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. What appeared in front of Shinichi was a deep trench. 7th form Wooden Dragon Sky Soaring Slash, a full-strength attack, the strongest attack from the legendary dragon transformed by the sword light. Modified form Wooden Dragon Sky Soaring Flash, Wooden Dragon Sky Soaring Rising Dragon. Crack! The wooden sword in the hands of Mr. Morimoa finally couldn't hold on any longer and broke into a pile of fragments. Mr. Morimoa panted and looked at Shinichi. This is the breath of the forest, kid, are you ready? Chapter 26. Under the moonlight, Shinichi stood with his upper body naked, bent over and struggling. On his back was a spherical rock that was 10 times bigger than him. The violent panting sounded like the sound of a broken bellows, and beads of sweat kept sliding down Shinichi's body. Shinichi's body after the demonization reached a peak in both proportion and appearance, with just the right six-pack abs, strong and stylish arms, clear mermaid lines, and blood vessels faintly protruding under the skin. This was a perfect body that would make most women crazy. But Shinichi's face looked quite ferocious at this time, with bloodshot eyes, blue veins on his forehead, clenched teeth, and black hair completely wet with sweat. The huge rock on his back was too heavy, and he was almost at his limit. Roar! Because of the excessive force, Shinichi's throat actually let out a series of low roars, and the scarlet in his eyes also tended to deepen. The fangs in his mouth and the claws on his fingertips unconsciously stretched out. Just before Shinichi was about to go crazy, the voice of Grandpa Morimoa suddenly came from the huge rock on his back. Shinichi! Hold on! Don't be confused by the power after the demonization. Only by relying on your own strength can you practice the real forest breath. There is still the last half a quarter of an hour, hold on. Don't give up. It turned out that Grandpa Morimoa was still standing on the huge rock. At this time, he also loudly encouraged Shinichi to hold on. Grandpa Morimoa's voice made Shinichi's gradually irritable eyes more clear. Ah! The low roar in his throat also turned back to the angry roar of a human boy. Finally, half a quarter of an hour later, bang! With a loud bang, the huge rock fell down, smashing a pit in the ground. Plop! Shinichi sat directly on the ground, his chest heaving violently. Old Man Mori also jumped off the giant rock, and took out a kettle that had been prepared from a wooden box on the side, and handed it to Shinichi. Shinichi was not polite, and took it and swallowed the tea in the kettle in big gulps. That's right, the tea in the kettle was wisteria tea, and Shinichi drank wisteria tea not because he needed to replenish water after intense training, but to curb his own demonic power. The wisteria flower element, which is highly toxic to ordinary evil spirits, has become a tool for Shinichi to temporarily suppress his demonic power. In fact, when Old Man Mori proposed that Shinichi drink more wisteria tea at the beginning, Shinichi once thought that Old Man Mori regretted not wanting to teach him the breathing method and wanted to poison himself. However, in later attempts, Shinichi found that wisteria tea would not cause any harm to him, but would suppress the originally powerful demonic power in his body. Relying on wisteria tea to suppress his own power, Shinichi was able to practice forest breathing with Old Man Mori, which was destined to be a difficult road of practice. Although the power was suppressed, the physical fitness and strength of Shinichi after the transformation into a ghost were there, which was definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. Therefore, in order to train Shinichi, Grandpa Mori increased the training volume of ordinary people by 100 times. Of course, Shinichi didn't know all this. He always thought that the intensity of the training of the Mori family for generations was the same as his own. He couldn't help but respect Grandpa Mori and his family ancestors in his heart. Breathing method. The most important thing is of course breathing. Practicing forest breathing not only ensures that you can feel the natural breathing, but also allows the majestic vitality behind the natural breathing to be integrated into every blood vessel, every muscle, and every cell of your body, so that you can be filled with huge vitality. So a training that can be regarded as hell for Shinichi, a ghost, began. Carrying a huge rock weighing nearly 20 tons for 2 hours is just one of the links. He ran 100,000 meters back and forth in the underground mine where the Mori family used to live. The oxygen in the mine was extremely thin. He dragged a 20-meter-long wooden grain-carrying boat of the Mori family back and forth in the river next to Asano River village. He also had to withstand countless slashes of the forest-breathing land type used by Grandpa Mori every day. Of course, the slashes were weakened. There were also various other trainings that sounded like cruel punishments in the 18 levels of hell. If it were an ordinary person, he would be exhausted to death in 2 days if he continued to train at such an intensity, but Shinichi would not, because he is a ghost, he can't be tired to death. If Shinichi returned to his original world with his current physique, he would never starve to death, because the immortal ghost physique is simply a natural working saint body. Just kidding, under the devilish training that even Grandpa Mori himself was terrified, Shinichi has undergone earth-shaking changes in just half a year. The wind gently blew the hair around my ears, and a slender white hand rested on my waist. The hilt of the wooden sword in the middle, his eyes slightly closed, his handsome face calm. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound from the sky came into his ears, as if something was hitting him like a cannonball. The whistling sound was getting closer and closer, but the slightly closed eyes still had no intention of opening. Soon, a black shadow was clearly visible. Finally, the white and slender hands moved, forest-breathing type 5 Kangzua breaking the sky. The ordinary wooden sword was raised in an instant. And the green slash was cut out instantly, and the stone chips flew, and a rock the size of a human head was shattered into powder. The slightly closed eyes slowly opened, and the scarlet eyes that had always carried a hint of tyranny had turned into a softer and calmer peach color. Without even looking behind him, Shinichi slowly put away the wooden sword. Sure enough, the next second, crisp applause rang out behind him. Grandpa Moraimu smiled with satisfaction, clapping and saying, "I guessed right, Shinichi, you are a genius who has surpassed all the children of Moraimu. You are much stronger than I was back then. I have nothing to teach you about the first 7 forms of forest breathing." After hearing the voice of Grandpa Moraimu, Shinichi slowly turned around. No matter who saw Shinichi's appearance now, no one would think that this handsome and arrogant boy would be a ghost. What a joke! How could such a good-looking boy be a ghost? Where does he have the characteristics of a ghost? Does he have fangs in his mouth? It's just that the canine teeth are a little sharp, and there are no scary claws on his fingertips. And this boy exudes a strong scent of wisteria flowers. Which evil ghost would like such a strong scent of wisteria flowers? Grandpa, I'm proud that you praise me like this, Shinichi said with a smile. His tone was not as impatient and impulsive as at the beginning. Shinichi, who was practicing the forest breathing at all times, seemed to be immersed in the soft and majestic natural vitality, which made people feel a sense of affinity when they saw him. Chapter 27. Except for the first 7 forms of forest breathing, I have nothing else to teach you. In the past year, your performance has been better than I expected. On the country road, Grandpa Mori and Shinichi walked on the road in the moonlight. Along the way, the old man kept nagging like an ordinary old man, repeating how good Shinichi was. Fortunately, Shinichi was used to it and his ears automatically filtered out Grandpa Mori's long-winded words. In this way, Grandpa Mori talked all the way, and Shinichi also listened passively and silently all the way until the two came to the destination of this trip, Butterfly Medicine House. Dong dong dong. The wooden door was gently knocked. After a while, with a creak, a thin figure opened the wooden door. The violet eyes immediately widened after seeing the two people at the door, and immediately ran into the medicine house. Sister! Grandpa Mori and that cold-faced man are here again. Butterfly gestured to her sister breathlessly. Butterfly Kane stretched out a finger helplessly and tapped her sister's forehead. Xiao Shinobu, it's impolite to say that about Shinichi-kun. You go find Dad, and I'll go entertain Grandpa Mori and Shinichi-kun. Soon, the lights in the living room of Butterfly Pharmacy came on. On the tatami, Grandpa Mori and the Butterfly family were kneeling very standardly. Only Shinichi was sitting cross-legged. Butterfly Shinobu, who was sitting in a small corner, looked at Shinichi with dissatisfaction and muttered in a low voice, "Impolite cold-faced man." Swish! For some reason, Shinichi seemed to hear this muttering, and turned his face in an instant, staring at Butterfly Shinobu with his pink eyes. In the moment when no one else noticed, he opened his mouth slightly, and his two canine teeth seemed to stretch in an instant, and his pink eyes also turned scarlet in an instant, and the whole person looked quite scary. Ah! Shinobu Koko was startled by Shinichi's sudden change of expression. She interrupted the adult's conversation with a cry of surprise. Koko Yaoxin frowned and said to her little daughter sternly, "Shinobu! It's so rude to yell so rudely. Kane, take Shinobu back to bed." Shinobu Koko widened her violet eyes and pointed at Shinichi and said, "No. It's him. Hey! What's the matter?" He just clearly. Before Shinobu Koko finished speaking, Kane Koko grabbed her sister's hand and said to Grandpa Moriki and Shinichi apologetically, "I'm so sorry, Grandpa Moriki and Shinichi, it's Shinobu who is too naughty, but she didn't mean it, please don't take it to heart." After saying that, she was about to pull Shinobu Koko away. But Shinobu Koko was obviously a little resistant and was still trying to explain what she had just seen. "No. Sister, he really changed his face just now. Believe me." On the other hand, Shinichi was sitting there with a normal expression. How could he change his face, as Shinobu Koko said? Glancing at the two sisters leaving the living room, Shinichi snorted imperceptibly. He just wanted to scare the child named Koko Shinobu. Did he think he didn't know what she called him behind his back? Cold-faced man? The most intolerable thing is that this stubborn little girl actually said that her Shiba Inu was not cute at all. It's outrageous. The rude little brat knows nothing. In this year, Shinichi also followed Mr. Mori to the Butterfly Medicine House at night many times. It was not for anything else, but for the purple wisteria flower medicinal materials. In order to practice forest breathing, Shinichi would take a lot of purple wisteria flower tea every day to suppress the powerful ghost power in his body. It was also relying on purple wisteria flowers that Shinichi now looked nothing like a ghost. Just like Koko Shinobu said, Shinichi looked like a cold-faced teenager. "We keep bothering at night. Yao Shinjun won't blame us, right?" Mr. Mori said with a smile. Butterfly Yaoxin also smiled and said, "If that's the case, I should thank Mr. Moriki. You are a big customer of our pharmacy. By the way, this time I have prepared the kind of wisteria pills you told me about before, but the taste will be very bitter." "Really? That's great. The taste is not a problem. We won't mind." Old man Moriki said and glanced at Shinichi beside him. "Anyway, this child can't taste anything other than sweetness. It's bitter. It's not for an old man like me to eat." "That's good, but why does Mr. Moriki like wisteria so much? In fact, I have a lot of medicines that are more effective and cheaper than wisteria." Butterfly Yaoxin asked his doubts at the right time. Old man Moriki touched his grey hair, because in the legend, wisteria is a blessing flower that can resist evil spirits and bring good luck. Wisteria not only has medicinal value, but also has the meaning of protecting the house from evil spirits, so I like this flower as medicine. Butterfly Yaoxin was surprised to hear this answer, a little surprised. Is that so? I didn't expect Mr. Mori to be so traditional. I've learned a lesson. Although she said so, Butterfly Yaoxin didn't really take Mr. Mori's words to heart. After all, evil spirits? It's just an old story to scare children. After getting the prepared wisteria flower medicinal materials and special wisteria flower pills, Mr. Mori and Shinichi were ready to leave. Butterfly Yaoxin sent them out of the medicine house with a lantern. When Butterfly Yaoxin returned to the inner room, the lights in the two daughters' rooms were still on. In the room, Butterfly Shinobu angrily emphasized that she didn't lie, it's true. The teeth of the cold-faced man suddenly became so long, and his eyes turned into a scary red. Butterfly Kane looked at her sister helplessly, and finally could only say in a coaxing tone, "Okay, okay, I believe Zianan, go to bed early, okay? I have to get up early tomorrow to sort out the medicinal materials with my mother." "Sister, you coax the child. I really didn't lie." Butterfly Shinobu's stubborn voice continued to ring. Outside the room, Butterfly Yaoxin, who was listening to the conversation between the two sisters, also shook his head helplessly. What a stubborn child. On the country road, Mr. Mori and Shinichi, each carrying a big bag, set out on the road home. "Shinichi, did you really scare the child of Butterfly's family just now? Does it matter?" "Nothing, but scaring a child is not a glorious thing." "Haha, I am happy." Mr. Mori looked at Shinichi, who was occasionally stubborn. It was also at this time that he could feel the childishness of a teenager of the same age in Shinichi. No matter what, in the eyes of Mr. Mori, Shinichi was just a teenager. "I am really old, and the future belongs to you young people." Chapter 28. In the bright room, Mr. Moriki was kneeling upright. Beside him, Rukawa Chinana was wearing a beautiful kimono, holding dried meat in her hand, and was happily teasing the furry meatball in front of her. In half a year, under Rukawa Chinana's unlimited feeding, the little Shiba Inu swelled up rapidly at the speed of a balloon. Now if you don't look carefully, who would have thought that the furry big meatball next to Rukawa Chinana would be a Shiba Inu? Mr. Moriki's expression was a little serious. Since he came to the room an hour ago, he has not said a word, just kneeling quietly. It was almost dawn. Shinichi, who had been practicing all night, opened the door with his wooden sword. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the kneeling old man Moriki, Rukawa Chinana, and Enji. He was stunned for a moment, put down the wooden sword casually, and sat on the ground in a very ungraceful manner. "Old man, what's the matter with you suddenly coming to see me?" But Shinichi was responded to by silence. Old man Moriki's eyes were not looking at Shinichi at all, but just staring in a daze in a certain direction. It was not until Shinichi asked again that old man Moriki came to his senses. With a strange smile, "It's Shinichi, are you back from training? Isn't it obvious enough? Old man, if you are really old, you should rest more. You are so old, don't bother with anything." Shinichi said without thinking too much, and then called out to Yuan on the side, "Yuan, hey! Come to me." Hearing the call of his master, Meatball Yuan hesitated for a while, and finally reluctantly stretched out his tongue to lick Rukawa Chinana's hand before running to his master happily. Seeing this, Shinichi was furious and flicked Enji's head hard. "You greedy stupid dog! You only know how to eat. Looking at your current state, you are more like a Shiba pig." Enji, who was flicked on the head, immediately dropped his tail, his ears drooped, and he whimpered in grievance, "You are wronged after I said a few words to you? You want to be beaten?" Rukawa Chinana on the side quickly advised, "Master Shinichi, don't blame Enji, I fed him too much. If you want to blame someone, blame me." "No, this is my dog. Why do you feel like I am the one who is wrong when you say that?" Shinichi was speechless. Ahem. The soft cough of Mr. Moriki interrupted this little farce, and Shinichi also looked at Mr. Moriki. Mr. Morimu pondered for a while, and then said to Shinichi, "Shinichi, it has been more than 8 months since you started practicing forest breathing. You have mastered the first 7 forms of forest breathing in such a short time. It is really excellent. I have nothing to teach you except the ancient books that record the other forms of swordsmanship, so..." Mr. Morimu's eyes suddenly became sharp. "So, Shinichi, it's time for you to become a master." After saying this, Shinichi was stunned. Become a master? The time in Morimu's mansion can be said to be the most comfortable time for Shinichi since he came to this world. He practiced forest breathing every day, teased NG in his spare time, and sneaked out of the mansion from time to time to play in the night market of Takinagawa village. Unconsciously, Shinichi has regarded Morimu's mansion as his first home in this world, but now, Mr. Morimu's words of becoming a master made Shinichi stunned, and at the same time realized what he was going to do. He is not only a ghost now, but also a swordsman who has learned the breathing method. His mission and goal is to kill the evil ghosts that bring disaster to the world. Taking a deep breath, Shinichi raised his head, with a firm look in his pink eyes. "Grandpa, I understand, don't worry, I won't forget what I promised you, I will use the breath of the forest to kill the evil spirits." "Very good." Grandpa Mori nodded with satisfaction, then stood up, carefully took out the emerald green sun blade that had been enshrined in the scabbard behind him, walked to Shinichi, and said solemnly, "This sword, the dragon of the forest, is the inheritance left by Shinika's ancestor. Today, I will hand it over to you, Shinichi. From now on, you are the new generation of the breath of the forest. Please make sure to continue the breath of the forest." Shinichi took over the sun blade named the Dragon of the Forest, and it was slightly heavy in his hand. It was not only the weight of the sun blade itself, but also because the sword represented the inheritance of the breath of the forest. "Don't worry, old man, I will." Shinichi also made a solemn promise. Mr. Mori nodded with satisfaction and relief, then returned to the place where he had just knelt. "There is one last thing." At this time, Shinichi was pulling out the emerald Nichiren sword from its sheath, admiring the gorgeous inscriptions on the blade, and casually asked, "What happened last?" Swish! Swish! 2 strange noises, and the extremely strong smell of blood instantly filled the whole room. The scarlet blood from nowhere splashed all over Mr. Mori, but Mr. Mori looked normal, as if he was not surprised. Rukawa China's little face became visibly nervous. Shinichi was stunned. What was going on? Before Shinichi could react, a strong and extremely tempting smell of blood suddenly entered his nose. That feeling was simply ecstatic and extremely salivating. That smell seemed to be a wonderful wine, and it was as tempting as the wine of God in the heavenly palace. Swish! Shinichi's eyes instantly turned blood red, the fangs in his mouth instantly emerged, and the black claws also grew in an instant. The originally handsome boy instantly became a hungry evil ghost. A low roar came from his throat, and Shinichi's scarlet eyes stared at Mr. Mori, fragrant. "What a nice smell! The blood on the old man smells so nice. Damn it! I can't control it. I really want to feast on it now." Old man Morimo looked at Shinichi, who suddenly turned into a demon calmly. This was also the last test for Shinichi. If Shinichi could restrain his desire for the best rare blood, then Shinichi would be considered to have truly completed his practice. Evil ghosts feed on human flesh and blood, and there is a possibility that one rare blood human will appear among thousands of people. This rare blood has a fatal attraction to ghosts. One rare blood human can even beat more than 100 ordinary people. In fact, for hundreds of years, it is not that no one in the Morimo family chose to fall into demons like their ancestors in order to learn the complete forest breathing. It's just that the firm will that those people thought of themselves disappeared without a trace after they became demons. Every Morimo disciple who tried to learn the forest breathing after the demonization, without exception, fell into a real evil ghost. Whenever that happened, the Morimua family would get rid of these fallen clansmen at all costs. Shinichi, you are better than anyone else, you must hold on, you can't succumb to your desires. Old man Moriki kept muttering, but Shinichi was almost going crazy at this time. Damn it! How can it smell so good? No. I swear, I absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I will never eat people. Shinichi hugged his head in pain, roared horribly, and rolled on the ground. Chapter 29. Ah! Seeing his master in pain, the little Shiba Inu became very anxious and kept shouting around Shinichi, trying to wake up his master's consciousness. Roar! But Shinichi's figure suddenly jumped up, and rushed directly to Mr. Moriki before Mr. Moriki and China Rukawa could react. China Rukawa's eyes widened, and the hand hidden in her sleeves instantly clenched a rope. She remembered the instructions of Mr. Mitsuyo: if Mr. Shinichi did not restrain his desire to eat people, pull the rope immediately. Boom! The wooden table in front of Mr. Moriki was smashed to pieces, and Shinichi's sharp black claws were only a few centimeters away from Mr. Moriki's face, but at this critical moment, Shinichi's body suddenly stopped. Fangs exposed, scarlet eyes full of bloodshot, forehead and face full of veins, one arm trembling constantly, Shinichi clenched his teeth and panted, his chest heaving violently, and the other arm pierced into his chest at this time. In order to curb his desire to eat people, Shinichi pierced his chest fiercely. Slowly pulling out his arm, the surging blood immediately splashed out, while the wound was wriggling and repairing. Shinichi's originally violent scarlet eyes gradually began to calm down. Plop! Shinichi, who forcibly suppressed his desire, knelt on one knee and raised his head weakly. Old man, don't you plan to give an explanation? Although Mr. Mori's face was covered with blood, when he saw the clarity in Shinichi's eyes, finally, turbid tears flowed from his eyes, and his voice became choked. You did it, kid. And Rukawa Chinana, who had been hanging his heart high on the side, also exhaled heavily. Master Shinichi really did it. Grandpa Mori immediately took out a wooden box that he had prepared long ago. Regardless of his embarrassment, he carefully opened the wooden box and took out a small jade bottle. Child, this is a gift for you. Take it. It's already dawn. China, pull the rope. Grandpa Mori said to Rukawa China. After hearing this, Rukawa China immediately pulled the rope in her sleeves. At the moment when Rukawa China pulled the rope, there was a sound of gears turning on the smooth walls of the room. In less than a minute, several large windows appeared on the walls of the originally closed and lightless room. The rising dawn also spread its dazzling and warm sunlight all over the room. Walking to the window, old man Morimo looked at the gradually rising sun. He had a premonition that Shinichi would be as dazzling as the rising dawn in the future, while people like him would already belong to the setting sun. So, old man, if I really can't help it, you are going to kill me with the sun, right? Shinichi's playful voice suddenly sounded behind him. Old man Morimo did not refute, but smiled, and said, that is my choice. If you fail, I will die with you, and the breath of the forest will completely lose its successor. Is it that serious? Old man Morimo turned his head after all, and the first thing he saw was Shinichi standing in the sun. Shinichi, who hadn't seen the sun for a long time or even almost a year, squinted his eyes, raised his hands to block his eyes, trying to feel the light and heat of the sun. When he opened his eyes, one of his two pink eyes had turned green. If Musen was here and saw Shinichi's situation, he would be jealous to the point of madness. Why? Why can this ghost stand freely in the sun? Even as the strongest ghost king, it is difficult for it to survive under the sun. However, Shinichi knows that his current situation cannot be regarded as standing freely under the sun. Now he is more like standing under the sun wearing a layer of clothes, and the clothes condensed by the power of vitality. And the secret of everything lies in the jade bottle that Mr. Mori gave him not long ago. In that bottle of diluted blood, Shinichi learned a new blood ghost art, Blood Ghost Art Nei Luosheng. A special blood ghost art combined with forest breathing. While maintaining the full concentration of forest breathing, Shinichi can condense an invisible life clothes on the surface of his body. Relying on the state of Nei Luosheng, Shinichi saw the first sunrise after his demonization. Seeing this, perhaps everyone can guess whose blood is in the jade bottle. How does it feel to see the sun again? Asked Mr. Moraimu. Shinichi replied, it's like being reborn. Although he couldn't feel the light and heat of the sun while wearing the clothes of life, being able to stand under the sun was enough to make Shinichi excited for a long time. Of course, this also came at a price. In the state of pseudo-Rashomon, Shinichi couldn't use any demonic power and could only rely purely on his own physical strength or the breathing method he practiced. Even the strong immortal body was also affected. Once injured, his wounds would be difficult to heal. The most important thing is that if his physical strength is exhausted and he cannot maintain the full concentration of Mori's breathing, then Shinichi will instantly lose the protection of Nirasheng and be exposed to the sun. At that time, no matter how powerful Shinichi is, he will be wiped out. Therefore, the advice given to him by Mr. Mori is to maintain good physical strength during the day and avoid all battles. At noon, in front of the gate of Mori's mansion, Shinichi twitched and rejected the tattered green haori given by Mr. Mori. Yes, it was the one that Mr. Mori wore before. According to the old man, this haori was also left by the ancestor of Mori Shunichi. Mr. Mori, who was rejected by Shinichi, expressed great regret and tried to persuade Shinichi. But Shinichi was determined not to do it. He had been a beggar for 3 years in this world and he didn't want to wear beggar's clothes again. After putting on his clothes, carrying a bag of food, mainly dorayaki and wisteria flower balls with added ingredients, and hanging the Nichiren sword inherited from generation to generation in the Moriki family on his waist, followed by Fat Enji, Shinichi formally said goodbye to old man Moriki. Enji, who was reluctant to leave Rukawa, China, left the Moriki mansion. Walking on the road, Shinichi stopped at a corner and finally looked back at the Moriki mansion, which was his first home in this world. On the country road, a pair of deerskin boots kicked away the dead wood blocking the road. Shinichi, holding Enji, saw an acquaintance by the stream. It's you. Shinobu Koko, who was wearing a patterned kimono, immediately recognized Shinichi's cold face. She held a basket of medicinal herbs in one hand and pointed at Shinichi with the other. It's you, the cold-faced man. It's all your fault. You caused my father to teach me a lesson. You have to apologize to me. Kaoruhao Shinobu pointed at Shinichi and yelled angrily. Shinichi didn't say anything, but looked around. It seemed that no one was around. Very good. Kaoruhao Shinobu was still accusing Shinichi angrily, but the next second Shinichi appeared in front of her in an instant. He was so fast that she didn't react. A tall figure appeared in front of her eyes. Looking at her height that was only as high as Shinichi's chest, and then looking at the long sword on the belt buckle on Shinichi's waist, Kaoruhao Shinobu's beautiful violet eyes trembled. You. Before Kaoruhao Shinobu could speak, Shinichi suddenly raised his hand, bent his fingers to accumulate power, and burst. It hurts. Kaoruhao Shinobu covered his forehead, and his eyes were instantly wet, painful. Goodbye, rude child. After saying this, Shinichi strode away without looking back. He wanted to do this a long time ago, to give this rude little girl a head blow to make her remember it. Shinobu Koko, holding her forehead, didn't hear clearly what Shinichi said. By the time she came to her senses, Shinichi had already run far away, and it was impossible for her to catch up with him in her kimono, so Shinobu, with a red forehead, could only grit her teeth and kick the basket of medicinal herbs to vent her anger. Chapter 30. In an ordinary pavilion, Shinichi opened a note with an address on it. Grandpa Mori said that it was Fujiki Mountain, where the final selection of members of the Demon Slayer Corps would be held. However, Grandpa Mori had been away from the team for too many years and could not remember the time of the final selection. He suggested that Shinichi could try to find members of the Demon Slayer Corps nearby to join the Corps. Looking at the branch in his hand, Shinichi curled his lips and tore the note into pieces. "Sorry, Grandpa, I don't want to join the Demon Slayer Corps for the time being." Perhaps he still had some grudges about what happened on Shirai Mountain, so Shinichi then walked on a road in the opposite direction of Fujiki Mountain. After walking for an unknown period of time, it was getting dark, and Shinichi also came to an unknown village. Strangely, it was only dusk, and the sun had not completely set. Every household in the village had closed their doors, and there was no one on the road. Shinichi held Yuanji in his arms, and his two eyes of different colors quickly scanned the surrounding environment. Behind the closed doors, Shinichi felt a series of obscure and vigilant gazes. "Interesting, there is something strange about this village," Shinichi muttered, then leaned over to put Yuanji down, and gently kicked Yuanji's butt with his toes. "Move quickly, look at how fat you are now, China really spoils you too much." Yuanji moved his body reluctantly, and through telepathy, Shinichi received Yuanji's message. "I feel wronged, the master is bad," but Shinichi didn't care about these, ignored the wronged Yuanji, and strode into this strange village. With one hand on the handle of the sun wheel sword hanging at his waist, Shinichi wandered around in this small village. The villagers basically hid in their houses, alert to Shinichi, the sudden stranger. Even if Shinichi could accidentally see the villagers who were not hiding in the house, the villagers would immediately slip away when they saw him as an outsider, and Shinichi would not get any response even if he knocked on the door to ask. Behind a wooden door, a pair of bright eyes looked at Shinichi outside through the crack of the door. "Grandpa, should we let that brother leave quickly? There is…" Before the little girl finished her words, a pair of old hands covered her mouth, and then her grandfather's scolding sounded in her ears. "Shh. It's just right that this stranger came, otherwise it might be our turn to worship Lord Ginkamaya tonight. Now it's good, we don't have to worry." Time passed by minute, and the sun finally set a little bit, and the night covered the entire sky, but the strange thing was that at night, no family in the whole village lit up the lights, and the whole village seemed to be in a dead silence. Shinichi, who was holding the hilt of the knife, suddenly stopped, his ears moved slightly, and then he looked in a certain direction thoughtfully. Suddenly, creak! The sound of a wooden door being pushed open sounded in Shinichi's ears. In a wooden house next to him, a nervous head stuck out of the wooden door. The man who suddenly opened the door first looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no one, he immediately stretched out a hand to greet Shinichi and signaled him to come in quickly. Shinichi was stunned for a while, and without thinking much, he picked up Yuanji and walked into the man's wooden house. Click! As soon as Shinichi entered the house, the sound of the wooden house door slamming shut came from behind him, and the man exhaled with relief. The wooden house was pitch black, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, but Shinichi was not panicked. In his eyes and between his breaths, everything in the whole wooden house could not escape his perception. "Young man, I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. Please follow me." A man's apologetic voice suddenly sounded in front of Shinichi. After that, under Shinichi's watch, the man squatted down, fumbled to pull a chain, and then pulled hard. A wooden board was pulled up, revealing a narrow basement entrance. The two came to the basement, the man struck a match, and lit up several oil lamps in the basement one by one. In the blink of an eye, the whole basement was bright. It was naturally impossible to do this with just a few oil lamps, but, coincidentally, on the walls around the entire basement, there were bronze mirrors of different sizes and shapes hanging one after another, which reflected the light from several lamps together, illuminating the entire basement. After lighting a few oil lamps, the man also brewed a pot of tea. After pouring out a cup, he asked Shinichi, "Brother, do you want a cup of tea?" Shinichi shook his head and did not reach out to take the teacup. Since entering the wooden house, Shinichi has not said a word. He has been looking around. Did something happen in your village? It feels very strange here. When the man heard Shinichi's words, he sighed with a gloomy face and put down the teacup. Yes, I won't hide it from you, there is a monster in our village. Seeing that Shinichi didn't show any surprise, the man knew that his guess was right. Brother, you are indeed a ghost hunter, right? Shinichi looked at the man. Oh? How did you know? The man pointed to the Nichiren sword on Shinichi's waist, because not long ago, 2 ghost hunters came to our village. They all had long swords like yours on their waists. They called themselves members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Our village is called Taranishi Village. Because there was a famous temple to the east of the village a long time ago, passers-by have always called our village Taranishi Village until now. My name is Komi Yaija. My ancestors were mirror makers who cast bronze mirrors for generations, and the craft has been passed down to my generation. Originally, life in our village was very normal until one day a year ago, when the monster appeared. Komi Yaijinja's face was heavy as he recounted the great changes that had taken place in Tarasi village a few years ago. One night, a child from a family in Tarasi village suddenly disappeared. The villagers searched for the child for a day and a night but could not find him. What was even more terrifying was that from then on, children would disappear every once in a while. Until today, more than a dozen children have disappeared. The villagers said that it was the ancient evil ghost Yin Jian who came to seek revenge. Ancient evil ghost? Shinichi raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Komi Yaijinja smiled bitterly and said helplessly, speaking of which, this matter has something to do with my ancestors, because more than 100 years ago, the most famous mirror maker in Tarasi village was not my ancestor, but a mirror maker named Yin Jian. However, one night, Yin Jian's family all died at home for no reason. At that time, the villagers believed that my ancestor was the murderer, because my ancestor was the only apprentice of Master Yin Jian. Chapter 31. But on the day when Master Yin Jian's family died, my ancestor was not in the village at all. Instead, he went to Okawa Prefecture to purchase equipment. The government at that time also proved this. My ancestor did not leave the village because of the villagers' suspicion, but chose to stay here to pass on Master Yinjian's craftsmanship until today. Komi Yaijinja said to Shinichi. Shinichi sat on a wooden stool, supporting his chin with one hand, and continued to ask as if he was listening to a story, then what? So why do those people now think that the monster that suddenly appeared will be Yinjian from 100 years ago? Komi Yaijinja showed a trace of hesitation on his face, but still said, because every family that lost a child will have many more ornately decorated silver mirrors at night, and the casting method of this silver mirror, except for Master Yinjian, no one else knows it. My ancestor only learned the casting method of bronze mirrors from Master Yinjian. Shinichi was a little surprised. After kidnapping a child, will you leave behind a silver mirror? What the hell? Does this bastard think he's buying something? Komi Yaijinja also gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, that's right, but the most chilling thing is not this. Although some families lost their children, they took those silver mirrors to the city to sell. Unexpectedly, those silver mirrors were extremely popular. Each one was sold at a high price. One silver mirror was even sold for thousands of yen. So now the villagers not only don't want to catch the evil ghost, but also want to make a fortune with the evil ghost. Hearing this, Shinichi was really surprised. No matter how greedy these villagers are, they can't do such a thing, right? Are these people crazy? For money, can they even abandon their own children? Komi Yaija was also very angry. He smashed the wooden table angrily, then took out a package from a box with grief, opened the package, and 2 luxurious and exquisite silver mirrors were placed in front of Shinichi. Komi Yaija's eyes were wet, and he said in a trembling voice, my brother, Yingxi, is also missing. I have always hoped to catch that damn evil ghost. But the villagers always intentionally or unintentionally obstruct me. I went to the police station, but the villagers insisted that I was talking nonsense and there was no evil ghost at all. The police didn't believe me either. I couldn't catch the evil ghost by myself. Until not long ago, 2 ghost hunters who were about the same age as you appeared. They claimed to be members of the Demon Slayer Corps and came here to eradicate the evil ghost. I told them everything. They also promised me that they would eradicate the evil ghost. But now several days have passed, and the 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps have lost their traces. The night before yesterday, another child disappeared. I'm afraid that the 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps have already. Komi Yajingja's tone was full of frustration, while Shinichi on the side was thinking about something. The Demon Slayer Corps has also been here? But from what this guy said, it is obvious that the 2 people failed, and now it is estimated that they are in danger. However, this guy's words cannot be fully believed. The evil ghost who can make mirrors seems to be related to the mirror maker in front of him. The missing brother? It is possible. Shinichi thought secretly in his heart, but he was also sure that there must be evil ghosts in this village, because he smelled a faint smell of the same kind on the 2 silver mirrors. Don't worry, I'll take care of the evil ghost. Thank you for your help tonight. Goodbye. Shinichi took Yuanji and left Komi Yaik's wooden house, even though the latter kept urging them not to rush and wait until daytime before leaving, or to seek help from more ghost hunters. But Shinichi didn't plan to do that. Not to mention his suspicion of Komi Yaik, he couldn't call for the help of the Demon Slayer Corps. It would be good if the members of the Demon Slayer Corps didn't cut him twice when they met. With the help of the faint moonlight, Shinichi quickened his pace, ran slightly to help, then jumped into the air, quickly climbed a big tree, and soon reached the highest point, overlooking the entire Terasi village. Ah! Yuanji cried anxiously under the big tree. It was so round that it couldn't climb up. Shinichi held his forehead helplessly, and used telepathy to let Yuanji chase the smell on the silver mirror in the village. Yuanji stopped shouting after receiving the master's order, shook his chubby head, and then staggered into the darkness. At the highest point of the tree, Shinichi closed his eyes, opened his lips slightly, and began to breathe in a strange and regular manner. Invisible vitality began to gather towards him, and the tree under his feet seemed to tremble slightly as if it was blown by the wind. Forest breathing type 8 Xiao Xiao Forest Eyes. Swish! When Shinichi opened his eyes again, the green pupil of his left eye seemed to flash with light, and everything in his eyes had changed drastically. In Shinichi's eyes, he could see another vitality is running. There is the vitality of plants, the vitality of various small animals, and even the vitality of tiny lives growing underground. Everything appears clearly in Shinichi's eyes like a thermal image. And the vitality of every villager in Temple West Village is even more visible in Shinichi's eyes. The vitality of humans is quite huge and extremely conspicuous. This is the first Senhu that Shinichi has comprehended besides the 7 types of Senhu taught by Grandpa Moriki. The 8th type Xiao Xiao Xinyan runs the huge vitality force in the eyes, permeates every root nerve and blood vessel in the eyes, and makes the retina have an extra layer of vitality film, so as to achieve the ability to see through all vitality. With this ability, no evil ghost can escape in front of Shinichi. However, although the 8th type Xiao Xiao Xinyan sounds easy to practice, the eyes are one of the most complex organs of human beings after all. In the process of practice, once there is a little mistake, it may cause blindness. Therefore, for hundreds of years, only a very small number of Moriki disciples have been able to practice successfully. However, for Shinichi, eyeball blindness? Then just take it off and grow another one, right? So the first thing Shinichi successfully practiced was not the first 7 forms, Senhu, but the 8th form, Xiao Xiao Sen Yan. In his green eyes, the vitality of all creatures in the entire Temple West Village was revealed. Soon, Shinichi found something wrong. In the north of the village, there was an extremely large group of vitality moving rapidly. Such a huge vitality is absolutely impossible for ordinary humans to achieve, and it is impossible for the trees with long vitality. Trees will not run, so there is only one possibility. Evil spirit. Found you. Shinichi smiled coldly on his face. At the same time, UNER's telepathic warning came. Little meat dumpling didn't slack off. I'm relieved. Then, go. Swish. In an instant, Shinichi's figure leaped down from the tree like a sharp arrow, and rushed straight to the place where the evil spirit appeared. Chapter 32. In the dark night, a silver figure moved quickly between wooden houses like a ghost, and soon, the silver figure stopped on the roof of a wooden house. In the faint moonlight, you can see the strange appearance of the naked upper body. The exposed muscles are smooth and shiny as if they were smeared with silver powder. The fingertips have long and sharp red claws. The weirdest thing is the deformed face, a big mouth grinning to the ears, sharp fangs and scarlet tongue are clearly visible, and the eye sockets where the eyeballs should grow are now like two small silver mirrors forced in. There is no doubt that this is an evil ghost, the evil ghost called Silver Mirror by the villagers of Sixi village. The evil ghost Yinjian was half squatting on the wooden roof, his pale nose slightly twitching, and his big mouth began to drool quickly. Fragrant. Really fragrant. Such tender flesh and blood is worthy of 5 silver mirrors. As soon as the voice fell, Yinjian raised his claws and swung them down suddenly, and the roof of the wooden house was easily broken. Swish. The evil ghost Yinjian easily broke into the wooden house. The sudden intrusion of Yinjian caused the screams of the owner of the wooden house and the screams of the little girl. Under the faint moonlight, the evil ghost Yinjian looked extremely hideous and terrifying. In front of Jinjian was the little girl who wanted to remind Shinichi but was stopped by her grandfather during the day. The little girl in a skirt was full of fear and shrank behind her grandfather, trembling. The little girl's grandfather was also full of fear, but he still said in a trembling voice, Jinjian, today, during the day, a stranger came. I saw it. The stranger went to Komi Yaik's house. Can I enjoy the stranger first? Sizzle. Yinjian licked his lips with his tongue, and the 2 silver mirrors in his eye sockets reflected the frightened little girl and her grandfather. It was okay before, but not tonight. This little guy's meat is too fragrant. I want to enjoy it tonight. She is worth 5 silver mirrors. As he spoke, Yinjian opened his mouth wide, and then, in the blink of an eye, a beautiful silver mirror was spit out from his mouth, one after another, a full 5 beautiful and gorgeous silver mirrors, although covered with saliva, but still made the little girl's grandfather's eyes widen. Such a silver mirror, almost every one of them is worth the silver mirror that was sold for 3,000 yen before. Just when the little girl's grandfather was stunned, the evil ghost Yinjian could no longer hold back, and the silver mirror in his right eye socket suddenly lit up a light, and then the trembling little girl suddenly felt a huge suction, and the next second her whole small body was dragged away by an invisible force. Grandpa! Grandpa! Save me! The little girl reached out to her grandfather for help in a shrill voice. Yuko! The girl's grandfather screamed, but his footsteps stopped where they were. Although his tone was full of sadness, the 5 silver mirrors lying on the ground were too tempting. Swish! The little girl disappeared in an instant, and the girl's grandfather knelt down in vain. Gaga! The evil ghost Yinjian seemed to enjoy this ugly appearance that tested people's hearts. He licked his lips again. He only liked fresh and tender children. Forget about the old and frail old man. By the way, the old man just said that there are foreigners. It's not bad to change the taste occasionally. Yinjian squatted down, and jumped directly onto the roof with a power accumulation. He locked a direction, the direction of Komi Yajingji's house. Is it there? The evil ghost Yinjian laughed evilly, just in time to get close to the 2 little ghosts of the Demon Slayer Corps who were caught 2 days ago, and had a big meal together. After the meal, he took the girl as dessert. Just as Yinjian was imagining the wonderful taste of human flesh and blood in his mind, a sudden strong sense of crisis came, swish. In 1 second, Yinjian's body instantly jumped off the roof. Swish! A green blade flashed, and the wooden roof where Yinjian had just stopped was instantly broken in half. The sudden attack not only alarmed Yinjian, but also many villagers around were awakened by the noise and got up to investigate. The broken roof raised countless smoke and dust. As the smoke and dust gradually faded, Yinjian arched his body, showing his fangs, and shouted at the figure in the smoke and dust, "Who?" Holding the emerald green Nichiren sword in one hand, Shinichi walked out of the smoke and dust with a cold face. He frowned slightly after just one look at Yinjian. What an ugly guy. Yinjian felt the breath of the Nichiren sword in Shinichi's hand and laughed ferociously. I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be another kid from the Demon Slayer Corps. You are really stupid. You came to me one by one. I have to thank you. They are all good meat with good tendons and taste great. Wait. On your body? Ugh, such a strong smell of wisteria flowers, so disgusting. Shinichi raised the Nichiren sword, looked at the evil ghost in front of him, held the handle with both hands, and said lightly, "Ugly monster, stop talking so much nonsense." "Okay, stupid blind ghost with an ugly mirror in his nest, how did you know that I was in the same group with those straightforward guys in the Demon Slayer Corps?" Crack! Like a thunderbolt, the evil ghost Ginkamai didn't hear clearly what Shinichi said, but he heard clearly that his mirror was ugly. Damn human ghost! You pissed me off! Ginkamai opened his huge mouth and pounced on Shinichi. Shinichi's eyes were slightly solemn. Come on! The sun-wheel sword pointed straight at the opposite side, without any extra skills, holding the long sword high and slashing vertically. Snap! Snap! The red claws instantly collided with the green sun-wheel sword blade, colliding with sparks. Ping ping pong! The evil ghost's claws and the demon-slaying long sword kept colliding. Shinichi stepped on the ground steadily, the sun-wheel sword flew up and down, and countless green blade lights wrapped around his body like a tide. After just a preliminary fight, Shinichi was completely relieved. Whether it was strength, speed, or even attack skills, the evil ghost in front of him was not enough, not to mention that he had opened the strong and cold roar of Xiao Xiao Sen's eyes. Every time the evil ghost silver mirror was about to attack, the vitality of the gathering can be clearly reflected in Shinichi's left green eye. Unlike the calm Shinichi, the sweaty evil ghost Ginkamai turned into a human ghost in front of him. The human ghost in front of him is completely different from the two weak swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps before. This guy's swordsmanship and strength are just like a monster. Could it be? Today, he met the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps? He retreated slightly to avoid the tearing of Ginkamai's attack, and the sun-wheel sword turned a circle in his hand. He took advantage of the situation to bend over and hold the long sword diagonally to accumulate power. A trace of heat came out from the corner of his mouth, and the green sword light in his left eye shone a little. Forest-breathing 5-type blue bamboo breaks the sky. The emerald green sun blade instantly raised up, and the dazzling green slash came out. Puff! Jinjian's smooth body was instantly split in half, and his body was also chopped and flew out. As Jinjian flew backwards, his broken internal organs and blood and flesh were scattered everywhere. Looking at Jinjian, who was half dead by his own sword, Shinichi disdainfully shook off the ghost blood on the sword, so weak. Chapter 33. Crack! The sound of bones rubbing against each other rang out, and the evil ghost Yinjian slowly twisted his body like a stiff puppet and stood up from the ground again. Countless flesh buds were wriggling in the huge crack of his chest that was split diagonally. A crack appeared on the silver mirror in his right eye socket, but, damn it! You little human ghost! So damn it! You are not even worth a silver mirror! The furious Yinjian shouted to the sky. But Shinichi had completely lost interest in Yinjian. Such a weak evil ghost was not even as good as the evil ghost Kerasuma at the beginning. Holding the Nichiren sword tightly, Shinichi slid back and leaned forward, as if he was ready to go. The last blow, forest breathing one form iron birch slash. Bang! The moment Shinichi took the first step, the ground beneath his feet cracked instantly, and his body was like green lightning, and the blade of the Nichiren sword made an indestructible horizontal slash. Facing this terrifying knife, the evil ghost Yin Jian stood still without any intention of dodging, and even showed a cruel smile with his big mouth wide open. Snap! Yin Jian suddenly clapped his hands and yelled crazily, "Blood Demon Art Magic Mirror!" Instantly, the air in front of Yin Jian fluctuated. Snap! It seemed that something was condensing, and in an instant, a piece of transparent glass appeared in front of Yin Jian. At the same time, its left eye silver mirror lit up a dazzling light, shining on the glass, and just like that, a large silver mirror appeared in front of Yin Jian. And Shinichi also killed in front of Yin Jian with the powerful one type, and the silver mirror clearly reflected Shinichi's appearance, the same sun wheel sword, the same one type iron birch slash. That is looking in the mirror. But suddenly, Shinichi felt a faint sense of crisis in his heart, and it was like a splash. A shocking scene happened. The shadow reflected in the silver mirror seemed to have emerged from the silver mirror. The shadow that looked exactly like Shinichi held the sun wheel sword horizontally and slashed at Shinichi with the forest-breathing form with an expressionless face. The sudden scene made Shinichi stunned for a second, but soon he and the shadow's attack collided with each other. Boom! The terrifying air waves flew everywhere, and the earth trembled. Almost the same force collided with each other. Shinichi's palm was slightly numb, and his feet stepped back uncontrollably. When he stood firm again, held the sun wheel sword, and looked in front of him again, the shadow that looked exactly like him had disappeared. Only the evil ghost Yin Jian held the silver mirror and laughed crazily, "Ha ha ha! Little human ghost, don't try to struggle, no matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than yourself. Under my blood demon technique, sooner or later, you will die in your own hands." With a frown, before Shinichi could ask any more questions, the evil ghost Yin Jian proved what it meant with his actions. Yin Jian slapped the silver mirror fiercely, "Blood demon technique mirror shadow kill." Ripples appeared on the surface of the silver mirror like the surface of water, and then three blurry figures emerged from the silver mirror. They were three expressionless shadows, one of which was exactly the same as Shinichi, and was the shadow that had just fought, and the other two shadows, wearing the same black uniform, with the word clearly printed on the back, were obviously the two demon slayers who came here to fight the evil ghosts before. The three shadows used their strongest attack at the same time. Shinichi's shadow, forest breathing one form iron birch slash. The two shadows of the demon slayers also used the one form and seven form of water breathing. Can you imitate a move? You underestimated this ugly ghost. Such a weird and powerful blood demon technique is comparable to 10 Kerasuma. Shinichi showed a cautious expression on his face. Clang! The emerald green Nichiren sword shook, making a pleasant sound. Forest breathing landform strong grass wind hurricane strike. A strong wind rose from the ground, and one after another, countless green slashes surrounded the body and scattered. Bang! 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 The three shadows collided with the hurricane formed by countless slashes. The three powerful attacks dissipated after offsetting some of the slashes, and the three shadows were easily shredded. The knife stopped, the hurricane stopped. Shinichi's eyes were fixed on the evil ghost silver mirror. This ugly ghost seemed to have its limits. Of the three shadows, he didn't know the shadows of two of the demon slayers, but his own shadow was different from the beginning. The one type used by the shadow just now was not even 30% of his power, so, was it just a flower stand? The evil ghost silver mirror opened its exaggerated mouth. Of course it was a flower stand, but it was also a large number of flower stands. He slapped the silver mirror hard. Blood demon art mirror shadow kill multi-kill. Buzz buzz buzz. The silver mirror's wave-like mirror surface kept trembling, one after another, dozens of hundreds of confused and wriggling shadows gradually emerged. Tisk, this is a bit tricky. Shinichi looked at one after another expressionless shadows walked out of the silver mirror. Although it was clear that the strength of these shadows was not very good, the huge number still made people's scalps numb. Come on! Yin Jian roared. The next second, dozens of shadows rushed towards Shinichi. For a moment, dozens of water-breathing slashes and forest-breathing slashes were densely packed towards Shinichi. Facing this attack that was like a net of heaven and earth, Shinichi forced himself to suppress distracting thoughts, empty his heart, feel the vitality of all things in the air, and stimulate forest breathing. Before countless attacks were about to come, forest breathing 4-type dandelion dance. The body was like a graceful and flying dandelion, and it did not lose its strange beauty while dodging and moving. In the countless attacks that seemed to be a net of heaven and earth, Shinichi actually dodged them all easily as if he was strolling in a garden. What? Yin Jian was stunned. If it had eyeballs, it must have widened its eyes at this time. How could this human kid dodge such a dense attack? No. Come again. If dozens of shadow kills are not enough, then come 100 more. Yin Jian made up his mind and had to kill this little human ghost today, no matter the cost. But just when Yin Jian was about to use the blood demon technique again, a black shadow as fast as lightning suddenly rushed out, like a sharp arrow from a string, and rushed straight to Yin Jian's face. The black shadow was too fast, and Yin Jian was suddenly pounced on. Ah! A majestic black wolfhound with scarlet eyes opened its mouth, and after a violent wolf howl, it snapped, and its sharp fangs easily bit off half of Yin Jian's head, and also bit off the small silver mirror with a crack in Yin Jian's right eye socket. Ah! My mirror! Yin Jing let out a heart-breaking scream, and suddenly, the large silver mirror standing upright on the spot fluctuated, and a shadow of a demon slayer rushed out, waving the sun wheel sword and slashing at the black wolfhound, but in the eyes of the black wolfhound, its speed was too slow. It's not good enough. The 4 claws just dodged the attack of the shadow of the demon slayer core with a casual flash. Covering the empty right eye socket, the silver mirror stood up shakily and roared at the black wolfhound, "Give it back to me!" Buzz buzz buzz. Shadows rushed out of the silver mirror and pounced on the black wolfhound, and the first one was a shadow of Shinichi. The black wolfhound bared its fangs and pretended to be its master in front of it. It opened its mouth slightly towards the silver mirror, and the next second, endless airflow gathered. Chapter 34. Waves of invisible ripples surged in the mouth of the black wolfhound. Bang! Both claws clashed to the ground, and then, ah! Blood demon art shadow wolf howl. Buzz! The wolf howl that almost became a substance suddenly roared out from the mouth of the black wolfhound, and the invisible air even deformed. The shadows that rushed over were annihilated the moment they came into contact with the wolf howl. Crack! 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 The silver mirror beside the evil ghost Yin Jian also cracked into countless lines, and its chest exploded, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. How is it possible? Yin Jian knelt on the ground, his ferocious mouth still muttering impossible, but at the moment the wolf howl ended, a very fast green sun wheel sword had already chopped towards its neck. Forest breathing 1 form iron birch slash. Ping! The harsh sound of metal clashing rang out, and an expressionless shadow holding the same sun wheel sword, using the same trick, blocked Shinichi tightly. Gaga! Poof! No, it's useless. Under the blood demon art, magic mirror, no matter how strong you are, you can't beat yourself. Yin Jian spit out blood and mocked. Shinichi felt the continuous power coming from the sun wheel sword. The shadow in front of him did have the same power as him, but the weaker shadows before had disappeared, proving that the power of this ghost also has a limit. Really? Then can this fake be this? Shinichi smiled coldly, and then the pink right eye lit up instantly, and turned scarlet visible to the naked eye. The cold face began to add a hint of ferocity, and two sharp fangs unconsciously revealed the corners of his lips. The sneer on the evil ghost Yinjian's face disappeared, replaced by endless panic and confusion. You too. Before Yinjian finished speaking, Shinichi, with fangs in his mouth, let out a low roar, blood demon art blood rage. Under the skin, boiling blood instantly filled all of Shinichi's blood vessels and muscles, and the hand holding the sun wheel sword immediately bulged, with veins exposed. In an instant, Shinichi's strength doubled several times out of thin air. Die! No! Crack! Bang! The cracked silver mirror shattered instantly, accompanied by Yinjian's extremely unwilling and fearful shouts. The green blade light flashed, and a silver head soared into the sky. Shinichi glanced coldly at the struggling body. Rubbish! He strode to the head with panic on his face and raised the sun wheel sword. No! No! You too! I can feel it! You are also a ghost! Why? Why is it like this? We are the same kind. The evil ghost Yinjian asked the most unwilling question before his death. The ghost features on Shinichi's face were slowly fading. He casually took out 2 wisteria flower pills from his pocket and threw them into his mouth. His scarlet right eye turned back to a soft pink color. No, I am not the same kind as you ugly guys. I am Shinichi, the ghost hunter swordsman Shinichi. Puff! The sharp Nichiren sword pierced directly into Yinjian's head, and a slender branch snaked along the blade of the Nichiren sword. Blood demon art life absorption. The powerful suction instantly sucked Yinjian's life. In the unwilling roar, Yinjian's head turned into ashes. And Shinichi's eyes also reflected Jinjian's life. To be precise, it was not Jinjian, but the descendant of mirror maker Jinjian, an uneducated hooligans, who accidentally learned the identity of his ancestors from a family letter one day, so he went to Teranishi village with a licking face and found the Komiya family, trying to get back the mirror casting technique passed down by Jinjian. But the Komiya family would never care about a hooligans who suddenly appeared, so the hooligans with evil intentions targeted the youngest child of the Komiya family, Komiya Hideki, and deceived this simple child with lies, and got the mirror casting technique passed down by the Komiya family in a small silver mirror passed down by their ancestors. But before the hooligans were happy, the unlucky guy met a group of bandits that night, and was robbed of the last bit of money, and his throat was cut by a sharp knife. At the moment of death, the hooligans seemed to touch something smooth. It seemed to be a pair of leather shoes. There was also a low voice in my ear, "You are so ugly, a dying insect. The unwillingness in your eyes makes me interested, but I don't like such ugly eyes." That night, an evil ghost was born. The eyes that were despised by the adult were replaced by a pair of silver mirrors. This evil ghost with confused memory named himself after his ancestors and also targeted the humans in Terasi village. In just 1 year, he killed and ate more than a dozen children. The sadness of human nature. Shinichi put away the Nichiren sword and muttered softly. He didn't know whether he was lamenting the despicable human nature of the evil ghost Yinjian or those greedy villagers, because he saw in Yinjian's memory that some greedy villagers even offered their children as offerings. At the same time, the owners who had been hiding in the dark and observing were also communicating quietly. Is the silver mirror dead? Killed by that foreigner? It seems to be really dead. Then won't our children be safe in the future? But, won't there be no silver mirrors to sell in the future? As soon as these words came out, all the villagers fell into silence. Shinichi didn't care about these villagers with ulterior motives. He raised his hand and waved in a certain direction. Soon, the black wolf dog, which was as big as a calf, came to Shinichi in an instant as if it had electricity under its feet. Ayo ayo! The black wolf dog howled excitedly twice, and its body changed. The majestic wolf body began to shrink, and it turned into a fleshy ball in a while. The long wolf kiss gradually shortened into the unique smiley face of Shiba Inu. Yuan was picked up by his master and howled excitedly. Shinichi also rubbed Yuaner's head, feeling the sense of credit coming from his heart, and praised, "Yuener is great, you didn't let me down. I will reward you to eat more tomorrow. Let's not lose weight." While coaxing Yuener, Shinichi also noticed the broken silver mirror that Yuener had just brought, and frowned. Why didn't this silver mirror disappear with the silver mirror? What's more bizarre is that he felt a faint breath of vitality in this silver mirror. Could it be? Shinichi put Yuener down, picked up the silver mirror on the ground, looked at the crack on the silver mirror, thought for a moment, and then stretched out an index finger. The nail on the fingertip suddenly began to turn black and elongate, and soon formed a sharp black claw. Without hesitation, the black claw pierced the crack. In the dark night, a dazzling light suddenly broke out, and Shinichi only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, 2 unconscious living people and an unconscious little girl appeared in front of him out of thin air. Looking at the Demon Slayer uniforms on the 2 men and the faint vitality on them, Shinichi was shocked, actually, still alive. He thought the 2 swordsmen had met with an accident long ago. Although he didn't like the Demon Slayer Corps very much, Shinichi didn't intend to watch them continue to lose their vitality. He pulled out the Sun Wheel Sword, and the sharp Sun Wheel Sword easily cut small wounds on them, forest-breathing second form life willow. The illusory willow branches full of vitality at the wound quickly injected a large amount of vitality into the bodies of the few people, nourishing their bodies. Soon, one of the demon slayers moved, his tightly closed eyelids trembled a few times, and finally slowly opened, revealing black eyes full of confusion. Chapter 35. Grandpa. The little girl with tears on her face threw herself into her grandfather's arms, but facing the resurrected granddaughter, the old man holding several exquisite silver mirrors showed an unnatural expression. There were quite a few villagers with the same strange expressions as the little girl's grandfather. The evil ghost silver mirror had been reduced to ashes, but many villagers did not smile at Shinichi who killed the evil ghost, and some even showed a hint of hostility towards Shinichi. Shinichi, who saw everything, didn't care what these greedy villagers thought, but not everyone was so depraved. Komi Yaija with tears in his eyes held Shinichi's hands and thanked him sincerely, "Mr. Shinichi. I am really very grateful to you. After killing this monster, Yingsha's soul can rest in peace." Facing the excited Komi Yaija, Shinichi was a little unnatural. After all, he had suspected that he had colluded with the evil ghost before. Not to mention the villagers of Teranishi village, 2 figures also walked in front of Shinichi at this time. 2 young demon slayers who looked about the same age as Shinichi were ashamed and thanked Shinichi for saving their lives. They had just joined the Demon Slayer Corps and were Ren-class swordsmen. They didn't expect to fall into a big trap on their 3rd mission and almost lost their lives. Now they even lost their Nichiren sword. "Mr. Shinichi, are you also a demon slayer? Why aren't you wearing a team uniform?" A demon slayer named Teiji couldn't help but point at the Nichiren sword on Shinichi's waist and asked. After getting Shinichi's negative answer, Teiji showed a regretful expression, and then persuaded, "It's a pity for an excellent swordsman like Mr. Shinichi not to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Our Demon Slayer Corps really needs outstanding swordsmen like you. You can." Shinichi interrupted him, "Hehe, can someone like me join the Demon Slayer Corps? Forget it, I still won't cause trouble for your team." "But…" "Okay, that's it. By the way, do you have any way to contact the Demon Slayer Corps? I remember the old man said that your Demon Slayer Corps has a special department to deal with aftermath incidents, right?" Shinichi asked. Teiji and another Demon Slayer team member looked at each other. Although they couldn't contact the crow now, the Demon Slayer team members would naturally have backup means of contact. In fact, there are Wisteria emblem families all over the country. Relying on this, they can easily contact the headquarters. "Yes, we will contact the headquarters at dawn, and the members of the hidden department should also come to help with the aftermath. That is, this time is really too embarrassing," Teiji said ashamed. Shinichi nodded, then I'll leave this place to you." He paused before turning to leave, and after a moment of silence, he reminded, "Some people in this village are greedy. I don't know if the Demon Slayer Corps will deal with these morally corrupt humans, but I still have to mention that some humans don't deserve sympathy." After saying that, Shinichi strode towards the village entrance with Enji, leaving Taiji alone in a daze. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the dawn of dawn slightly appeared on the horizon, and the orange-yellow sunlight opened the prelude to dispersing the night. On the path, Shinichi squinted his eyes and looked at the gradually rising sun. His mind was a little floating for a while, but at this moment, a vague call came from behind him. "Mr. Shinichi! Mr. Shinichi! Mr. Shinichi, please wait a moment." Shinichi turned his head and found that it was Komi Yaik who was waving his hand and running towards him. Shinichi raised his eyebrows. What did this person call him for? Soon, panting Komi Yainashuk ran to Shinichi, and after a long while he spoke. Mr. Shinichi, this silver mirror is passed down from generation to generation in our family. You took it back from the evil ghost. Although it has some flaws, I barely repaired it. Please accept this silver mirror as a gift." As he said, Komi Yainashuk took out the exquisite silver mirror from his arms. It was the silver mirror that Yuan bit off from the face of the evil ghost Yin Jian. At that time, there seemed to be a strange space in the silver mirror, and the little girl and the two demon slayers were trapped in it. Shinichi destroyed the blood demon space of Yin Jian and released a few people, and then threw it away. Unexpectedly, Komi Yainashuk actually picked it up and the original crack was also repaired. "This is your family heirloom, I can't accept it. It's just a piece of cake. Killing evil ghosts is my duty." Shinichi wanted to refuse, but Komi Yainashuk's attitude was very firm. He insisted that Shinichi accept the silver mirror. He believed that Shinichi's killing of the evil ghost Yinjian was a matter of gratitude for both his deceased brother Yingshu and the entire Teranishi village. If he did not express his gratitude, he would feel guilty, and said that if Shinichi didn't accept it, he would kneel down and kowtow. There are many greedy and corrupt people among humans, but there are more good people with good intentions. This is also one of the beliefs of countless ghost hunters who fight bloody battles. Shinichi had no choice but to accept the silver mirror. As a return gift, Shinichi gave him a bag of wisteria flower balls and a few Shinichi special dorayaki, and told him to plant more wisteria flowers at home in the future, and it would be best to find a good time to move out of Teranishi village, where human nature is complicated. Relying on the craftsmanship of the mirror maker, he has better development opportunities in the city. After saying goodbye to Komi Yajingja, Shinichi officially said goodbye to this trip to Teranishi village. He didn't know where to go next. He took it one step at a time, after all, the road was under his feet. At dawn, Komi Yaija looked at Shinichi's back gradually disappearing at the end of the road, and said with emotion, "Mr. Shinichi is such a great man." He opened a bag of dorayaki given by Shinichi, smelled the sweet smell, and said with a smile, "But in some ways, Mr. Shinichi is also a young boy, who likes this kind of sweet snack." Komi Yaija picked up a piece of dorayaki, took a bite, and snap. There seemed to be a sound of stone solidification. The smile on Komi Yaija's face solidified instantly, and the whole person was motionless like a stone statue. Soon, the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, and the whole person's expression was extremely distorted. This taste. Ugh. On the road, Shinichi touched Yuaner's chubby head and muttered, "Such delicious dorayaki, Komi Yaija will be so happy to eat it, and I didn't bring much in total, it's really a bargain for him." Time flies, and more than half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. In a farmland, a huge evil ghost gradually turned into ashes. From the vague shape, it can be seen that it is a cow-shaped evil ghost. In front of the evil ghost's body, Shinichi, who was covered in mud, had an extremely serious expression. Because Shinichi found that something might have happened, he turned his eyes to Shinichi's hand and saw that the sun-wheel sword Mori no Ryu, which had been passed down from generation to generation in the Moriki family, had a clear crack on the green blade at this time, and under Shinichi's gaze, snap! The knife broke. Chapter 36. Shinichi looked at the broken Nichiren sword in his hand and swallowed subconsciously. This was just an accident. In the past 6 months, he had killed more than 20 evil spirits with this Nichiren sword. In the past 6 months, Shinichi had never thought that the Nichiren sword would break. Until he just killed a bull-shaped evil spirit, the opponent's blood demon art of hardening the skin really took Shinichi a lot of effort. At the moment when he cut off the head of the bull demon, the Nichiren sword forest dragon also had an extra crack, and then the scene just now happened. The Nichiren sword broke. Damn it, what should I do now? If the old man knows, he will definitely be angry, right? Shinichi looked a little embarrassed. At his feet, the head of the bull demon had not completely dissipated, and he was still shouting loudly that it was impossible. Shinichi, who was feeling annoyed, was disturbed by its barking. He raised his foot and kicked the huge head of the cow demon away with a violent kick. It's so noisy. Get out of here. Ah! Yuan came to Shinichi, his little tail wagging happily, staring at Shinichi with his bright big eyes, as if expecting something. After fighting with the evil spirits for more than half a year, Yuan's originally round figure gradually became thinner and more lovely. With a sigh, Shinichi put away the broken blade of the Nichiren sword, put the broken sword back into the scabbard, squatted down, touched Yuan's little head, and said with a helpless tone, "Okay, let's go back. It's been more than half a year, and I don't know if the old man is still strong enough." Ah! Yuan seemed to understand what his master meant, and barked more happily. He also missed the super nice big sister Chinana. Although he could eat his fill by following his master, it was too painful for his tongue. On an ordinary day, by the stream, a little figure in a patterned kimono was carrying a basket of freshly washed herbs. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat off her forehead, and her big violet eyes looked at the country road from afar. Soon, Shinobu Koko, who was carrying herbs home, ran into her sister, Chini Koko, who was also carrying a basket. Shinobu is awesome. Today I heard my dad praising Shinobu, saying that Shinobu has a talent for being a pharmacist. Chini smiled and touched her sister's hair. Although Shinobu Koko was also very happy, she still looked like she was not that great. Kane's basket contained some freshly picked wisteria flowers. Seeing the wisteria flowers, Shinobu Koko asked curiously, "Sister, are these the wisteria flowers ordered by Grandpa Moraimu's family?" Kane held her sister's hand, nodded, and said gently, "Yes, Grandpa Moraimu came to the pharmacy yesterday to order them." "Is that cold-faced man back?" "Shinobu, it's too rude to say that. Shinichi will be unhappy if he knows," Kane said helplessly. But Shinobu Koko just snorted softly in her nose. She was a competitive little girl, and she also had some grudges. She remembered clearly that a cold-faced man had hit her hard on the head. The two sisters returned home talking and laughing. In the butterfly pharmacy, a villager was buying medicine in the pharmacy. Butterfly Yaoxin looked at the prescription in his hand and carefully prepared the medicine. At the counter, the bored villagers began to talk about the recent gossip in Takinagawa village. "Speaking of which, Yaoxin-kun, do you know? Jing Zhong has been missing for several days, and the police station hasn't found him. Xiao Yuan didn't go home last night, and his family has been looking for him all day today." Butterfly Yaoxin was preparing the medicine, and she didn't care much about the gossip in the village, but she still asked casually, "Really? Has Xiao Yuan been found?" "No, I heard that their family is ready to go to the police station, but I'm afraid there's no hope for those guys who are dawdling in the police station. I don't think they met any wild animals, right? After all, the two of them always like to go hunting in the mountains." Butterfly Yaoxin shook his head, "I hope this doesn't happen." Xiaowen's wife just gave birth to a child last month. I hope Xiao Yuan and Jing Zhong are safe. He handed the prepared medicine to the villagers, and the villagers thanked him and left. After sending the customers away, Butterfly Yaoxin began to clean some of the utensils he had just used. As for what happened just now, he didn't think much about it. Dad, we're back. Kanei's voice rang out from outside the door. Seeing the two sensible daughters coming back with herbs, Butterfly Yaoxin smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Kanei and Xianan. Go find your mother. Lunch should be ready soon. After putting down the herbs, the two little girls went to the backyard to find their mother Yuki. At the same time, in Takinagawa village, in a small forest behind the village, a dark and humid place in the wet cave, a pair of green and ferocious eyes slowly opened, and a low roar echoed in the cave, so hungry. As night fell, on the country road leading to Takinagawa village, Shinichi, with the sun wheel sword on his waist, walked fast. The clothes he wore were no longer the same as when he just left here. Those clothes made of ordinary cloth were easily damaged in the battle with evil spirits, but compared to the beginning when he was carrying a bag all over his body, Shinichi was much simpler at this time. Everything was thanks to the silver mirror tied to the belt. Yes, it was the silver mirror obtained from the evil spirit Jinjian who met at the beginning. This silver mirror transformed by Jinjian's blood demon art seemed to have undergone a wonderful change and could lead to a different space. Jinjian once locked the captured children and the Demon Slayer team members in the silver mirror's different space. Although Jinjian was killed by Shinichi, the remaining silver mirror retained the ability of the alternate space, which was convenient for Shinichi. He stuffed all the sundries into the alternate space of the silver mirror and purchased a large number of supplies. Of course, using the alternate space of the silver mirror requires conditions. Shinichi needs to use his own blood to activate it every time, or use the blood ghost magic breath in Shinichi's blood to activate the alternate space of the blood ghost magic on the silver mirror. For ordinary people, it sounds cruel to cut their hands and use blood every time they use it. But for Shinichi's immortal physique, this is not a big deal. What's a little bleeding? I can even dig a piece of meat for you. Look, Shinichi, who was walking on the road, opened his lips, and his fangs automatically extended as soon as he thought about it. He pressed his thumb on the fangs, and blood suddenly came out. He casually smeared the blood on the silver mirror on his waist. The next second, Shinichi's hand flashed, and a piece of dorayaki with a sweet and greasy fragrance and a large piece of steak appeared in his hand. Throwing the steak, swish! A nimble figure quickly pounced, and NG bit the steak that was half the size of his body and tore it madly. Shinichi also nibbled on the dorayaki in his hand. It's still a little lacking in taste, forget it, just eat it. Shinichi was a little dissatisfied with the taste of the dorayaki in his hand, although its sweetness could choke an ordinary person. The man and the dog quickly walked along the road to Takinagawa village, but as soon as he stepped into the village entrance, Shinichi stopped. Wait, what's the smell? Blood. Chapter 37. Blood smell. End. The breath of a ghost. Shinichi's pupils shrank instantly, and the next second, his body rushed out like a sharp arrow, even leaving a residual image on the spot, and the dorayaki that he had just taken a few bites of fell to the ground with a bang. Butterfly Pharmacy, half an hour ago. It had been night for a long time, and Butterfly Yaoxin, who had been busy all day, was sorting some utensils at the counter. Feeling a little tired, he said to his wife on the side, Yuji, help me make a pot of tea, I'm a little tired. The virtuous wife naturally would not refuse, and immediately got up and walked towards the backyard. Butterfly Yaoxin reminded again, by the way, let the children rest early, it's getting late. Okay, I know, but Yaoxin, you have worked hard too, remember to rest early today. Yuji replied. Butterfly Yaoxin smiled and nodded. After a while, seeing that it was pitch black and quiet outside the pharmacy, it was estimated that there would be no customers coming, so Butterfly Medicine Letter stood up and walked out of the counter, intending to close the door of the pharmacy. But just as Butterfly Medicine Letter closed the door, there was a strong knock on the door outside, and the wooden door was pounded with a rumble. Butterfly Medicine Letter frowned, thinking that the person knocking on the door was too rude. But he didn't think much about it. Maybe the customer outside had a very urgent illness, so Butterfly Medicine Letter reopened the wooden door and shouted loudly, "Please wait. I'll open the door right away. Is there any emergency?" But the person outside the door did not respond. When Butterfly Medicine Letter opened the wooden door, he saw a vague black shadow standing in the darkness outside the door, with disheveled hair, his appearance hidden in the scattered hair, and his clothes in disarray. Butterfly Medicine Letter did not look at the appearance of the person who came, but hurriedly invited the person to enter the medicine house first, and turned around to show him the way. "Please sit over there first, and describe your symptoms to me." Butterfly Medicine Letter turned his head and did not see that the figure outside the medicine house raised his head. Under the light in the house, it was a hideous green face, and the green eyes exuded extreme brutality and hunger. The face was densely covered with black blood vessels, and the slightly opened mouth was full of sharp fangs, and the crystal saliva was all over the fangs. It was a face of a tyrannical evil ghost. Hungry. So hungry. Meat. A low roar came out of the evil ghost's throat. "Sorry, what did you say? Ah!" Butterfly Medicine Letter just turned his head in confusion, and the next second, a bloody mouth suddenly bit his neck. Warm blood spurted out, instantly dyeing the entire medicine hall red. The screams of Butterfly Yao Xin alarmed Yuji, who was holding a teapot in the backyard. When the panicked Yuji ran into the medicine hall, she saw the most horrifying scene in her life. A hideous green-faced evil ghost was holding her husband Yao Xin tightly and biting Yao Xin's neck. The dazzling blood was all over the medicine hall and wet the floor. Plop! The copper teapot fell to the ground, and the boiling hot tea was also spilled all over the ground. Yuji let out a shrill cry, "Yao Xin!" The sudden movement also attracted the green-faced evil ghost who was gnawing at the flesh and blood. He suddenly raised his head from Butterfly Yao Xin's bloody neck, and his pale green bloodthirsty eyes instantly stared at the wailing woman. The huge movement in the front yard had already alarmed the two girls in the backyard, and the mother's screams also filled the eyes of the two children with fear. Butterfly Chan Ahui endured the huge fear, trembling and cautiously opened the door a little bit, and then she saw a scene that could become her lifelong nightmare. A terrifying monster was lying on her mother's body and biting her. Her father's body fell in the medicine hall. The strong smell of blood could be clearly heard even more than 10 meters away. Chan Ahui did not hesitate at all, and immediately retreated to the room, wrapped her sister Xianan in the quilt, hugged her sister tightly, and her body couldn't stop shaking, and her voice became extremely unstable. "No, it's okay, Xianan, don't be afraid, it's okay, sister is here, sister is here." Butterfly Shinobu was very smart, and with the smell of blood in the air, she quickly guessed something, but for this child who was less than 10 years old, she couldn't imagine the cruel scene at all. "Sister, what happened to Dad and Mom?" Sister, I'm scared." Xianan, who was curled up in the quilt, had a crystal in her violet eyes. Kanei's light purple eyes were also filled with tears, but tears would not be a weapon against evil spirits. The smell of living people could easily attract the hungry green-faced evil spirit, especially children, who were more delicious to the green-faced evil spirit. The green-faced evil spirit biting half of the bloody arm suddenly raised its head, its ferocious nose kept moving, and soon locked onto a direction. There. That direction. There was a more fragrant smell, more tender flesh and blood. Without any hesitation, the green-faced evil ghost immediately dropped the arm in his mouth and ran towards the room where the butterfly sisters were hiding. In the room, Kanei hugged her sister tightly, with unprecedented piety in her heart. At this time, Kanei hoped that the legendary god really existed and prayed that the god could bless their family. How she hoped that all this was just a nightmare. After waking up from the dream, she could see her mother gently calling her to get up, her father's stern but caring greetings, and her sister going to the stream to wash medicinal materials. But the sound of the shoji door being torn apart violently still pulled Kane back to reality. A sharp claw tore the shoji door apart, and then a hideous head that was more terrifying than any drama stretched into the room. Looking at such a terrifying evil ghost, Kane even stopped breathing for a while, and Butterfly Shinobu, whose body was wrapped in a quilt, also saw this terrible green-faced evil ghost. While extremely frightened, an unspeakable anger also filled the little girl's heart. The green-faced demon who saw the Butterfly Sisters was also very excited, and a lot of saliva was secreted uncontrollably. It smells so good. Just when the demon was about to pounce, Kane screamed, "No!" Without thinking, Kane immediately protected her sister under her body and chose to turn her back to the demon, and Butterfly Shinobu also cried and shouted "Sister!" However, the expected pain and blood did not come. In the extreme fear of the two sisters waiting for the arrival of the god of death, a cold voice suddenly came into their ears. "You bastard! What did you do?" The familiar yet unfamiliar voice made the two sisters turn around in fear and numbness. I saw that the green-faced demon froze in place, and his body was still in a charging posture, and a green broken knife pierced deeply from the back of its neck and pierced out of its hideous and smelly mouth. On the blade of the broken knife, the ghost blood kept falling, and behind the demon, a figure stood under the moonlight with surging anger. The pink and green eyes were like fascinating gems under the moonlight. He twisted the sun blade tightly in his hand, and the green-faced demon let out a miserable wail. "Damn it!" Shinichi's angry roar echoed in the bloody butterfly medicine house. Chapter 38. Under the tearful eyes of the Butterfly Sisters, Shinichi fiercely pulled out the broken knife that pierced the neck of the green-faced evil ghost, and the huge inertia directly caused the evil ghost's body to fly backwards. The green knife light flashed, and the head and body of the green-faced evil ghost were instantly separated. It was not over yet. Shinichi swung the knife as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, the head of the green-faced evil ghost was chopped into a pile of pieces in mid-air. From the appearance of Shinichi to the killing of the evil ghost, this process took only a few seconds. When the Butterfly Sisters walked out of the room hugging each other, they just saw the scene where the remains of the green-faced evil ghost turned into ashes under Shinichi's feet. Shinichi's eyes of different colors also looked at the Butterfly Sisters. For a moment, a hint of guilt emerged in his eyes. If he could have come earlier, their parents lying in a pool of blood in the backyard might not have been. The tears, fear, and hesitation in the eyes of the two little girls were not unfamiliar to Shinichi. In the past 6 months, Shinichi had seen them on the faces of many people, those whose relatives were killed by evil spirits. But Shinichi's heart had never been touched like this, because the Butterfly Pharmacy family could be said to be one of the few families that Shinichi was familiar with and even felt friendly with in this world. Shinichi, who didn't know what to say, was silent for a moment, put away the sun wheel sword, walked in front of the two sisters, looked at their tear-stained faces, hesitated, and finally reached for the silver mirror at his waist. With a flash of light, a handkerchief and a piece of dorayaki appeared in his hand. He handed the handkerchief to the older Kane, then broke the dorayaki in his hand into 2 halves, giving half a piece to each of the two sisters. After organizing his words a little, Shinichi tried to speak softly to Kane, "Take good care of your sister. Leave the evil spirits outside to me. Take your sister and hide in the room. Be strong." Kane looked at her father and mother lying in a pool of blood with tears in her eyes. Although she was heartbroken, Shinichi was right. She still had to protect her sister. So Kane held back her tears and said firmly, "I know, Shinichi, be careful." "Thank you." Shinichi nodded and turned to leave, but suddenly, he felt someone pulling his sleeve. He turned back in surprise. It turned out to be Shinobu Koko, who was full of sadness and still sobbing faintly, with a hint of hatred and anger in her violet eyes. "The one who killed Mom and Dad, Was it an evil ghost? Shinichi rarely responded to the stubborn girl when facing Koko Shinobu's question. Instead, he squatted down and patted her thin shoulders. Yes, those are the legendary man-eating evil ghosts, but don't be afraid. I'm here. I will kill all those ugly evil ghosts from this world. Don't worry. Stay with your sister now. I'll be back soon. Shinichi stood up and gently stroked Koko Shinobu's black hair. Then he turned around and accumulated strength, and jumped directly from the Koko medicine house, heading towards another evil ghost's breath. There was more than one evil ghost attacking Takinagawa village. With NG's super perception, another evil ghost had just sneaked into the west of the village. In order to speed up and stop the evil ghosts from killing as quickly as possible, Shinichi activated the blood demon technique, violent blood while running the forest breathing with all his strength. The evil ghost had just entered the village, and before it had time to kill, a green figure rushed towards it at a very fast speed. This evil ghost with two long horns was not like the green-faced evil ghost that lost its mind due to hunger. It was very cautious and followed behind its hungry companion. It dared to follow after making sure that its companion did not threaten it after killing. However, this time, the two-horned ghost miscalculated. By the time Shinichi reacted to the coming of him, it was too late, because his retreat was also locked by a black afterimage. With a strong and agile body and a mouth full of sharp wolf teeth, the speed of UNER in the demon state was as fast as a limit. How is it possible? Where did these two guys come from? The two-horned ghost was horrified. It didn't know where to run for a while after being locked in front and behind. Veins popped out of his hands holding the sword, his scarlet right eye locked onto the two-horned demon, and the fangs in his mouth stretched out uncontrollably, forest breathing one form. Shinichi held the sun wheel sword horizontally, and the green blade light shone from the blade. However, before Shinichi's one form was slashed out, a sharp whistling sound suddenly exploded, and then, before the two-horned demon, the demon turned NG, and even Shinichi himself could react. The two-horned demon's head exploded like a watermelon, and countless pieces of flesh and bones flew around like flowers scattered by the sky. Bang! Smoke and dust were stirred, and a big pit appeared on the ground. What? Shinichi was startled and suddenly stopped his charge. The demon turned NG also braked with his four claws, stopped his steps, and transferred his bow. He stood up and faced the dark alley with an extremely alert attitude, his fangs bared, and a low snoring sound came from his throat. At the same time, Shinichi and Yuanji's telepathy kept ringing Yuanji's alert. There was a very strong and powerful breath in the alley. Not only Yuanji, but even Shinichi could feel the pressure from the alley with his own perception. At this time, the smoke and dust surrounding the deep pit gradually dissipated. Shinichi glimpsed through his peripheral vision that in the deep pit, a pure metal meteor hammer the size of a human head was lying quietly. At the end of the meteor hammer, a thick iron chain was connected. The most terrifying thing was not this, but on that meteor hammer, Shinichi felt a familiar breath. The breath of the sun wheel sword. The material of the meteor hammer is the same as the sun wheel sword. As expected, the evil ghost whose head was just smashed by the meteor hammer has turned into ashes. Hula hoo! In the alley, there was a sound of dragging chains. Shinichi and NG immediately tensed their bodies, and a tall figure gradually walked out of the alley. Seeing the familiar black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinichi was slightly stunned. Soon, this member of the Demon Slayer Corps walked out of the alley. He looked quite young, no more than 20 years old, but his body had reached an astonishing 2 meters. Just standing there, he was very oppressive, and he wore a string of red Buddhist beads around his neck. The young Demon Slayer Corps member also held a giant axe flashing with cold light in his left hand. The end of the axe handle was also connected to an iron chain. Looking closely, the meteor hammer and the giant axe seemed to be connected to the same iron chain. The appearance of the Demon Slayer Corps member was very special. While full of determination, it also revealed the compassion of a bodhisattva. A long scar on his forehead revealed the majesty of King Kong, but the most eye-catching thing was probably his white eyes. This Demon Slayer Corps member was a blind man? Shinichi secretly took a step back. What a joke! The pressure from the young Demon Slayer in front of him was even stronger than that from the lower Moon 4. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 39. Swish! The blind Demon Slayer just gently pulled with one hand, and the meteor hammer that was originally lying quietly in the pit was immediately taken back with a whistle and stopped steadily in his hand. Then, the pair of white eyes that had lost focus looked in the direction of Shinichi and Enji, and a low and soothing voice came out of his mouth. The breathing swordsman surrounded by strong vitality, the fighting partner exuding the breath of demons, turned out to be the successor of the forest breath mentioned by the Lord. Namo Amitabha, nice to meet you. The pressure on Shinichi's shoulders suddenly disappeared. This demon slayer who seemed to know him should have lifted his hostility towards him, which made Shinichi feel relieved. Shinichi was not surprised that the members of the demon slayer knew him. During the half-year of killing evil spirits, Shinichi encountered the demon slayers who also came to kill evil spirits more than once. Although the encounter with the demon slayers was not good at the beginning, after many contacts with the demon slayers, Shinichi had to admit that many of the swordsmen who joined the demon slayers were brave and fearless warriors, and they had excellent noble qualities. In Kawanishi Prefecture, Shinichi even witnessed a young Geng-class swordsman who insisted on biting the Nichiren sword with his mouth to fight the evil spirits until the last moment after his two arms were torn apart by an evil spirit in order to protect ordinary people. Faced with such a scene, Shinichi could not help but admire it. Demon Slayer, who are you? Why are you here? Shinichi also let down his guard and asked the tall demon slayer opposite him. He seemed to have heard the man say something about Namo Amitabha, and the Buddhist beads on his neck. Is he a monk? Sure enough, the next second, the demon slayer put his hands together and said, Namo Amitabha, I am the Class A swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, Gyumei of Baimanjiu. It was dawn. In the Butterfly Medicine House, the uniformed members of the Hidden Corps were dealing with the aftermath. Butterfly Kane and her sister just huddled aside, watching these members with the word hidden printed on their backs collect the bodies of their parents and quickly clean up the blood stains everywhere in the medicine house. Mr. Gyumei is really amazing, there are more than 50 demons, right? Then Mr. Gyumei can be promoted to A pillar when he returns this time. A member of the Hidden Corps said to his companions with an admiring tone. His companion also responded in a respectful tone, yes, Mr. Xingming has also become A pillar, and our Demon Slayer Corps is becoming more and more powerful. The two of them looked at the tall figure in the yard of the medicine house at the same time. Xingming and Shinichi stood side by side with their hands clasped together, both of them silent. Looking at Shinobu Koko standing alone with her sister, Shinichi couldn't help but ask Xingming beside him, what will they do in the future? Xingming was silent for a moment and replied, the members of the Hidden Corps will send them to their relatives' homes so that they can grow up healthily like normal children. For them who have lost their loved ones, this is the best choice. The children are very weak, but very cruel. Namo Amitabha. As if recalling the past, 2 lines of tears slid from Xingming's white eyes. Shinichi opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Just like Xingming said, sending these 2 children to their relatives' homes might be the best choice. Not long after, old man Moraimu, leaning on a cane, also came to the butterfly pharmacy. After not seeing each other for more than half a year, old man Moraimu had aged a lot. Before Shinichi left, he was still a spirited old man, but when the two met again, old man Moraimu was already a hunched old man who needed to rely on a cane to walk steadily. Old man, you are old. Shinichi looked at old man Moraimu with a complicated look, but old man Moraimu smiled and shook his head, you have grown up, Shinichi, now you are a truly excellent successor of the forest breathing. I can see that you have made a lot of progress and learned a lot in the past 6 months. But, old man, I failed your expectations. I didn't join the Demon Slayer Corps. I even deliberately avoided the demon slayer core. I even broke your ancestral forest dragon. Shinichi said with some guilt, pulling out the broken sun wheel sword from the scabbard. Old Master Mori took the Nichiren sword with some trembling, and looked at the broken blade of the Nichiren sword. Although there was regret in his eyes, he was more relieved. Shinichi, whether you join the Demon Slayer Corps or not, as long as you use the forest breathing correctly and pass it on, you will always be my most proud disciple. As for the forest dragon, it is just an external object after all. If the ancestors knew, they would also praise your bravery in hunting ghosts, and would not blame you for breaking the blade because of hunting ghosts. Old Master. Shinichi's heart trembled a little. I don't know how to describe my feelings at this moment. At the same time, Bai Minjiahu's Xingming also came here, bowed and greeted, Namo Amitabha, meet Senior Moriki, the Lord greets you and wishes you all the best. Old man Moriki also returned the greeting. Moriki Mitsuyo is ashamed of the Demon Slayer Corps. The Lord said that the Moriki family has been brave for generations, and the Demon Slayer Corps will never forget the dedication of the Moriki family. Hearing this, old man Moriki's cloudy eyes were slightly moist. Time passed slowly. Looking at the figure not far away, the young Koko Shinobu clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, mustered up the courage to cheer herself up, and finally walked forward quickly and pulled the man's clothes. Shinichi felt his clothes being pulled, and when he looked back, his eyes suddenly met a pair of violet eyes. The inexplicable pressure made Shinobu Koko feel as if she was restricted from speaking. Yes, yes, teach me, I want to kill demons like you. Although she spoke haltingly, Shinobu Koko's last sentence about killing demons was very firm, and Shinichi understood what she meant. Shinobu Koko had just made a vow with her sister that they would become people who could kill demons like Shinichi, kill demons, and prevent the tragedy of last night from happening to other innocent people. Shinichi could understand Shinobu Koko. He turned his head and looked at Grandpa Moriki, who shook his head slowly. Grandpa Moriki had been with the butterfly family for many years. Whether it was out of his own feelings or objectively because of Shinobu Koko's thin body, Grandpa Moriki did not think that Shinobu Koko was suitable to be a swordsman. Understanding what Mr. Moriki meant, Shinichi had to squat down and said to Shinobu Koko seriously and with a hint of apology, Shinobu, I understand your feelings, but ghost hunting is not an easy thing. It means that you may be injured or even killed at any time. You must always coexist with crises. Such a responsibility should not be borne by you. Promise me to live well with your sister, and entrust your will to me. I promise that I will kill more evil ghosts with your will in the future. Shinichi called Shinobu Koko's name so gently for the first time, but there was a clear rejection in the gentle tone. Shinobu Koko bit her lip and did not speak, but her clenched fist showed that her heart was not calm. On the other side, Kane Koko, who also looked lost, stood behind Xingming of Sad Island, and seemed to have been rejected. Shinichi sighed and just wanted to get up and leave, but the corner of his clothes was grabbed by Shinobu Koko again. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you a cold-faced man before, I'm really sorry, and thank you. Shinichi was slightly stunned. It's okay. Chapter 40. Moriki Mansion, which was a bit desolate on weekdays, became even more desolate after Chinana Rukawa went to Kyoto Prefecture to run the Moriki family's business half a month ago. Especially after old man Moriki sent back all the servants responsible for boiling water and doing odd jobs, the deep Moriki mansion looked more like a big coffin. In the words of old man Moriki, he was actually used to living alone, and the mansion later was rejuvenated a little bit because of Chinana Rukawa, which was actually quite good. However, looking at old man Moriki leaning on a cane, Shinichi felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but the old man was very open-minded. Without servants, he personally cooked a pot of hot wisteria tea for Shinichi, and the two sat face to face on a small table, just like the scene when they first met. Mr. Mori was still kneeling meticulously, and Shinichi was also sitting cross-legged casually. How was it? What did you experience on this trip? Tell me about it. Mr. Mori handed a cup of steaming wisteria tea to Shinichi. Looking at the wisteria flowers floating in the teacup, Shinichi was a little absent-minded, then picked up the teacup and slowly told everything he had experienced in the past 6 months. Starting from the first evil ghost Yinjian encountered in Terasi village, he talked about the recent return to the Mori mansion because of the slaying of the cow ghost and the breaking of the forest dragon. What a wonderful experience, Shinichi, I believe you must have learned a lot during this period of time. Do you still have the same hatred for evil ghosts as you did at the beginning? Mr. Mori asked with a smile. Shinichi thought for a moment and said calmly, yes, at the beginning, I did hold great hatred to kill all the evil spirits I met. I disdain to understand the experience of those evil spirits. Killing those evil spirits is just to enhance my own strength. The motivation for all this is my own hatred. However, during this period of time, I have seen too many people who lost their loved ones because of evil spirits. I deeply understand their hatred. Gradually, I found that if it is really just compared to the hatred of evil spirits, many people's hatred is actually deeper than mine. And those evil spirits, even if I deeply hate ghosts, sometimes I have to admit that some ghosts were indeed pitiful people when they were alive, and the darkness in some human hearts is more terrible than them. From then on, I also roughly understood that my obsession was too deep. I should not be bound by my hatred. What I want to become is the existence that can truly reduce or even eliminate all the roots of all this. After the words fell, there was silence. Old man Morimo held a cup of already cold wisteria tea and remained silent for a long time. The turbid eyes contained no longer relief, but a deep shock. I understand, Shinichi, you are very good. In addition, I can also feel that your forest breathing has improved. You have comprehended the sword form after the 7th form, right? Asked Mr. Mori with emotion. Shinichi also nodded and admitted, yes, I have comprehended the 8th and 9th forms. Good. Mr. Mori smiled excitedly. The forest breathing was not only passed down, but also revived again. This was definitely the best news for Mr. Mori. The biggest regret of his life was settled. After saying this, Mr. Mori also mentioned the last thing to Shinichi, do you still have any grudges against the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinichi did not speak, but still shook his head. In the past 6 months, several contacts with the Demon Slayer Corps have already changed his views. He really couldn't hate those brave swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps because of the frictions in Shirai Mountain. Then, are you willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinichi suddenly raised his head and looked at Grandpa Mori. Seeing the serious expression on the old man's face, it didn't seem like he was joking. Grandpa, are you serious? The regret of the Mori family has always been that no one can truly inherit the breath of the forest. Therefore, no one of the Mori children from ancient times to the present can deserve the title of Mori Pillar, but you, Shinichi, you are the most promising person I have ever seen. So, just for the last wish of this old bone, Shinichi, are you willing to inherit the surname of Mori and become the real Mori Pillar? Boom! Shinichi's heart was shaken. Surname? Since he came to this world, he has no surname. How can an orphan beggar have a surname? Shinichi himself has never considered this matter, but now, looking at the hope in the eyes of the aging Grandpa Mori, and thinking of everything he has experienced, in this world, Grandpa Mori is really the best person to him. Shinichi actually knows very well that Grandpa Mori there is a reason why he has become so old in just half a year. Half a year ago, in order to pass on the breath of the forest to Shinichi as much as possible, Mr. Moriki forced the breath of the forest to operate almost every day, overdrawing his vitality, and striving to show the most perfect breath of the forest to Shinichi. Shinichi saw all this clearly. In fact, Shinichi always felt that there was an inexplicable bond that connected him with the Moriki family. In his mind, the demon ancestor of the Moriki family and his own blood demon art that was closely related to the breath of the forest, Everything seemed to be destined. After a moment, Shinichi made up his mind and raised his head. Grandpa, I... Ah! The sudden cry of little Yuanji interrupted Shinichi's words. Turning his head, Yuanji, with his ears drooping, looked aggrieved. As expected, without Rukawa Chinana, no one paid attention to the cute little dog. No one cared when he was hungry. The poor little Shiba Inu missed the big sister Chinana who liked to hold him and spin around. In just 2 days, Shinichi, who had just returned to Moriki's mansion, once again carried his luggage. Well, it can't be said to be carried. All the big bags of things were put into the silver mirror hanging around his waist. The broken Mori dragon was still on Shinichi's waist. The broken part was taken back by the old man. The old man said that this was a sign from the ancestors. After all, Mori dragon was not Shinichi's sword. Shinichi should have his own sword. Now the broken Mori dragon should indicate that Shinichi is a new starting point, so the broken Mori dragon was left in Shinichi's hand as a symbol. Hanging the obviously shorter Nichiren sword on the belt buckle on his waist, Shinichi took Enji and said goodbye to the old man Moriki in front of the gate of Moriki's mansion. Old man, we are leaving. Take care of your own body. I will bring back the glory of the Mori pillar. After Shinichi walked a distance, he suddenly turned back and shouted in the direction of the old man Moriki. The old man Moriki, who was leaning on a cane, smiled and waved his hand. I believe in you, Shinichi, you will definitely become the Mori pillar. With a new goal, Shinichi, oh no, it should be said that Moriki Shinichi, set out on the journey again. Chapter 41. Fujiki Mountain is not a very high mountain, or rather, it is a small stretch of mountains, surrounded by lavender wisteria flowers, revealing a breathtaking beauty near dusk. However, hidden under this beautiful scene is the cruelest final selection before joining the Demon Slayer Corps. On Fujiki Mountain, which is full of wisteria flowers, there are an astonishing number of evil spirits. They are trapped in the mountains by the endless wisteria flowers on the side of the mountain, and suffer from extreme hunger every day, which makes all the evil spirits reach the edge of madness. For the sake of flesh and blood, the evil spirits here dare to launch the most brutal attacks on any human who enters Fujiki Mountain. If you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps, this is the final selection. On Fujiki Mountain, which is full of crazy evil spirits, you must use all means to survive for 7 days. It sounds cruel, but the truth is indeed cruel. In each final selection, only a few people can successfully pass, and almost all the failed people lost their lives in Fujiki Mountain. This is why almost every member of the Demon Slayer team is brave and fearless, fighting evil spirits with their lives without fear, because in the final selection of Fujiki Mountain, they have already experienced hell. Steadily walking into the entrance of Fujiki Mountain, there is only one figure standing quietly under the decoration of the shrine's gate post. Black Demon Slayer uniform, white cloak with flowing fire pattern, messy but unusually straight golden hair, the ends of the hair are stained with bright red, rough eyebrows and a face full of righteousness, big orange eyes, making people feel like looking directly at an owl, and the most important thing is that this person is filled with a strong aura. That aura is like a raging flame. Rengoku Makijiro held the Nichiren sword on his waist and watched Shinichi holding Shiba Inu walking towards him. You are? The pillar? Shinichi asked in confusion. Makijiro looked at the boy with different colored eyes in front of him, and was a little surprised, because he could not feel the breath of the ghost on this boy, and the sun had not yet set, but Shinichi who was exposed to the sun did not feel uncomfortable at all. Everything that Mr. Moriki said seemed to have come true, and Makijiro felt a little emotional. Yes, I am the flame pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Rengoku Makijiro, and I accept the order of the Lord to be the host of this final selection. Makijiro said, his voice was loud and full of righteousness. Shinichi looked around, then pointed at himself and said with a smile, so I am the only one in the final selection this time? For me alone, the strongest force of the Demon Slayer Corps was dispatched. Should I be grateful to the Lord for his care? Makijuro's thick eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The boy's words were a bit unpleasant and seemed a bit impolite, but remembering the Lord's instructions before leaving, Makijuro still patiently explained to Shinichi. However, Shinichi had heard about the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps from the old man. He looked up at the mountains that were slowly disappearing into the night and squinted his eyes slightly. So, do we need to kill all the demons on the mountain? Makijuro was stunned. No, Shinichi Moriki, your deeds have long been circulated among some team members, and the Lord is also aware of your strength. In fact, the final selection is meaningless to you, but the Lord insisted on letting you participate because the Lord promised Mr. Moriki that he would use the most formal way to let the Moriki family return to the Demon Slayer Corps again. This is also Mr. Moriki's request. Hearing that it was the old man, Shinichi didn't say anything more. He touched the head of Enji in his arms. What do you need me to do? Makijuro walked to Shinichi's side, pointed to Fujiki Mountain and said, the evil demons on this mountain are the evil demons captured by the pillars of all generations, including the current pillars, from all over the place. They are trapped like livestock. In Fujiki Mountain, the strength of these evil spirits is not very strong, and the most evil spirits will not eat more than 3 people. However, every time after a period of time, we will clean up the evil spirits on the mountain to ensure that there will be no evil spirits with too strong strength to interfere with the final selection. So, Shinichi, we want to ask you, this time your final selection is to clear out the evil spirits with too strong strength on this mountain. Hearing what Makijuro said, Shinichi stared at a certain place on the mountain and murmured in a low voice, so, it's a cleaner, right? Then can I ask specifically, what is the standard for being too strong? Makijuro, all those with strength exceeding the evil spirits that have eaten 3 people will be killed, and the evil spirits with blood demon arts or alien evil spirits will also be killed. Shinichi nodded, I understand. As he said that, he suddenly handed the Enji in his arms to Makijuro. The sudden behavior surprised Makijuro, and he was at a loss for a while looking at the Shiba Inu in his hand. But Shinichi didn't care about these, and said without looking back, then I'd like to trouble you to take care of Enji for me these few days. He eats a lot and needs to be fed 5 times a day. If possible, let him exercise for a while after eating. As soon as the words fell, Shinichi rushed into the entrance of Fujiki Mountain like a sharp arrow. Wait! Before Makijuro could finish his words, Shinichi had disappeared, leaving only the cute Shiba Inu staring at him. Makijuro didn't like small animals at all. So when he looked at Enji who was shaking his tail on the ground, his thick eyebrows quickly knitted into a pile. A crow with red feathers on its tail landed on Makijuro's shoulder. After Makijuro whispered something in the crow's ear, the clever crow nodded and flapped its wide wings flying into the sky, flying quickly in a certain direction. The perspective turns to Shinichi. After going deep into Fujiki Mountain, Shinichi clearly felt that one evil and violent breath after another was staring at him, and as Shinichi went deeper and deeper, similar violent breaths and hungry eyes became more and more. Squeak! With a sudden break, the deerskin boots on Shinichi's feet left 2 long marks on the mud. He raised his head, and his eyes of different colors kept scanning around, as if confirming something. At this time, the sky was completely shrouded in night, and the home court of the evil ghosts was officially opened. Too weak! Too weak! All too weak! Even if you go so deep, is it only this degree? Shinichi murmured in dissatisfaction. The aura of the evil ghosts around him was too weak. Apart from anything else, the evil ghost Kerasuma from the past could sweep away these weak ghosts. Shinichi, who had lost interest, did not intend to waste time here. He raised his foot and was about to go to another area, but at this moment, something strange happened. In the bushes, an evil ghost with bloodshot eyes suddenly jumped out and rushed towards Shinichi, opening his big mouth with fangs exposed and saliva splashing. Meat! I want to eat flesh and blood. Chapter 42. The sudden rush of the evil spirit made Shinichi stop in his tracks. He subconsciously reached out and grasped the handle of the Nichiren sword. The forest breath started to work, and the vitality began to gather. But suddenly, Makai Juro's instructions rang in his ears, and Shinichi stopped drawing the sword. The evil spirits in Fujiki Mountain were the final selection targets for the swordsman. His mission was not to kill all these weak spirits, but to eliminate those evil spirits that exceeded the standard. However, Shinichi could not ignore the evil spirits rushing towards him. This time, whether to kill or not, Shinichi was in a dilemma. But Shinichi hesitated, and the hungry evil spirit would not hesitate. It rushed to Shinichi and opened its big mouth to bite. Bang! However, a shocking scene happened. The hungry evil spirit suddenly stopped in place, its claws drooped weakly, and the blood flowed down its body, soon soaking the ground under its feet. Looking at the evil spirit's head again, where was there any trace of the head above the neck? A big hand with black claws grasped the remaining neck of the evil ghost. The hand was covered with broken pieces of the evil ghost's head. The pink right eye was replaced by a scarlet blood eye. The black vertical pupil exuded a cold and terrible killing intent. The blood vessels under the skin on the face were faintly bulging. The corners of the mouth were slightly open, and the 4 sharp fangs flashed a cold light. Since it is impossible to kill these weak ghosts with the Sun Wheel sword, just use the power of the ghost to smash these blind ghost heads. Snap! He let go of the headless ghost body in his hand. The ghost body that was still gushing blood twitched from time to time. There were vague buds on the broken neck. Obviously, this evil ghost was not dead, but whether it could recover to its original state in this state was its own business. Shinichi didn't care about the life and death of a ghost. The scarlet eyes turned to the depths of the forest, where there were more sneaky evil ghosts. At this moment, the scene where Shinichi suddenly jumped up and crushed the head of an evil ghost was seen by countless evil ghosts hiding, which shocked the ghosts. He looked like an ordinary handsome human boy a second ago, but how could the ghost aura burst out so terrifyingly in the next second? He looked more like a ghost than these genuine evil ghosts. However, for these evil ghosts in Fujiksi Mountain, their nightmare has just begun. Run! 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 What monster? Where did the monster come from? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! In the forest, a one-eyed evil ghost ran away like a ghost. On the back of its head, a wide-open eyeball was full of bloodshot, and it scanned everything behind its head in horror. Under the pale moonlight, the scene of the evil ghost running away looked particularly creepy. Although the one-eyed ghost had been praying hard not to run into the monster, soon, the eyeball on the back of its head suddenly popped up because it saw a green figure rushing towards it at a high speed. How is it possible? How can he be so fast? The one-eyed ghost shouted desperately, as if he had a premonition that he could not escape. The one-eyed ghost simply made up his mind and stopped to face the figure. I will fight you. Blood Demon Art Explosion Pupil. The one-eyed ghost roared, and then he reached out and dug out the eyeball on his face, and then threw it fiercely at the green figure. Boom! The moment the eyeball collided with the green figure, there was a huge roar, a ball of fire burst up, and smoke and dust filled the air. A new eyeball grew out of the one-eyed ghost's eye at this time. It stared at the diffuse smoke and dust nervously. Unfortunately, this guy didn't know the law that there is no harm in smoke since ancient times, so when it saw a scarlet eye and a turquoise eye light up from the smoke and dust, it despaired. Before the one-eyed ghost could dig out the eyeball again, snap! Its body was directly broken into 2 parts like a stack of cubes, its legs fell to the ground with a plop, and its entire face was held down by a hand with black claws. Licking the fangs in his mouth with his tongue, a habit after transformation, Shinichi's scarlet right eye kept looking at the one-eyed ghost that he had broken into 2 pieces, with a hint of interest in his eyes. I didn't expect that there was really a ghost in Fujiki Mountain who could use blood demon arts. Judging from your appearance, you should have eaten more than 10 people, right? The one-eyed ghost who was pinned down didn't have the fighting spirit he had at the beginning, and he begged for mercy like a dead dog. Sir! Let me go, sir! It's not easy for me to get to where I am today. I don't want to die. Sir! Please, have mercy and let me be your slave. Don't kill me. Please. Shinichi laughed, showing his fangs, and directly refused coldly, I'm sorry, you are too ugly, I am not interested in having an ugly monster like you as a slave, not to mention that I have been looking for you for most of the night to find a unique seedling like you who can use blood demon arts, and I just happened to be hungry, so you re-welcome. Shinichi said with a bad taste, I'm starting, adada ki ma si, and then, the blood demon art, vitality absorption, was activated, a green branch instantly emerged from Shinichi's palm, easily pierced the head of the one-eyed ghost, and the powerful suction instantly sucked the one-eyed ghost dry. Crack! With a pinch, the dry head and the body of the one-eyed ghost turned into ashes. Shinichi's scarlet eyes looked at the deep forest of Fujixe Mountain again, this efficiency is still too low. It only took half a night to walk through a small forest and eliminate 5 excessive evil ghosts. At this speed, 7 days may not be enough. However, the number of evil spirits on Fujixe Mountain still surprised Shinichi a little. There were too many. Although most of them were weak, the number was too much. Not to mention the swordsman who had just entered the final selection, even an experienced swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps could not be guaranteed to survive 7 days in safety in Fujixe Mountain. So, while Shinichi was hunting and killing the evil spirits that exceeded the standard, he was also doubting the rationality of the final selection. Was this selection too much? No wonder Mr. Moriki told Shinichi before that there might be dozens of participants in each final selection. Hundreds, but only a few people can walk out alive after 7 days. The mortality rate is too high, Shinichi shook his head. He felt that when he met the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, it would be necessary to talk about this unreasonable final selection. However, these should be later. The current task is to continue to eliminate those hidden evil spirits that exceed the standard. Shinichi raised his head and locked a certain direction. In his scarlet eyes, the same kind of aura was unusually obvious. Among dozens of weak auras, 2 obviously had unusually strong auras quietly hidden. Haha, I caught you. Chapter 43. In the dark forest, a huge figure quietly hid in the darkness. Crunch! 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 Every time the huge figure moved, it would make a tooth-grinding sound of flesh and bone rubbing. Rinko! 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 Damn Rinko! The huge figure kept repeating this name like a curse, with a strong tone of anger and resentment, as if it had a great hatred for the name in its mouth, so that it kept repeating this name. Bang! When the huge figure walked out of the darkness, under the moonlight, how could it be described as a hideous appearance? There was no human figure on the whole body, it was completely like a 3-year-old child who made a heaven-defying appearance with mud. One after another, dozens of huge shit-green arms twisted together to form this ugly evil ghost under the moonlight, the Hand Ghost. The huge Hand Ghost repeatedly shouted Urokurikitsu and stretched out several thick arms as if to vent, sweeping away dozens of thick trees in front of him. The name that the Hand Ghost kept repeating was the water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Urokurikitsu Seikanji, the man who captured it to this damn Fujixe Mountain more than 30 years ago, more than 30 years. It has been trapped in this mountain for more than 30 years. Like a livestock raised by humans. Everything is because of that damn Urokurikitsu Seikanji. Whenever the Hand Ghost thinks of this name, it will be furious to the point of going crazy. The Tengu mask has been deeply engraved in its heart. It swears, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely let Urokurikitsu Seikanji pay the price. After venting, the Hand Ghost's emotions finally stabilized a little. It can survive in Fujixe Mountain for more than 30 years and avoid the repeated elimination of the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. The hand ghost also has its own unique means. First of all, the hand ghost is very cautious. It will not rush forward recklessly like other hungry evil ghosts once a human swordsman steps into Fujixe Mountain. The cunning hand ghost will generally hide and attack those swordsmen who are alone, and will never be greedy. After eating 1 or 2 humans, it will hide again. Relying on sufficient cunning and caution, the hand ghost has eaten more than 30 human swordsmen who participated in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps in more than 30 years, and it has also changed from a weak little ghost at the beginning to the terrifying and powerful alien appearance it is now. The Demon Slayer Corps did not know from the beginning that there was such a powerful and terrifying alien ghost hidden in Fujixe Mountain. Perhaps for the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, the hand ghost is just a matter of a knife, but for those young swordsmen who participated in the final selection, facing the hand ghost is almost like facing hell. Countless turd green thick arms with red nails constitute the body of the hand ghost. The turd green arms not only replace its body, but also replace all its organs and means of attack. Under a large pile of arms, the thickest ones support the ground with their palms to support the movement of the hand ghost's body. In addition to the arms all over the body, the hand ghost only has the middle one, oh no, half of the same turd green head, with 2 bloodshot and hideous eyes on the head, and the pale yellow pupils are full of cruel and cunning killing intent. Sooner or later, there will be a day. Sooner or later, there will be such a day. Urokotake, I will definitely make you pay the price. That damn Tengu mask. I will crush all Tengu masks. The hand ghost kept nagging, and the sharp and piercing voice made people feel physically uncomfortable. Shinichi in the tree thought so too. So, Shinichi didn't plan to listen to this disgusting thing's mumbling anymore. When the hand ghost was about to return to his nest, a figure suddenly fell from the sky in front of him, bang! The huge impact left a deep mark on the ground. Under the horrified gaze of the hand ghost, Shinichi, who still closed his eyes, slowly stood up straight, with no expression on his cold face. He slightly moved his neck and waist, and there was a crackling sound of bones rubbing against each other. He clenched his fists tentatively, feeling the power contained in his fists, and Shinichi opened his eyes. His right eye was scarlet and his left eye was green. The 2 heterochromatic eyes stared at the hand ghost at the same time. Yo, I haven't seen such an ugly guy like you for a long time. Compared with you, Kerasuma can be considered a handsome guy. Even if you become a ghost, your aesthetic taste is so curious. Or is it that the uglier the ghost, the stronger it is? Shinichi showed his fangs and teased the hand ghost in front of him. Squeak! Blood vessels burst out under the green skin of the hand ghost. Obviously, Shinichi's words angered it a little. But Shinichi's current appearance also made the hand ghost wary, because Shinichi's ghost energy was quite strong, at least he, a ghost who had eaten more than 30 people, could not compare to it. When did such a powerful ghost appear on Fuji Mountain? But the most alarming thing for the hand ghost was not this, but the unique aura on Shinichi's body. Although he is an evil ghost, his eyes are not stained with the tyranny and murderous emotions of evil ghosts. The most terrifying thing is that the special frequency between this guy's breathing subconsciously reminds the hand ghost of breathing. Only humans can use breathing methods. Just like Urokadaka Seikanji who caught him to this mountain. The hand ghost still remembers his water breathing. Just one move. Just one move. Almost took his life. And this guy in front of him who looks like the same kind is actually using breathing methods? Who is he? Who are you? The hand ghost asked in a sharp voice. Shinichi picked his ears, frowned, and replied unhappily, You guy, not only are you ugly, but your voice is also terrible. The hand ghost was furious when he heard this. This bastard didn't take him seriously. Let's give him some color first. It's a good time to test his quality. As soon as he thought of this, the next second, a disgusting sound came from the hand ghost, and more than a dozen turd green thick arms immediately rushed towards Shinichi. In the eyes of the hand ghost, his attack speed was extremely fast, and he wanted to see how the guy in front of him could dodge. But in Shinichi's eyes, the hand ghost's attack speed was not even as fast as Kerasuma's tongue. This slow speed could be easily avoided with his eyes closed. So in the horrified eyes of the hand ghost, Shinichi's figure was like a ghost, easily dodging all his attacks, and dodge in the gaps between more than a dozen turd green arms, constantly approaching his body. Impossible! 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 The horrified hand ghost shouted impossible 3 times in a row. Seeing Shinichi getting closer and closer, all the turd green arms on the hand ghost were activated at the same time, covering Shinichi like an overwhelming blanket. Sizzle! The friction sound of deerskin boots against the ground was heard. Shinichi stopped at a certain moment. A hint of excitement flashed in his scarlet right eye, and a rare smile appeared on his cold face. Well done! Blood Demon Art, Blood Rage. Chapter 44. Blood Demon Art Blood Rage. In the body that ordinary people can't see at all, in every blood vessel of Shinichi, the blood that originally flowed calmly instantly boiled, and the boiling blood emitted an astonishingly high temperature like rolling magma. And this terrifying high temperature also activated every muscle, every nerve, and every cell in Shinichi's body, and everything activated greatly enhanced Shinichi's speed and strength. Facing the shit green arm of the hand ghost whooshing at him, Shinichi not only did not dodge, but raised his hand and punched, hitting it head-on, and the slightly red fist and the shit green palm that was as big as Shinichi's head collided with each other. Bang! Crack! Ah! After a dull sound of fists and palms hitting each other, there was an obvious sound of bone cracking, and then the hand ghost's miserable howl. The shit green arm that was fighting with Shinichi's fist had been twisted 180 degrees, and the white bone stumps directly pierced through the skin and exposed, and blood plasma splashed from the broken end. Shinichi's fangs were slightly exposed. This was just the beginning. I hope this ugly ghost can make him happy. Bang! 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 Shinichi's figure was like the strongest reef on the coast. He did not move even if the waves composed of countless arms of the hand ghost hit him wantonly. The red fists kept hitting, and even formed after images in the air. The hand ghost now understood what it meant to be worse than death. The killer star on the opposite side seemed to really treat it as a large sandbag. Every punch of that terrible fist could break its arm bones and tendons. The ground was already covered with the ghost blood and limbs of the hand ghost. Damn it! Try this! The hand ghost screamed, and the only intact arm no longer tried to force a fight with Shinichi, but twisted and bent like a flexible python. The moment Shinichi just swung his fist, he immediately came up and quickly wrapped around Shinichi's legs. Shinichi, who was enjoying the punch, was not careful for a moment and fell into the hand ghost's calculation. When Shinichi reacted, his legs had been tightly wrapped by the hand ghost's shit green arm. What are you doing? Take your disgusting thing away. Shinichi's disgust was already painted on his face. Being wrapped by such a disgusting shit green arm made him sick just thinking about it. But the hand ghost didn't care about these. When he saw Shinichi was wrapped by it, he immediately laughed a triumphant smile. His 2 yellow eyes like light bulbs narrowed into a curved shape, and with its shit green head, it was extremely wretched. Shinichi felt a deep chill just by looking at it. He. How can I let you go, little brat? Although I don't know how you survived on Fujixe Mountain to your current strength and can even breathe like a human, but you remember this, the strongest demon on this mountain is me. He. The hand ghost laughed and taunted. Then, while Shinichi was trying to break free from the restraints of his legs, more than a dozen shit green arms rushed up, covering and entwining one after another, and in the blink of an eye, Shinichi's entire body was tightly entangled and submerged. Taste the pain. Arrogant little brat. He. The hand ghost narrowed his eyes and laughed wantonly, and then all the arms tightened together. Shinichi, who was trapped by countless arms, felt the terrifying force coming from all directions when he left. The force wanted to crush him alive, but he had no space to exert force at this time. Once a powerful lion is entangled by a strong python, the lion, who has lost the space to exert force and has no power to use, will eventually be strangled to death by the python. Shinichi's situation now is like a lion tightly entangled by a giant python. It seems that he has lost the space to exert force and is in a desperate situation, but Shinichi's face is not panicked at all, and there is even a hint of excitement on his face. This is interesting. I didn't expect that this ugly ghost still has some brains, but unfortunately, not much. While resisting the terrifying pressure from all sides, Shinichi actually had time to laugh at the hand ghost. And these two sentences were clearly heard by the hand ghost. Sizzle. Countless bloodshot instantly appeared in the yellow eyeballs of the hand ghost, and countless blood vessels suddenly burst out on the shit green arms. Obviously, the hand ghost was angry again, and it was an unprecedented rage, almost catching up with its anger towards Urokodakase Kanji. Arrogant, 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 and presumptuous little brat. You really deserve to die. You are as disgusting, abominable, and hateful as the damned Urokodakase Kanji. I will crush you. The hand ghost shouted a lot of words in a sharp and piercing voice, and the anger in his tone was unprecedented. Swish! All the shit green arms burst out with the most powerful and terrifying power. Even if two lions were really stuffed in, they would be crushed into a large ball of minced meat in just a few seconds. But the furious hand ghost was horrified to find that in its arms under it, it was as if a ball of fire was burning, and the terrifying high temperature was burning its arm, and the temperature was still rising. Hotter and hotter. Hotter and hotter. As the temperature rose sharply, the anger in the hand ghost's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by deeper and deeper fear and helplessness. No. No. It shouldn't be. It's just a little ghost that suddenly appeared. How could it be so strong? Impossible. Who are you? Boom. As soon as the hand ghost finished speaking, a large group of tangled shit green arms exploded instantly, and countless sticky flesh and broken bones instantly splashed in all directions, while a strong figure with a naked upper body stood in place. Between the perfect muscles, red blood vessels were exposed, and the hot blood flowed in them, making the blood vessels emit orange-red like magma. The originally fair skin had turned red at this time, and the orange-red blood vessels were like flowing flame patterns, and the scarlet of the right eye also brought the orange-red light of magma. Blood Demon Art Blood Rage 2nd Degree. The fist with black claws clenched slightly, raised his head, and locked his eyes on the hand ghost. Shinichi's tongue unconsciously licked his fangs again. At this time, the hand ghost looked as miserable as it could be. The originally terrifying alien body was now in tatters, and the broken arms and broken flesh were everywhere. Facing Shinichi, whose momentum was rising, the hand ghost was afraid. It was really afraid. Now it had completely lost the emotion of anger in its mind, and was replaced by endless fear and cowardice. Big. 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 Before the cowering hand ghost opened his mouth to beg for mercy, Shinichi suddenly stepped on the ground. With the help of the reaction force, this person hit the hand ghost like a red flash. Boom! The huge body of the hand ghost flew backwards as if it was hit by a cannonball, crushing several thick trees. Ha 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 ha! So satisfying! So satisfying! That's the feeling! Shinichi, who was emitting an astonishingly high temperature, stomped hard on the body of the hand ghost, and violent fists rained down on the hand ghost like raindrops. Every punch could bring a bloody storm. And Shinichi himself, while violently abusing the hand ghost, shouted excitedly, and he looked like he was on drugs. Ugly ghost! What other tricks do you have? Use them quickly! Use them quickly! Use your tricks quickly! Otherwise, you will die. You will really die! Ha ha ha! Shinichi laughed excitedly. Chapter 45. Crack! The sound of a dead branch being stepped on and broken attracted the attention of a pair of eyes on a dense tree. The eyelids opened and the brown pupils looked towards the place where the sound came from. I saw a huge figure under the tree, and I didn't know when it appeared there. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Hand ghost. A dry voice came from the tree. Obviously, the owner of the pair of brown eyes recognized the huge figure under the tree. After a rustling sound, a bug ghost with long legs on its back slowly emerged from the tree. Hand ghost, why did you come to my territory? Do you want to grab the territory? The bug ghost asked very impolitely. On this Tengzi mountain, there are always more evil ghosts who can hide. In addition to the bug ghost that just appeared from the tree, there are also several powerful evil ghosts who have also devoured dozens of people. And these evil ghosts with similar strength almost reached an agreement by default, dividing Fujixe Mountain into territories. The Demon Slayer Corps regarded Fujixe Mountain as the trial field for the final selection. For these evil ghosts, Fujixe Mountain is both a cage to imprison them and a hunting ground for them. However, in the face of the insect ghost's questioning, the hand ghost did not answer. As the insect ghost slowly climbed down the tree, with the moonlight, he could see the miserable state of the hand ghost. None of the countless shit green arms on his body were intact, and there were broken pieces of meat everywhere. Although the granulation at the wound was slowly wriggling, it was not easy for these evil ghosts to recover from such a serious injury. You! How did you become like this? The insect ghost was shocked. He knew very well that the hand ghost was stronger than himself and most other evil ghosts. It stands to reason that no one in Fujixe Mountain could hurt the hand ghost like this. The insect ghost suddenly thought of a possibility and asked in a trembling voice, Demon, is the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps here again? The pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps is almost the common nightmare of all the evil ghosts in Fujixe Mountain. Every evil ghost captured in Fujixe Mountain has faced the pillar. The terrible strength of the pillars has long been imprinted in the souls of these evil ghosts. The strongest evil ghost in Fujixe Mountain can't stop the pillar's swords. So the insect ghost subconsciously wanted to escape and hide after guessing something. The evil ghost of Fujixe Mountain who could survive to eat dozens of human swordsmen could not guarantee anything else, but his means of escaping and hiding were absolutely unique. Just when the insect ghost was about to escape, the hand ghost moved, and a relatively intact shit green arm suddenly rose up, rushed out suddenly when the insect ghost was unprepared, and firmly tied up the long legs behind the insect ghost, which was also the weapon that the insect ghost relied on to escape and fight. Hand ghost! What are you doing? The insect ghost shouted loudly in horror. The hand ghost also opened its ferocious mouth, and its sharp voice became extremely humble and flattering at this time. My lord, I have trapped it, please help. My lord? What lord? The hand ghost you. The insect ghost's eyes bulged out, and before he could finish his words, a green light had penetrated his neck. Then, in the eyes of the insect ghost, the world quickly turned upside down, and the whole world began to spin, plop. After a light sound, the insect ghost saw his headless body. Where is my head? The emerald sun wheel sword was steadily inserted into the scabbard, and the insect ghost's head turned into ashes under Shinichi's feet. This evil ghost who had been hiding on Fujixe Mountain for 20 years was completely destroyed before he could even activate the blood demon art. The third one. Shinichi secretly counted in his heart. Under the betrayal of the hand ghost, the evil ghosts who had been hiding on Fujixe Mountain for many years were pulled out one by Shinichi, and all of them were cut with a single knife. Yes, in order to survive, the hand ghost decisively betrayed all the hidden evil ghosts on Fujixe Mountain to Shinichi. If the hand ghost did not kneel down decisively to betray his fellow comrades, the Nichiren sword that cut into the neck halfway would definitely not stop. For Shinichi, having the hand ghost as a demon traitor saved him a lot of effort, and also saved him from staring at the 8th form Zioxiaosen eyes bit by bit. However, while cleaning up these evil ghosts, Shinichi was also secretly shocked. He knew why the death rate of the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps was so high. It was only one night, and so many evil ghosts were cleaned up, while the swordsman participating in the final selection had to spend a full 7 days in Fujixe Mountain. It would be strange if the death rate was not high. Thinking of this, Shinichi looked up at the night sky above his head. The only countermeasure of the Demon Slayer Corps was to rely on the crows to constantly hover over Fujixe Mountain for reconnaissance, but it was impossible to keep an eye on the entire Fujixe Mountain all the time with just the crows. Shinichi shook his head. Now this kind of thing should not be considered by him. The only thing he can do now is to eliminate the excessive evil spirits on Fujixe Mountain as much as possible. As time passed, the previous damage caused by the opening of the blood-burst Shinichi, who had ruined his clothes, was now sitting on a boulder with his legs crossed in brand new clothes, chewing a piece of sweet dorayaki in one hand. Of course, he carried all these things with the help of the silver mirror on his waist. Next to Shinichi, the hand ghost, which was originally scarred, had been repaired, but its momentum was several times weaker than before, and its newly grown arm was also an unhealthy shit green color, while its huge body was now shivering in front of Shinichi. The pale yellow ghost eyes kept secretly looking at Shinichi, who was chewing dorayaki, and secretly looked at the dense forest around him. An impulse to escape instantly swept over the hand ghost's body, but when the hand ghost just moved slightly, the sound of a sharp blade breaking through the air came whistling, and the emerald green sun wheel sword instantly pierced one of the hand ghost's arms and nailed it to the ground fiercely. A cold voice also sounded behind the hand ghost. "Ugly ghost, I advise you not to do anything, otherwise, I don't mind letting you report to hell now." Dense cold sweat immediately appeared on the green head of the hand ghost, and it immediately explained in a flattering tone, "No, no, no. Sir. How dare I do anything? I just, sir, the day is about to dawn, I just want to find a good habitat for you." The hand ghost didn't know that Shinichi was not afraid of living in the sun. It subconsciously regarded Shinichi as a powerful ghost who could breathe like a human. Of course, Shinichi would not explain anything, and he didn't plan to continue searching for evil ghosts on Fuji Mountain during the day. After all, maintaining the blood ghost art and Sudorizuo also consumes strength, so it is more reliable to rely on the hand ghost, the ghost trader at night. Really? Then I misunderstood you, but I think you shouldn't mind, right? Shinichi slowly showed a nuclear smile. The hand ghost, feeling the severe pain from his shit green arm being nailed to the ground by the sun wheel sword, narrowed his pale yellow ghost eyes and smiled flatteringly, "Of course, sir, I don't mind at all." Chapter 46. Ga. Ga. Moriki Shinichi has eliminated 11 evil spirits. Moriki Shinichi has eliminated 11 evil spirits. The crow flapped its wings and landed nimbly on the arm of Rengoku Makijuro. Hearing that Shinichi had eliminated 11 evil spirits, Makijuro's expression became a little solemn. You know, in the past, when they were cleaning up Fujixe Mountain, they could only catch 2 or 3 evil spirits that exceeded the standard at most. But this time, in 6 days and nights, Moriki Shinichi actually eliminated 11 evil spirits that exceeded the standard. This shows 2 very serious problems. The first problem is that the evil spirits hidden on Fujixe Mountain are far beyond the expectations of the Demon Slayer Corps. If this continues, the harm caused by these evil spirits to the Demon Slayer Corps in the future will be incalculable. The second problem is the safety of the final selection. For hundreds of years, the Demon Slayer Corps has always relied on the crows to detect the progress of the final selection, but they lack attention to the swordsmen who participate in the selection. Makijuro thought for a moment, and finally gave a few words to the crow, and then the crow flapped its wings and flew into the sky. A childish voice sounded behind Makijuro at this time, "Father, when can I join the Demon Slayer Corps?" "It's not time yet, Kyojuro, what you have to do now is to catch that Shiba Inu and don't let it get close to me." Hand ghost. "You bastard! I won't let you go even if I go to hell." An evil ghost cried out in his heart before dying, and his tone was full of resentful curses. But the hand ghost was not moved at all. Staying alive was the most important thing. Otherwise, if he offended the evil star in front of him, he would go to hell. Going to hell himself or letting his colleagues go to hell was not a multiple-choice question, but a free-point question. Blood Demon Art, Life Absorption. The green branches instantly penetrated the demon's head, and the powerful suction force drained the demon's vitality after a moment. He raised his hand to retract the branches. A breeze blew, and the demon's body immediately turned into ashes. Shinichi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the power in his body. Killing demons in the past few days was not only for his trial, but also greatly improved Shinichi's own strength. The power of vitality absorption was too strong. Every time he sucked those demons dry, Shinichi's strength would increase a little. The speed was too fast. In 7 nights, Shinichi's strength increased by 4 or 5 Kerasuma, official combat power index. Opening his eyes and looking at his palm, Shinichi found that he was slightly addicted to the feeling of such power enhancement. This was not a good sign. No matter how strong the power brought by the blood demon art was, it was still the power of the demon. Once he relied too much on it, Shinichi's goal of destroying Musen would probably be difficult to achieve in his lifetime. After all, I can't rely too much on vitality absorption. Forest breathing is my biggest trump card. Shinichi murmured. Relying solely on the power of the demon, Shinichi's strength is about 35 Kerasuma. With the addition of forest breathing, Shinichi's strength can exceed 40 Kerasuma. Even if all the trump cards are used and he is desperate, Shinichi's strength should be enough to match 50 Kerasuma in a short period of time. It can barely compete with the peak lower rank 4 winder reel that he met before. Of course, comparing Kerasuma is just a comparison method that Shinichi uses for entertainment. In fact, even if there are really 50 Kerasuma, they will not be the opponent of winder reel. While Shinichi was thinking alone, the hand demon beside him watched in fear as the evil demon who was stronger than himself turned into ashes under Shinichi's feet. Sir, all the ghosts on Fujixe Mountain who have eaten more than 10 people have been destroyed by you, and other slightly stronger ghosts have been destroyed by you. Congratulations on completing the goal. From now on, you are the strongest ghost in Fujixe Mountain, hehe. The hand ghost flattered and congratulated. Shinichi retracted his palm, came back to his senses, looked at the hand ghost, his expression became a little playful, and said with a hint of meaning, "Really? Have all the powerful ghosts really been destroyed by me? I don't think so. It seems that there are still powerful ghosts that have not been killed." The hand ghost was stunned for a moment. What? There are still? No way, it is a qualified ghost traitor. It is sure that it has betrayed all its colleagues. Where can there be strong ghosts? The puzzled hand ghost was very confused, but soon it found that Shinichi's eyes were constantly looking at it. Suddenly, the hand ghost's smile froze. It's bad, it's coming for itself. Sir, this is not a joke. Shinichi's stern face showed a rare smile, but this smile, which seemed extremely handsome to humans, was like the smile of a devil from hell in the eyes of the hand ghost. His smile was like the god of death waving at you. Hey, ugly ghost, I remember I told you at the beginning that my goal is to destroy all the evil ghosts on this mountain who are stronger than those who come here to train human swordsmen, right? But now, it seems that you are the only relatively powerful ghost left. What should I do? Shinichi smiled and tilted his head to stare at the hand ghost. The hand ghost was also in a dilemma at this time. His shit green skin flashed with unhealthy light again and again, and he was yelling madly in his heart, what should he do? In terms of strength, during this period of time, the hand ghost who clearly saw how strong Shinichi was would not seek death and run away? Fujixe Mountain is so big, unless you can withstand the huge amount of wisteria flowers without being poisoned to death, you can run away. It can't be beaten, and it can't run away. The hand ghost seems to have seen the devil of hell waving at it. Damn it! The hand ghost cursed in his heart, but his actual tone was full of humility and pleading, "My lord! My lord! You can't do this to me, I have done exactly what you said, I don't want to die, sir, please have mercy, I beg you, I promise to be your most loyal slave in the future." With a snap, dozens of shit green arms fell to the ground at the same time, and the hand ghost at this time was extremely humble. And Shinichi looked at the hand ghost, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Can you believe what a ghost says? You believe a ghost?" Shinichi didn't believe anything the hand ghost said at all, but there was one thing that satisfied the hand ghost. Shinichi didn't plan to kill the hand ghost for the time being. It would be a pity if such a useful ghost rapist was not used a few more times. "Don't worry, ugly ghost, I promised you to spare your life and I will definitely do it, but how much life you leave is up to me." The hand ghost widened his eyes, and before he had time to rejoice that he had escaped, Shinichi suddenly rushed in front of it, blood demon art life absorption. Ah! The inhumane wails of the hand ghost rang out on Fujixi Mountain. It's the Kixi festival, and Musei, who is alone, is so miserable. Please comfort me, urge me to update more and support poor Musei, and use free gifts to ravage Musei as much as you want _pi. Chapter 47. Plop. A soft, child-thick arm fell to the ground helplessly, and the hand ghost's originally huge body had shrunk into a small ball. Dozens of shit green, thick arms turned into pale, weak, slender arms. If the hand ghost's strength before could match 2 Kerasuma, then the hand ghost that was sucked dry by Shinichi and had only one breath left should be able to match 2 Kerasuma fingers. After casually glancing at the hand ghost, Shinichi retracted the branch that had drilled out of his palm, and a glimmer of light flashed from the silver mirror on his waist. A bamboo kettle appeared in his hand. He pulled out the stopper, and the rich wisteria fragrance immediately emerged. After drinking a pot of wisteria tea, Shinichi's ferocious face gradually softened, and the scarlet pupil of his right eye turned back to a soft pink color, and the sharp fangs and claws gradually retracted to normal. Looking up at the countless stars twinkling in the night sky and the moon gradually setting in the west, it seems that the day is about to dawn. On the morning of the 8th day after Shinichi entered the mountain, at the entrance of Fujiki Mountain, the flame pillar Rengoku Makijiro stood upright in front of a table covered with a red cloth with his arms folded. The morning sun shone on the flame-patterned cloak behind him, shining with a different color. Behind Makijiro, a much shorter boy also stood. The boy was not very old, but what was amazing was that the spirited face that was almost exactly the same as Makijiro's was unforgettable at first sight. The boy was holding a cute black and white Shiba Inu in his hands. As time passed, there was movement in the deep path leading to the depths of Fujiki Mountain. Gradually, Makijiro heard clearly that it was footsteps. In the path surrounded by countless wisteria flowers, a figure gradually became clear. When Shinichi, carrying a knife, stepped out of the wisteria flower path, a feeling of sudden enlightenment came over him. The morning sun is gentle and warm, giving people a sense of vitality, but for Shinichi, who is in a state of pseudo-rebirth, he can't feel the warmth of the sun. When Shinichi walked out of Fujiki Mountain, he saw Rengoku Makijiro standing there with his arms folded. He was a little surprised. Could it be that this flame pillar had been waiting for 7 days in Fujiki Mountain? Shinichi suddenly felt a sense of being valued, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his heart. In fact, Shinichi was just overthinking. The pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps all have very important demon-slaying duties, but Makijiro just happened to be on missions around Fujiki Mountain recently. But what attracted Shinichi more was the boy behind Makijiro. He looked like he was only 11 or 12 years old, but the energetic golden hair, red hair tips, the same wide-open orange eyes, and rough eyebrows, isn't this a typical Makijiro miniature plus? The miniature version of Makijiro is still holding his own NG in his hands. Enji is so heartless that he didn't show any sign of gratitude when his master came back. He was still lying in his arms leisurely. It seems that it's time to urge Enji to lose weight. Shinichi walked in front of Makijiro and pointed at the miniature version of Makijiro behind him before he could speak and asked, "Is this your child?" Makijiro was stunned and asked honestly, "How do you know?" The little owl is standing next to the big owl." Shinichi was speechless, but Makijiro quickly introduced the boy behind him who was carved out of the same mold as him, Rengoku Kyojuro, my eldest son. There was a hint of imperceptible pride in his tone. Rengoku Kyojuro, who was holding Enji, also looked at Shinichi with curiosity, as well as the Nichiren sword on Shinichi's waist. He had already heard the story of Shinichi from his father, and he was very much looking forward to this big brother who was 3 years older than him. Killing dozens of demons at such a young age is really attractive to the eldest son of the Rengoku family, a demon-slaying family. Kyojuro? What a good name! Shinichi was not surprised to hear this name. It can only be said that they are worthy of being father and son. Not only do they look alike, but their names are also alike. Makijiro estimated the time, then put down his hands and said solemnly, "Okay, Shinichi, in order not to waste time, let's hurry up. First of all, congratulations on passing the final selection, and welcome you to join the Demon Slayer Corps. At the same time, we also thank you for everything you have done on Fujiki Mountain." As he said, Makijiro actually leaned over and bowed to Shinichi. This was a bit heavy. Not to mention Makijiro's identity as the Flame Pillar, just looking at the age alone, it was somewhat inappropriate for Makijiro, who was almost 30 years old, to bow to Shinichi, who was only in his teens. However, Makijiro did not think it was inappropriate because he was not only thanking Shinichi on behalf of himself, but also on behalf of the Demon Slayer Corps and the swordsmen who would participate in the final selection in the future. This gift was not expensive. Shinichi was a little confused when he saw Makijiro bowing to him. He touched his nose awkwardly and said, This is what I should do." Makijiro stood up again, then walked to the table covered with red cloth behind him, uncovered the red cloth. And a neatly folded Demon Slayer uniform and several large pieces of honeycomb coal-like ore were placed together. Makijiro picked up the Demon Slayer uniform and handed it to Shinichi personally. "Shinichi Moriki, the Demon Slayer Corps welcomes you to join." Shinichi took the uniform and asked curiously, "How do you know the size of my clothes?" "Mr. Moriki Mitsuyo has told us in detail about your living habits. Don't worry, the Demon Slayer Corps can become your most trustworthy big family." Shinichi? Old man? How did he know? Could it be Old Man Moriki, little brat? Were you naked in the Moriki mansion before? Those clothes were made by someone to help you. Is it strange to know your size? After handing the uniform to Shinichi, Makijiro added, "In our Demon Slayer Corps, the swordsmen are divided into 10 levels, namely A, B, C, D, E, F, G, S, R, and G. In view of your record, Shinichi, the Lord, and the Pillars unanimously agree that you will be promoted to a B-level swordsman." Shinichi muttered, "B-level? It's directly the second level, which is not low." He remembered the A-level swordsman Gyumei, who he met in Takinagawa village that day. Shinichi still remembered the opponent's strong strength. Shinichi didn't feel wronged at Gyumei's level, so he accepted this arrangement very calmly. Makijiro helped Shinichi print the symbol of the B-level swordsman on the back of his hand. With this symbol, Shinichi can get full help from the Wisteria emblem family all over the country. After explaining some of the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, Makijiro clapped his hands, and suddenly, a loud crow sounded above Shinichi's head. A pitch-black crow flapping its large wings circled flexibly above Shinichi's head. Chapter 48. Ga. Ga. The large-sized crow landed precisely on Shinichi's shoulder and began to comb its feathers. "The crow is the most important partner of our Demon Slayer team. It is also a partner who helps us communicate with each other in the headquarters. The usual ghost hunting missions are also issued by the crow. Shinichi, give your crow partner a name. It doesn't have a name yet. It is also an excellent crow that has just completed the crow training, just like you. Maka Shaoro looked at the crow on Shinichi's shoulder and said seriously. Partner. Shinichi stretched out his finger, and the crow on his shoulder came up very cooperatively, rubbing its little head against Shinichi's hand. Shinichi smiled slightly and nodded the crow's little head. In this case, my name is Shinichi, the fat dog is Enji, and you will be called Izo. Ga. Ga. Izo. Izo. The crow, oh no, it should be called Izo in the future, spread its wings excitedly, quacked and shouted its own name, obviously liking this name very much. But at this moment, a discordant voice sounded, and the little Shiba Inu Enji jumped out of Kyojuro's arms anxiously, and howled loudly at Izo, looking like a poor little thing who had been stolen from his home and lost his favor. Shinichi sneered in his heart, you little fat ball has no conscience, you deserve it. So he pretended to ignore Enji, teasing Izo on his shoulder intimately, and Enji kept pulling Shinichi's trouser legs anxiously. Without mentioning these little episodes, Makijiro brought Shinichi to the table, pointed to the pieces of honeycomb coal-like ore on the table and said, this is the jade steel needed to forge the sun wheel sword, Shinichi, pick one. Shinichi subconsciously looked at the sun wheel sword Mori no Ryu on his waist. The old man said that Mori no Ryu was not his sword after all, and he should have his own sword. Looking at the different sized pieces of tamagon, Shinichi didn't know how to choose. Makijiro didn't bother Shinichi, but let him choose by himself. Kyojuro on the side showed a touch of envy in his eyes. After thinking for a while, Shinichi chose the largest piece of tamagon. Let's take this one, but I have a request. My Nichiren sword is broken. I hope to repair it. I don't ask to restore it to its original state, just repair the broken part. Said Shinichi pulled out the Nichiren sword from his waist, and the broken part of the forest dragon was still clearly visible. Makijiro took the sun blade, looked at it for a moment, nodded and agreed, it will take about 10 days to forge the sun blade. Shinichi, while you are waiting for the sun blade, the Lord wants to see you. Shinichi was stunned when he heard this. Lord? See me? When? Makijiro nodded and said seriously, the crow will guide you to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the Lord will wait for you there. Is that so? Shinichi pondered for a moment, and finally chose to go to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. In fact, he was also curious about the mysterious Lord of the Demon Slayer Corps. A family that can lead the Demon Slayer Corps to fight against evil spirits for hundreds of years sounds like a legend. Then, I look forward to our next meeting. I hope we can fight side by side at that time, swordsman Shinichi. Makijiro said with some emotion. Before Makijiro took Kyojuro away, Kyojuro ran over alone and touched Enji's head reluctantly. Father doesn't like small animals. This time he asked me to come here because he wanted to help Shinichi-senpai take care of Enji. Shinichi-senpai, you are really amazing. I want to become a strong swordsman like you in the future. Kyojuro said to Shinichi with a slightly admiring look in his eyes. But to be honest, being admired by a boy of the same age as him, Shinichi was proud and a little embarrassed, so he said, Kyojuro, your father is very strong. With his guidance, I believe you will become a strong swordsman in a short time. By the way, you don't have to call me senior. If you can, just call me big brother. Kyojuro nodded happily when he heard this, and then shouted loudly, Brother Shinichi. Shinichi, who was the eldest brother for the first time, was very happy and gave an extra piece of dorayaki with added ingredients to Kyojuro, and Kyojuro did not doubt his elder brother at all. He took the dorayaki and took a big bite. Then we can see that Kyojuro's sunny and energetic face was instantly covered with a layer of gloom. Although his stomach had begun to churn, facing the expectant expression of his elder brother Shinichi, Kyojuro still resisted showing a distorted expression and shouted tremblingly, 5 ants. Delicious. Soon, Shinichi admired Kyojuro even more. In the Moriki mansion, old man Moriki, sitting alone under the eaves, closed his eyes and enjoyed the sunshine shining on his body. A warm feeling. At some point, a crow with red feathers on its tail cackled and landed in front of the old man. After catching a handful of fried rice to reward the crow, old man Moraimu opened the letter sent by the crow. Soon, a smile from the heart appeared on old man Moraimu's old face. Shinichi, good boy, you still have a long future, come on and fly high. Sister. That's Mr. Bai Minjiu Xingmei's mansion. The black-haired little girl shouted excitedly, pointing at the gate in front of her. But the little girl's sister had a hint of hesitation in her eyes. They finally found out Mr. Bai Minjiu Xingmei's home through the team members with hidden words printed on their backs, but they were not sure that Mr. Bai Minjiu Xingmei would agree to their request. That's right, it was the sisters Kane Koko and Shinobu Koko who found Gyumei Bai Minjiu. After taking care of their parents' funeral, the two sisters resolutely decided to become swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps like Mr. Gyumei Bai Minjiu. The two sisters learned about the Demon Slayer Corps from the hidden Corps members who helped them. After knowing that the Demon Slayer Corps had been fighting against evil spirits for hundreds of years to protect humans, Kane and Shinobu were very shocked. Shocked by the greatness of the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps and the strength of the evil spirits, in order to prevent the tragedy of their own family from happening again, Kane and Shinobu both volunteered to join the Demon Slayer Corps. However, when they were still in the butterfly medicine house, Mr. Gyumei Bai Minjiu had already rejected them. This time, I'm afraid it may not be successful, but how can you know if you don't try? In any case, the determination of the butterfly sisters will not be shaken. With a hint of excitement on her face, Shinobu Koko looked at the door in front of her, and her heart was full of fighting spirit. She will definitely join the Demon Slayer Corps with her sister. Become a swordsman who can kill evil spirits, and avenge those evil spirits who killed my father and mother. Thinking of this, a cold face flashed through Shinobu Koko's mind, and the words "I will kill more evil spirits with your will. I can do it myself." Shinobu encouraged herself in her heart. Chapter 49. Wearing a black top like a school uniform, the big character printed on the back shines brightly in the sun. On the legs are the same black wild trousers as the top. The calves are wrapped with white bandages without affecting the fast movement. The hard-soled deerskin boots are even inlaid with steel. The uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps are made with special fabric technology. They are not only lighter and more breathable, but also have excellent defensive capabilities. Even the minions of some low-level evil ghosts cannot tear this black uniform. Fasten the white belt, buckle the silver buttons of the uniform top one by one, put on the collar high, put on the brand new green haori that Mr. Moriki had prepared for him a long time ago, and the Demon Slayer Corps B-class swordsman Moriki Shinichi officially debuted. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar self in the silver mirror, Shinichi took a deep breath. From today, he embarked on a different path. In the mountains, the roads are intricate and the forests are dense. No one would have thought that the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, which has been fighting against evil spirits for hundreds of years, is hidden in these mountains. There was a whistling sound in his ears, and his crow Izo landed on his shoulder nimbly and shouted loudly, "Southeast-east direction. Keep going 500 meters." Seeing Izo, Enji, who was lying in Shinichi's arms, immediately bared his teeth in dissatisfaction, but was slapped back by Shinichi. Since entering the mountains, Shinichi has walked for more than 2 hours. While lamenting the secrecy of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, he probably also understood why the Demon Slayer Corps has been able to fight against powerful evil spirits for hundreds of years, relying on the bloody battles of countless swordsmen in a sufficiently concealed and cautious style. Shinichi believes that unless there are thousands of evil spirits conducting a carpet search in the mountains, it is impossible to find the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Under the guidance of Yingxin, Shinichi, and Yuanji spent most of the day and finally arrived at the destination of this trip. Looking at the spectacular buildings in front of them, Shinichi was deeply shocked. Shinichi was amazed that such a large-scale building complex was hidden in the seemingly desolate mountains. The most important thing was that there were quite a few people here. Shinichi could see some members of the Demon Slayer Corps who were wearing the same swords as him passing by in a hurry from time to time. Some members even had a strong smell of blood. There were also many members of the Hidden Corps wearing uniforms with the word Hidden printed on the back, busy dealing with various logistical issues of the Demon Slayer Corps. In the sky, many crows were flying around, delivering messages from evil spirits from all over the country and the whereabouts and battle reports of the Demon Slayer Corps. Everything looked in order. It is really amazing that it is a demon-slaying organization that has existed for hundreds of years. Shinichi secretly admired. Soon, Yingzhou led Shinichi to the location of the Hidden Corps. After revealing his identity to the members of the Hidden Corps, a member of the Hidden Corps wearing a striped mask and a hat soon volunteered to lead Shinichi to the residence of the Demon Slayer Corps' lord, the Yubayashiki residence. Shinichi followed the Hidden Corps member holding the snoring Enji, and looked around curiously. For Shinichi, everything about the Demon Slayer Corps was full of novelty. In the eyes of many people, evil spirits only exist in legends, and the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps should also be a legend, but now, this legend has really appeared in front of Shinichi. Mr. Moriki, we are here. This is the Lord's residence. The Hidden Corps member pointed to the gate in front of him and turned back to Shinichi. Shinichi was a little surprised when he looked at the simple gate in front of him. In Shinichi's cognition, as the residence of the Demon Slayer Corps' lord, it should be full of majesty at least, not to mention the splendor. But what is this residence that looks like a farmyard in front of him? This is not even half of the old man's house. With a little puzzlement, Shinichi and the Inui team walked into the Yubayashiki mansion. As soon as he entered, Shinichi saw an acquaintance. The strong body of more than 2 meters tall, wearing the same Demon Slayer Corps uniform on the man with his hands clasped together and a Buddhist rosary around his neck, is just like a Vajra in the world. The white eyes and the long scar on the forehead are surprisingly the one who had contact with Shinichi in Takinagawa village. However, at this time, Xingming is wearing a strange-looking haori that looks like a cassock. Mr. Xingming? You are here too. Shinichi took the initiative to greet Xingming, and Enji also barked at Xingming in a friendly way. Xingming heard a familiar voice, turned around, and replied in a low and soothing voice, "It turned out to be Moriki and your friends. I have heard your story. Namo Amitabha, welcome to join the Demon Slayer Corps." When Xingming turned around, Shinichi noticed that there was a figure standing next to Xingming, and that figure was also tall, handsome face. But the most eye-catching thing is the decoration of the man's body. The original uniform sleeves are gone, revealing 2 sturdy arms. On the left and right upper arms, there is a thick and bright golden armband, just like gold. There is also a forehead guard decorated with dazzling gems. What's more exaggerated is that there are even 2 gorgeous pendants made of dozens of gems hanging on both sides of the forehead guard. In addition, his hands and ears are all hung with gorgeous gems of various colors, and his nails are even painted bright red. Bejeweled, Shinichi used this adjective to describe a man for the first time. The handsome man standing next to Xingming is simply a large light bulb. Yuaner looked at the man with a shiny body and showed excitement. That man has so many bright stones. I really want to pick them off and play with them. Who is the guy standing next to Mr. Baimanjiu? He looks so showy. Shinichi asked the hidden team member next to him quietly. The hidden team member was surprised, so Mr. Moriki knows Rock Pillar? Standing next to Rock Pillar is the A-class swordsman Mr. Uzui Tenjin, who is very powerful and, gorgeous swordsman. Shinichi, what? Gorgeous. This is a bit too gorgeous. Swish. As if hearing the word gorgeous, The handsome young man called Uzui Tenjin turned his head instantly, and posed for Shinichi and the others in a very unique way, and said at the same time, "What a discerning team member, you can see my gorgeousness at a glance." Shinichi, hidden team member. By the way, not long ago, Mr. Baiminjaya was still an A-class swordsman. Did he become a pillar so quickly? Shinichi looked at the tall Xing Ming with some surprise. Sure enough, the silver buttons on Xing Ming's uniform turned into gold, which represents pillar. Yes. Rock pillar is very powerful. Since joining our Demon Slayer Corps a year ago, he has successfully killed more than 50 evil demons to this day. Super powerful. The tone of the hidden team member was full of admiration. Shinichi thought of Xing Ming's powerful strength, and it was not difficult to kill 50 evil ghosts. Soon, after learning that Shinichi was here to see the Lord, Xing Ming put his hands together and said seriously, "In this case, let's not disturb Mori and the Lord. Tianyuan, please come with me." Uzui Tianyuan naturally did not refuse, and slicked his silver-white hair gorgeously, and left the Yubayashiki mansion with Xing Ming. When passing by Shinichi, he said in an appreciative tone, "You can become more gorgeous than you are now. Come on, work hard, I'm counting on you." Ao. Yuanji screamed at Uzui Tianyuan, envious of the gems on his body. Uzui Tianyuan touched Yuanji's head. "I didn't expect that the puppy was so obsessed with my gorgeousness, it's really happy." Shinichi. My silence was deafening. Chapter 50. After bidding farewell to Gyume and the gorgeous Uzui Tenjin, the Inui team brought Shinichi to the innermost part of the Yubayashiki residence. In front of the exquisite wooden house, there is a small open space paved with white stones. The round rockery stones surround a not too large pond. The clear spring water from the mountains keeps flowing into the pond. In the pond, a small group of cute round goldfish swim carefree. Outside the courtyard wall, the wisteria flowers with fragrance are blooming. The scenery is not particularly gorgeous, but it makes people feel a rare sense of peace of mind, very comfortable. Ah! Enji broke free from Shinichi's arms, shook his tail and ran to the edge of the pond. His two little eyes looked at the group of goldfish in the pond excitedly, which scared the originally carefree goldfish away. Enji! Stop fooling around! Come back! Shinichi quickly turned around and scolded Enji. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Is it Shinichi?" Ah! Hearing someone calling his name, Shinichi was stunned for a moment, and quickly turned around to see a thin boy under the eaves of the wooden house, smiling gently at him. The boy, who was about the same age as him, was wearing a simple black long coat, a simple yellow belt around his waist, and a white coat with purple flowing fire patterns. His handsome face was slightly pale, but his pair of light purple eyes were very bright. The moment he saw the boy, the hidden team members around Shinichi immediately knelt on one knee excitedly. "My lord! My lord!" Shinichi looked at the boy in front of him in surprise. "It's our first meeting. I'm glad to meet you, Moriki Shinichi-kun. I'm the head of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Yoya." The black-haired boy bowed slightly and greeted Shinichi. That's right, the person who appeared in front of Shinichi was none other than the contemporary Demon Slayer Corps' headmaster, Yubayashiki Yoya. "You are the Demon Slayer Corps' headmaster? So young." Shinichi blurted out without even thinking. In his imagination, the headmaster who could control the Demon Slayer Corps, a huge curse, and fight against the vicious demons for hundreds of years, even if he was not a respected old wise man in his 60s or 70s, at least he must be a leader in his 30s or 40s with courage. But what about this young man in front of him who was about the same age as himself? Shinichi's tone was very aggressive. Before Yubayashiki Yoya spoke, the hidden team member who led Shinichi became excited. "Hey! You guy! How can you talk to the Lord? It's so rude, bastard!" Just now he respectfully called himself Mr. Moriki, but now he immediately changed his face and called him a bastard. Apart from anything else, This young lord is really respectable, Shinichi thought. You are too kind, Goto-kun. Thank you for your hard work. Please let me talk to Shinichi alone next. Yubayashiki Yoya said gently. The hidden team member named Goto heard the order of the lord and glared at Shinichi with dissatisfaction. The latter looked indifferent and left the Yubayashiki residence angrily. Soon, only Shinichi and Yubayashiki Yoya were left in the open space, looking at each other face to face, and there was also a little Shiba Inu running wildly by the pond. What I said is correct. You are so young and you can become the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps. Can you control the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinichi asked with a doubtful tone, crossing his arms. Hearing Shinichi's words, Yubayashiki Yoya was not angry, but smiled gently, then walked out of the eaves, sat down on the wooden steps, and patted the seat next to him, motioning Shinichi to sit down as well. Shinichi had no concerns about the seemingly fragile lord in front of him, and walked to Yubayashiki Yoya and sat down. My age is indeed a little young compared to you, Shinichi, but it is not uncommon in our Yubayashiki family. In fact, I became the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps when I was 4 years old. Yubayashiki Yoya said slowly. How old? 4 years old? Are there no adults in your family? Shinichi was shocked. A 4-year-old child became the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is simply alarmist. A 4-year-old child in a normal family who does not wet the bed is considered grown up, let alone becoming the lord of a huge organization with thousands of people. My family is indeed gone. My father chose to commit suicide at the age of 19 because he cared too much about the sacrifice of the swordsman. At that time, I was 4 years old and the last male in the Yubayashiki family. So, I took over my father's duties and became the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps. When talking about this past event, Yubayashiki Yoya's tone was a little heavy. And Shinichi was a muggle. He seemed to have just poked the scar in someone's heart. Damn it! He really should, death. Shinichi suddenly felt a surge of self-blame. Seeing the unnatural look on Shinichi's face, Yubayashiki Yoya added, Don't get me wrong, Shinichi, I'm not complaining when I say these things, I'm just answering your question, Shinichi. In fact, Shinichi, I've also learned your story from Mr. Moriki Mitsuyo. If we talk about age, aren't you younger than me, Shinichi? But what you did is amazing, you killed many evil spirits, and helped us kill the lower string 4, it's really amazing. After a moment of silence, Shinichi said softly, It's nothing, I just wanted revenge for myself at the beginning, for my own selfishness. Yubayashiki Yoya smiled and narrowed his eyes, saying gently, Everyone has his own selfishness, without exception. Even I want to eliminate the ancestor of demons, Musen Kibutsuji, and remove the family curse. No one is born selfless. Many swordsmen who join the Demon Slayer Corps have the same bitter hatred for evil demons as you, Shinichi. From some perspectives, swordsmen are also selfish for their own revenge, but this is not a bad thing, right? We don't have to be too demanding of ourselves, just do our best. Shinichi was a little speechless. He was comforted by the young lord who was almost the same age as him. He was really embarrassed. By the way, what did you mean by the curse just now? Shinichi asked in confusion. When he was at the Moriki mansion, the old man did not tell him in detail about the Demon Slayer Corps. Shinichi had only heard about the head family of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Yubayashiki family. That's a very old story. Yubayashiki Yoya still kept smiling, his light purple eyes looked into the distance, his thoughts seemed to drift back to 1,000 years ago. A breeze blew, ruffling the boy's black hair, slightly revealing a small piece of purple skin on his forehead that was festering under the black hair.